After this, I request Zamira Life. Anybody from INFA is there? May I request Mr. Daljit Singh from Progressive Dairy Farmers Association? Dr. Makhija. May I request now Karnataka poultry farmers and go out to come on the stage. Momento. K.
And like so, what are the reasons for this success of Indian dairy industry? How much time I've got? हाँ जी मैं just कितना time दे रहे हैं आप? अच्छा, okay. Now, first is I think among the main reason is the 50 years back, policymakers, farmers decided that we have to self-sufficient. So where we decided that we'll protect and encourage Indian milk production. So that was where operation was rolled out. The second most important reason is farmers own supply chain. Reason for the success of Indian dairy sector, why farmers are getting 71%, that India's supply chain is the most efficient supply chain. Why I'm telling you this, that tomorrow if you are developing poultry supply chain, because it is still unorganized, one has to see how to match the Indian dairy supply chain, where what consumer pays, 70% goes to the farmer. And that is the reason why any multinational or any foreign dairy companies, whoever tried to come in India, they could not succeed because reason is India's supply chain is very efficient. And then the other reason which are mentioned here, right from the beginning, I'll hurry up because there are more important points. And the global competitiveness, because I mentioned that if $107 billion is the world market, and the way we are growing, we have to see that we become competitive, especially because of the countries around us. Asian countries, Southeast countries, they are net importer and they'll continue to be importer. And we have got a very good product like ghee, paneer, which can become, very important part of diet all over the world. But we do have challenges if we have to become the global world leader. One is the cost of production, we have to continue to do that. Other challenges which are quality, market access, and other thing. This is very important slide because I have to end in another 5-7 minutes. देखिए, what are the challenges for Indian dairy industry? We have been growing till now, you can see 4x in last 50 years. Reason is simple, because one side farmers were happy to invest more in dairy because he was getting very stable and competitive price. The other side, our consumption grew because we could provide dairy at a very affordable price to the lower middle class and lower class. And we have to see we continue at that level. For that reason, help of contribution from your industry is required. We need how to reduce cost of milk production per liter. We cannot afford increasing price like in the past to the consumer, because then consumption will get hit. So what is required from the same cow getting more milk at per liter less cost? That is the biggest. Because I know, whenever you go to a farmer, he'll ask only 2 questions. You know what are those questions? किसी भी किसान के पास जाइए, मिल्क प्रोड्यूसर, सर दूध के दाम कब बढ़ाओगे, और सेकंड दान के रेट कब कम करोगे. दान means cattle feed. So they want price of milk to be increased and price of cattle feed to be reduced. What it means, he wants to increase his profit. So, but the way food is competing, income level there, what is required is how to reduce cost of milk production, and cost of milk production, 70% is the feeding cost. Other area is the animal productivity and breeding. If you are to increase the productivity, you have to see better breeding and better feeding practices. 25% of milk animals in India is a NICO. NICO means never ever conceived once. How to convert them into milking animals? No doubt to improve the feed. AI is there, but now sex sorted semen, where 95% of male calf is born, or embryo transfer, IVF is being used now in dairy sector. These are things. Two other important is free trade agreement. Like I mentioned, because India is not only world largest producer, but India is also world's biggest and fastest growing market. So anybody in the world, whether USA, Europe, because their consumption is now growing, so they want to capture this Indian market at any condition. And that is why you must have seen, observed, whenever any foreign delegation has come, Prime Minister, President, the first agenda is open dairy. And we are very thankful to the government of India that always they are sticking to the same policy, protecting. In India, dairy is allowed, imports are allowed free for any country. And there are duties 30 to 60%. And let me tell you, any of these countries which I am mentioning, Europe, USA, all these countries also have more or less same rate of duties or more than that. Recently, you must have read that how USA was putting pressure on India to open up dairy. Well, we have been always advocating that in India, dairy is not business. Like in USA, dairy is an industry. Only 25,000 farmers. It used to be 6 lakh farmers around 25 years back. But now all small farms have vanished. Dairy has become big, 10,000, 30,000, just 2 minutes. So what has happened? It has become industry, around $110 billion. In India, it is a livelihood. 80 million families or 18 million farmers vis-a-vis 25,000. So in industry versus livelihood is one reason. Second is the very important reason for a country with 1.45 billion is the food security. Let me tell you, if today India 14 lakh crore rupees is the total GDP of dairy, which we are self-sufficient. And if we open up and even 25% of dairy we start importing in the next 20, 30 years, like in edible oil. Edible oil till mid-90s, India was more or less self-sufficient. And today 65% of edible oil is being imported and more than, I think, $10 billion. आप इमेजिन कीजिए अगर इंडिया ने एडिबल ऑयल पॉलिसी फॉलो करके ओपन कर दिया, besides Indian food security is at stake, because the day India goes to the world market and 25% of India, you know how much requirement will be there? By that time, 75 million metric ton. Whole world trade is 100 million metric ton. If out of that 75 requirement from India comes, price in world market will double, triple. And it is not the question of food security of India. It is the question of food security of all the other countries in Asia, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Southeast country, Russia, China. What will happen there? Because this world price when double up, it will impact the food security of those countries also. So by this adopting, protecting, encouraging production of milk of self-sufficient India, India is not only protecting the food security of India, but all other milk deficit countries. And third reason is foreign exchange. Ab imagine kijiye, if we start importing dairy, it will be not less than $40-50 billion. So these are the major reasons. So lastly, आप यहाँ बैठे हैं, जो demand देखिए, मुझे कोई पूछ रहा था what is the demand of feed in dairy sector. So I don't know much, you will be knowing, but I can do a basic calculation. 65 crore, 65 crore liter of milk is produced in India per day. It is recommended that 400 gram per liter is required. तो अगर 5 लीटर भी दूध होता है तो 2 kg is required cattle feed. But let us take even, I take only half kg. 65 crore liter. If 20 rupees is the price of minimum feed, so half kg is 10 rupees. So 65 multiplied by 10, 650 crore rupees is the per day market, which is nothing but 2.3 lakh crore. And when I say another 25 years, it will multiply by 3 times. So you can imagine the size more than 5, 6 or 7 lakh crore taking minimum. So that is the potentiality. Half kg per. So it is up to you how you do it. The other area is which I want to request, volatility in prices happen a lot in special raw material. So as a dairy, feed producer, I don't know how much backward integration you do, like in milk. How much you associate with the farmers to grow your ingredients or some contract farming and other thing. And also, basically, feed means does not mean only the concentrate feed. Now, farmers is shifting more towards TMR and silage. How you can integrate with those things, that also you have to see. Fourth is that each animal requirement at each stage is different. How to educate farmer for using proper variety, proper nutritional value of the cattle feed. I mean, now new thing has come, like we have got a hand fit band, the neck band in the cows and buffalo, which can tell you what type of feed is required and how much feed is required. I believe there are some pH meters also have come which you can put inside the human and can know that which type of feed is required for the each animal. So these are the innovation I think which needs to be done by the feed industry for the farmers to understand the exact requirement of each animal and also to educate and keep them aware. So I think with these things, I like to end my talk. A lot of things are there. Only while ending, I can say that your industry is the backbone of a dairy industry or poultry feed. Your efficiencies will reflect the profitability of farmers. More efficient you are, more efficient farmer will be, and the industry will grow. And along with that, you can also grow. Thank you very much. Again, I thank you, Clafma, for giving this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
May I request our Deputy Chairman, Mr. Sumit Sureka, please come on the stage and felicitate sir. Sorry, sir. Moment, please. Chairman, sir, please, can you come and also join, sir? Glad, sir. What a speech. Big round of applause. Big round of applause. Really motivating information. We are really excited to listen to him. Thank you very much, sir. There's so many learnings. I can't stop thinking on that side. And if wished time would have allowed, we would have continued maybe next half an hour, 45 minutes more. Sorry, sir, really sorry, we're running short of time. We like to go to the next presentation. And now we're moving from dairy sector to the poultry sector. Yes, it's a smaller one, but it's a really, you can say, one of self-grown sector. It's not like dairy, which is a 14 lakh crore, but it's 3 lakh crore sector. The stalwart for the sector who is going to come and present it out is Dr. Gilesh Konwankar. Dr. Gilesh Konwankar is a visionary leader and stalwart in veterinary and poultry industry for his restless dedication, passion and commitment to excellence. After graduating from the Mumbai Veterinary College in 1988, Dr. Gilesh returned to his native village to Alibag, Maharashtra, where he began his career as a livestock development officer under state government. From this humble beginning as a livestock development officer to co-founding Premium Chicks in 1991, Dr. Gilesh Konwankar has been an unwavering advocate for the quality and the innovation. Under his guidance, premium chicks has flourished, evolving into a national powerhouse with a turnover of $650 million operations spanning across 9 states. His exceptional ability to navigate adversity has propelled his company to the front runner of the industry. Dr. Girish's dedication to enhance feed quality, uplifting the rural economy, and investing into state-of-the-art infrastructure have left a mark on the poultry industry. His work has elevated not only in the industry standards but also the life of the country's countless individuals in the rural areas, affirming his role as a true pioneer in the sector. Today, Vets in Poultry is honored to be, today Clafma is proud to call him on the stage to give his speech. Dr. Kolvankar, please.
थोड़ा स्पीकर थोड़े घ्या
Screen presentation.
yes okay yeah yes okay thank you very much for my introduction. Definitely, I don't deserve so much of accolades. One day, I got a call from Mr. Bhave sir and Mr. Divya Gulati, President Clafma, that Dr. Kolvankar, you have to speak on challenges and opportunities in the poultry. I just thought for a while, because definitely I'm not a professional speaker, but the burning issues that we are facing today in the poultry industry, I thought there cannot be another platform bigger than this, where I can address the industry issues and send a message to the industry stakeholders and all associates. So my presentation is going to be a real-time story of burning poultry issues today. And friends, we need to find out the solution on them. If not, the industry is heading towards an existential crisis. So let us start the presentation. I'm going anti-sequence. It is challenges and opportunity, but I'll first speak on the opportunities and then I'll come to the challenges. So as you all know about this, that the industry is fastest growing industry at the annual rate of around 8%. And there are, of course, obvious reasons that chicken meat is universally accepted as being it is consumed by all religions. Secondly, there is a huge gap between the global per capita consumption, that is the industry the global consumption is around 15 kg per capita, whereas the Indian consumption is around only 5 kg around per capita. So there's a huge gap. So there is definitely a big scope for the industry to grow. Then of course, it is one of the cheapest and quality protein source available at all nooks and corners. So that is also one of the opportunity for the industry to grow. Rural household income is 12% coming from the livestock industry, and out of this 12%, 50% is coming only from the poultry. So that is 6%. So that is one of the reasons why the government is always attracted, and I'm sure the government will never allow this industry to die going forward, because it is a major source of income in the rural areas. There is a very good export opportunity today in the poultry. Our export is growing in the countries like UAE, Maldives, Bhutan, Bahrain. It is growing every year around 15 to 20%, but there are concerns. Export is definitely growing, but there are concerns which I'll come later. Industry is definitely becoming vertically integrated right from breeding till processing activities. Bigger and bigger players are emerging, because of which definitely the protein quality, the bird's health is improving, and the bird price also is coming down, because of which more and more consumers are attracted, because definitely the healthier chicken at a cheaper price is becoming available in the market. So that is also, because of the another opportunity, we are getting in the industry today. Of course, you all know it's not new for everyone now that, from COVID onwards, the importance from the immunity is definitely grown. And whenever, the immunity question comes, it is protein, it's nothing but a protein which can boost the immunity. So ultimately, when it is protein, it is poultry, the chicken, so that is how, from especially after COVID, the chicken consumption, per capita consumption is substantially growing. So that is also become a very good opportunity today in the poultry industry. Improved per capita consumption is also improving, because of which the affordability is increasing, and because of which, the people are, directing towards the chicken consumption more and more. So that is also becoming a opportunity. Poultry is becoming, day by day, year on year, the poultry is becoming more and more efficient. The nutrition in the poultry is improving. The genetic potential is improving year on a year. The management practices, infrastructure, this introduction of AI in the poultry, all these things together definitely improving, the efficiency of the poultry, because of which, again, the consumer is getting a healthier chicken and at a cheaper price. So definitely the consumption is helping to grow the chicken consumption in the society. So these are the opportunities. These are very few opportunities I'm mentioning here, but there are many more, which is not possible. But at the same time, there are concerns also. And my major topic today is two major concerns I'm going to elaborate more. One is diseases, and the second is, the ingredient prices, the feed prices. These are the two major concerns the industry is facing today, which I'll come later. But there are other concerns like hygiene and biosecurity. 15% of the poultry is still, the backward. It is a backward farming. Many small size segments, medium size poultry farms are still existing, where the hygiene, biosecurity, vaccination practices are not followed properly. So it becomes a reservoir for the diseases, and then the diseases, these epidemics will spread to the organized segment also, and then it will become a national issue. Antibiotic resistance, of course, the antibiotics like colistins have been banned for long. These are the antibiotics which at one time were able to control many microbial infections successfully. But today, for various reasons, these antibiotics have been banned, because of which, now to control this disease has become a problem. But anyway, this antibiotic resistance also has become a major concern because of all these issues. The live bird market is still 95%. That is a major issue. All birds are still, carried live through the vehicles. They are going to many places, the makeshift shops, small shops, where the birds are slaughtered, where the hygiene, biosecurity is not followed properly. There's a problem of waste disposal, and again, these places become the reservoir for the infections, many microbial infections, which again become spread to the main poultry. And then that again become the big worry for the entire industry. So definitely this particular segment also, the processing segment also need to grow as fast as possible if the industry is really to be saved. I mentioned this already, 15% of the poultry farming is still, the backward. I told you, what are the implications of this in the industry today. Environmental sustainability also has become also a major concern, where, the water shortage, waste disposal, carbon footprints, these are the major issues today the industry is facing, and definitely we need to find the solutions on this. Of course, industry, if processing segment grows more and more, that will be a good solution, especially in the waste management and carbon, these things. There is a shortage of skilled laborers. Even today, there's an acute shortage of skilled laborers. The poultry industry is working with the unskilled laborers, where definitely the efficiency in the poultry is impacted. Here we can request government to start some poultry training schools, where the skilled labor will come out, and ultimately it will help to improve the efficiency in the industry. As you know, our country is a developing country. There is a lot of poor segment in the country, where still the protein deficiency is there. Of course, that is a national concern, and it can be an opportunity for the poultry industry, because the we can request government to start eggs, meat in the midday meals and wherever it is possible. Already in some state it is already executed, but it can be started in the states where it is not there, and it can be started even at other places also wherever there is a scope. If this is done, then definitely the protein deficiency in the average Indian population will definitely reduce, ultimately improving health of the people, and that will become an opportunity for the Indian poultry industry. Indian poultry, the sectoral recognition is not there. See, because of this no sectoral recognition, the Indian poultry farmers, Indian poultry stakeholders, they are not able to approach to the government for the government schemes, government subsidies, structured finance. The direct approach is not there because today the poultry is coming under the livestock industry. So we can request to the government to recognize poultry as an independent sector so that you can get access to all these directly. Now the major concern is diseases. I'd like to elaborate on this. See, there are few major diseases today. They are disturbing the industry like anything. Out of which H5N1, or we call it as a highly pathogenic avian influenza. Then there is a low pathogenic avian influenza. There is a rannicate disease. There's an inflammation body, IBH, IBD. There are so many diseases, kidney infections. There are so many diseases today. They are disturbing the industry like anything. But to tell you frankly, out of these all diseases, there are diseases like RD, IBD, IBH. These diseases can be effectively controlled by proper vaccination programs, because today the advancement in the vaccines technology, like the immunocomplex vaccines, recombinant vaccines, vector vaccines, the very effective vaccines are available globally and in India also, with which we are able to successfully control the disease like RD, IBD, IBH. But the major concern is HPAI and LPAI. Friends, I'm going to tell you a story. My presentation is going to be like a story. It's coming from the horse's mouth. I am the sufferer. It's a real-time story I'm going to tell you now. Look at the mortality percentage because of HPAI. I am in the industry for the last 35 years, but I never faced the problem that I'm facing this year. All these years, I'm in the industry since 1981. All these years, 1988, but all these years, the problems will come, infections will come, the mortality will be there, heavy mortality will be there for a short time, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. It will come under control, but then the vacuum will be created, the prices will surge to the tune of 120, 130 rupees. The recovery will take place. Again, the industry will become stable. The stakeholders will be relaxed. But this year, the story is totally different. It's heading towards existential crisis. Last 8-9 months, if you look at the pattern, the mortality started from Bengal. Bengal, the mortality has gone to a tune of 55-60%. No solution. The stakeholders are just with folded hands watching, that mortality, the way the mortality is happening, stargazed. No solution, nothing is working on it. Then after South Bengal, it is in the month of February, March, April. Then it is followed Telangana again 35-40% mortality. Then Telangana is followed by Maharashtra, again 20-25% mortality. Gujarat, everywhere mortality is not less than 25-30%. It's terrible. Now, then in North, Haryana, Punjab, Rajasthan, the mortality is to tune of 35-40%. Earlier, the mortality was never so much. But every year, the mortality is growing more and more. Recently, even today, it is almost 8 months, this particular pattern, it is like this virus is roaming all over the country from one place to other place. Even today, the mortalities are going on in Orissa to a tune of 25-30%. No solution. The entire industry is burning. There's no solution. And the losses due to mortality is one part. But this year, what you have observed, the another pattern, that is news. If you look at the news, The initial news came in Andhra Pradesh. What happens after the news? Of course, when the mortality happens, samples are collected, sent to the lab. If it comes positive, then it becomes viral through media, here, there, wherever it is possible. There will be a fear psychosis among the consumers. Absolutely fear psychosis among the consumers. The consumption will drop to the tune of 50-60%. We people become helpless, not able to sell the birds. And that is additional, that is second loss. The prices will drop to the rock bottom. And those birds, since are not sold in the respective state, they will start traveling because today the infrastructure becomes so much. Vehicles are flying from one place to other place easily. The birds will travel to the neighboring states and they will damage the market of the neighboring states also. This is become, is a big issue in the industry today, and the entire industry is on the boil. This is really something, we all need to look at, and we need to find out a solution. Look at the news, first it is in Andhra Pradesh. Then there is again, the news came in Maharashtra, the same impact. News becomes viral, drop in the consumption, drop in the prices, and the losses. The same sequence. Then in the month of March, there are many fake news also. In the month of March, there's a news in Andhra Pradesh that 2 years girl died because of the bird flu infection. This is just can't believe. 2 years girl getting access to a chicken piece and getting the bird flu, and this is not believable. This fake news, okay, but the consumer will not understand which is the true news or fake news. Consumer, the fear psychosis is there, the consumption will drop. Almost, I would say, I don't have the proper data, but I would say at least 5% of the consumer ran away from the chicken permanently because of this continuous news. Then recently, the news came in Telangana, then came in Orissa. Recently, there's a news in UP. The industry was the prices were about to take off. The news came in Rampur. Again, the same story. The prices in UP suppressed, Bihar suppressed, North, and then the same story, entire country. So this is continuing. This is really something very, very terrible. And we all stakeholders, associates, need to look at it very seriously, and we need to work on the solution as early as possible. Otherwise, it's going to be a bigger problem. What is the solution on this? Of course, there's a solution, and that solution is nothing but the vaccines. The effective vaccines are available in the bird flu. Unfortunately, the vaccines are not available in India, let me tell you. I will tell you the story, the world story of vaccines. You look at countries like China, Vietnam, Egypt, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Pakistan, they have opted for the mass vaccination. These countries were on the boil at one stage some 5-6 years before, when they came to know that everybody is expecting that this virus will today or tomorrow will lose its virulence, it will disappear, the industry will become peaceful. But friends, after 15-20 years of experience of this virus, it's not becoming less virulent or something like, rather it is becoming more and more virulent. The mortality patterns are telling. Earlier, when the virus used to come, the mortality will be around to the tune of 10-15% somewhere, and the virus will disappear, industry will come back normal, but today it is going to the tune of 50-55%. Many farms are 100% wiped out. So this virus is becoming more and more virulent. So these countries have understood that vaccination is the only solution. They have opted for the mass vaccination, and today these countries are doing the business very peacefully. This is what the reports are coming from the market. Many other countries like, they are opted for the use of vaccines for the emergency and preemptive strategy, like Mexico. France is already opted for duck vaccination, because see, these European countries, all these years, I have spoken to many people from the Europe working in the poultry industry. They said that, the practice that is followed in Europe is stamping out. When the infection comes in a particular, it's stamping out and giving compensation to the farmers. They thought, 1 to 3 years stamping out, the virus will disappear. But on the contrary, they have come to a conclusion that virus is not going to disappear. This virus is going to become more and more virulent. The solution is, and they are tired of, stamping and compensations. They are tired. Now they are definitely thinking out, very strongly, for the vaccination programs in the poultry. So the France has already opted for the duck vaccination, even the Mexico also. Now the countries like Algeria, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Cambodia, almost done for the approval. Everybody, or they are almost done for the approval. Even the country in Europe like Netherlands, Italy, Germany, permission for the limited usage already given. Already given because they have understood there is no other solution. Vaccine is the only solution. USA and Canada, they are evaluating all vaccines after found cases in dairy. Now, very recently, in USA is mulling about, because there's a policy, there's an international policy that vaccinated birds can't be exported. But USA is mulling about shifting, make a shift in the policy that even the vaccinated birds also can be exported because it is become a global pandemic. It is become a global issue. So if that is done, then India need not have to worry even about the export of the chicken also. There are many, vaccines, recombinant vaccines, as I said, recombinant vaccines, inactivated vaccines, effective vaccines are available. Government, no doubt, government has given the permission for making vaccine on LPI, but friends, LPI vaccine is not working against HPI. Of course, government should think about giving permission for the HPI also, but making an effective vaccine indigenously and efficiently working, in the poultry, it may take some time, but industry cannot wait till then. Industry need immediate solution, and I think that solution is nothing but the import of vaccines. So, here I want to send a message to the industry stakeholders and to the associates that let us come together, work together, approach the government. Let us request government, rather pressurize government whenever it is necessary that government should help us in importing the vaccines. Of course, government also has some expectations from the industry, like they want all companies to be registered on their platform, animal husbandry platform. We have to respond. We'll have to respond to the government. They also expect from the industry a proper reporting whenever the mortality is started, it should be immediately reported to the animal husbandry department. We'll have to respond. We'll have to do the reporting. They also expect from the industry to have a better hygiene and biosecurity controls, like the mortality pits and so many other things. We'll have to follow. Of course, the industry is already following it. The organized players are already following it, but we'll have to strengthen it more and more. We'll have to follow it more and more religiously. All those things we'll have to follow, and collectively we all should approach the government, and then we can pressurize, request, that yes, everything what you expect from us, we are there to follow, we are there to respond. But at the same time, we need help from the government for the import of very effective vaccines, at least until effective vaccines are developed in the country indigenously. But if that is not done, then definitely the industry is going to a existential crisis. So this is about, the HPI, what I wanted to mention. Now there is another threat in the industry. It's not the government, but it's to the, the industry, the stakeholders, and of course to the associates. That kidney infections. I don't know how many people have noticed this, but if you look at this particular disease pattern, it also started somewhere in 2010 in East. In Bengal, I have personally done the postmortems. There's only kidney involvement. We don't know what is the causative agent. What is etiology? We don't know. It was initially not a big threat because the mortality was starting at the stage of some 6 to 7 days. And then it is it is a self-limiting infection. Within 15 days the mortality will come under control. Some 5-10% mortality will happen. No major impact on the efficiency because the small birds were dying. But today, it's not limited to East. It's growing like LPI and HPI only. Now, today you will find this particular infection is becoming more and more rampant. The virus is becoming more and more virulent. The mortality is, even trending to the tune of 20-25% also, even some places 30-35% also. And it is become very rampant, not only in East and Northeast, but also in South and West. You will find infections in South. You will find infections in Maharashtra. Huge mortalities. So this is also become a disease of concern. Here, I want to send a message to all scientists working in the industry, all the stakeholders and all the associates that we all need to work together to find out exact. Today, this is not yet named because no particular virus is isolated, no antigen is isolated properly. Premium, my company, we have worked in collaboration with the Guwahati Veterinary College. We have worked in collaboration with the Venkateshwara, Dr. Chawak, the head of Venkateshwara Laboratory, they have helped us a lot. They have isolated antigens from the field, they have made vaccines, and we have taken trials of those vaccines, but unfortunately those vaccines are not working. But we need to work more and more. More research is required to find out a effective vaccine on this disease. Otherwise, this disease also is going to be a growing menace going forward. Just for your information. So this is about diseases, what I wanted to mention. And now, in the last slide, another major concern that I'd like to highlight is the feed prices, the Indian prices. This is also one of the major concerns the Indian industry is facing today. If you look at the feed prices in India, definitely they are at least 25 to 30% higher than the prices of Brazil, US, where the GMO crop cultivation is done. The difference is GMO and non-GMO. Look at the prices. I have taken the data for this year from January onwards. You know, if you look at the corn price in Brazil and US, it is trending between 17,000 to 18,000 rupees, whereas in India it is around 25,000 rupees. This is the data for this year, average price. There's a difference of around 25%. If you look at the soybean price, the DOC price I'm talking about, it is 34 to 35 rupees in the countries like US and Brazil. And of course, in India, the price is around 44 to 45,000 rupees. Today, the difference of again 20-25%. This 20-25% difference in the poultry feed or the ingredients is huge because, as you all know, 70% the Indian poultry is nothing but 70% is the feed. So this particular thing is coming in the way of even we are not becoming competitive in the export market. So if we get a help from the government, of course, when we come together collectively after the government, we can request government think about this also, try to allow GMO crop cultivation in India so that it will not only help the poultry industry, it will not only make the poultry industry competitive, but it will also, make the agriculture farmers' income double, because it is said that GMO crop, when you cultivate, the production is, the yield is almost double or triple than what you get with the non-GMO. So when that is the case, the agriculture farmer income also will become double. The poultry industry, the chicken cost also will come down. More and more consumer will be attracted, and the Indian chicken also will become competitive in the export market. So these are all benefits we'll definitely get. So this is all about my presentation. As I told, I'm going to tell a story. So this is all story about how, our fingers are burning in the industry. And definitely, once again, I want to send a message to all the industry stakeholders. Let us come together, work together, approach to the government, try to get these things done, because Indian poultry is in a position to take off. Indian poultry efficiency is of the world standards. Even at times it is more than the world standards. But Indian poultry is not becoming competitive only for two reasons. That is, the disease is not coming under control. And of course, the Indian poultry feed price is 20-25% higher. So if we taken care of these two issues, two concerns, then definitely Indian poultry will become very soon #1 poultry on the world map. I'm very sure about it. That is all about my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay.
May I request our past chairman, Mr. Neeraj Kumar Srivastav, to come onto the dais and please give a moment to Dr. Saab. Dr. Kalwankar sir, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका इतना इंटरेस्टिंग और चैलेंजिंग टॉपिक को सबके साथ शेयर करने के लिए. सभी को अब आइडिया हो गया है कि समस्याएं ज्यादा हैं, लेकिन हमारी हिम्मत भी उतनी ही है. डॉक्टर साहब के इस एफर्ट के लिए जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. So we are running a little short of the time. The next presentation, of course, we have already had this great, exciting presentation on dairy and challenging on poultry. And now the third one is going to come up in the aqua sector. Aqua की कहानी ही बहुत शानदार रही है. पिछले 2 डिकेड्स में एक एक्वा सेक्टर ऐसा है जो एक्सपोर्ट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू में लाइव स्टॉक सेक्टर का सबसे बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूटर रहा है, लेकिन बदलते जियोपॉलिटिकल एंड जियो इकोनॉमिकल सिनेरियो में चैलेंजेस एक्वा सेक्टर के पास भी बहुत हैं और उन सब चैलेंजेस को एड्रेस करने के लिए हमारे पास एक शानदार और जानदार डॉक्टर मनोज शर्मा जी आए हैं, जिनका 3 डिकेड्स का एक्सपीरियंस रहा है. आई विल जस्ट गिव साइटेशन अबाउट डॉक्टर मनोज शर्मा. डॉक्टर मनोज शर्मा इज रिनाउंड एक्सपर्ट इन श्रिम्प फार्मिंग, known for his pioneer work in Gujarat, India. He is founder of Mayank Aquaculture Private Limited, which has transformed barren land into thriving shrimp farm. With over 3 decades of experience, Dr. Sharma has promoted sustainable shrimp farming practices, generating employment and income for the thousands of people. His innovative approach and commitment to the environment conservation has earned him numerous awards and recognition in the industry. Now, last few years, he is on the mission of domestic market and campaign each chance he gets. Dr. Sharma, please, the stage is yours. Please.
Okay, sorry Huda साहब, थोड़ा proper introduction दे देता हूँ. I know Dr. Manoj Sharma, ये डॉक्टर बाद में बना, पहले नहीं था. But when he started, very interestingly, he has a restaurant called as Jingalala. That too based in Gujarat. That too based in Surat. And running very successfully. He runs his business and the restaurant and himself all his life by only passion. He's driven just by passion. So, Dr. Saab, Jara, with passion. Yes.
Thank you so much. मेरा दिव्या भाई से बहुत पुराना रिलेशन है. जब खाने को कुछ नहीं था तब से दिव्या भाई के साथ हूँ और इसलिए मैंने आज उनको बोला कि दिव्या भाई मैं बहुत बड़ा, इट्स अ बिग ऑनर फॉर मी टू स्पीक इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू एंड आल्सो माय ब्रदर साजिद साहब, because you have become chairman Clafma and he has become president SAP. And good morning one and all, and it's a very big moment for me to speak in front of Dr. Tarun Sridhar sir, Sodhi साहब जिन्होंने व्हाइट रेवोल्यूशन कर दिया, और हुडा साहब ने अभी बताया कि डेयरीज 40 लाख करोड़, पोल्ट्री इज 4 लाख, तो मैं सिर्फ 40,000 करोड़ की बात करने आया हूं और उसमें भी हमारे पसीने छूट चुके हैं. अब दिस टॉपिक इज, आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट द इंडस्ट्री एंड ग्रोथ, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट लुकिंग एक्वाकल्चर मार्केट बियॉन्ड एक्सपोर्ट्स. अब एक्सपोर्ट्स में हमको क्यों प्रॉब्लम है, क्या तकलीफ आ रही है, ये सिर्फ 40,000 करोड़ की इंडस्ट्री क्यों स्ट्रगल कर रही है और इसके क्या इनसाइड है क्या आउटसाइड है, मैं आपको सिर्फ 10-20 मिनट में बात करूंगा. तो आप देखिए कि why domestic market, why I am talk about domestic market. There are 2 scenarios. One scenario is world scenario. When I started shrimp farming in 1994, I remember India was hardly producing 45,000 ton of monodon. वो शायद 4,000 करोड़ भी नहीं था 40,000 से. धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा तरुण श्रीधर साहब का कि वो जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी थे और उन्होंने वेनामी सुनामी के ऊपर साइन कर दिया और आज हम सब लोग यहाँ सूट बूट पहन के आपके सामने खड़े हुए हैं. तो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज ये है कि आज जब मैं आपके सामने बात कर रहा हूं, वर्ल्ड ट्रेडेड श्रिम्प इज 6.5 मिलियन टन, 65 लाख टन. और जो दूसरे देश है, जो चाइना है या दूसरे देश जो श्रिम्प फार्मिंग नेशंस है, those who produce that shrimp for their local consumption, I have not calculated that. I am only calculating 5.5 to 6.5 million tons is international traded shrimp, and the only 2 countries, India and Ecuador, is supplying 80% of the world traded shrimp. If you see 6.5 million tons of shrimp and you divide it by 8 billion population, so already 800 gram shrimp is available per person on this earth. But who is eating? Only America and China. और आप सब जानते हो हमारी अमेरिका चाइना से तो कितनी अच्छी दोस्ती है, सबसे बड़ी दोस्ती है हमारी उनके साथ. तो उन्होंने बोला कि भाई इंडिया की हालत जरा खराब करते हैं. और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि इक्वाडोर is 1/6 of our population and producing 1.5 million tons of shrimp. And both these countries, Tarun sir, are purely dependent upon exports, and especially into these two countries. So that is the biggest problem, one, on the global production, and that is oversupply mode is already there. And what happened in India? If shrimp farming economics has to be dated, has to be dated pre-COVID and post-COVID. I will tell you, sir, post-COVID, 33% has increased the cost of production. I will tell you only one variable called diesel, which was 67 rupees a liter, has gone up to almost 100 rupees a liter. Feed cost, fish meal cost, all has gone up to 33%. And what? Because of overproduction, oversupply mode, the world price realization has gone down by 18 to 22%. So overall, 50% ka burden farmers ke upar hai. And things like COVID, geopolitical situations, war, has further escalated our troubles. Shrimp farming in India, as you know, it is 150,000 hectares divided by at least 60-70,000 farmers. I know it's not a big number that where the political motivation will come to safeguard. जैसा कि agriculture में या dairy में कुछ हो जाएगा, सोदी साहब ने बोला कि 40,000 करोड़ लोग इसके ऊपर डिपेंड है, तो सरकार सवेरे उठ के भागेगी. यहाँ ज्यादा कुछ 50 लाख लोगों के ऊपर है, तो उनके कान में जूं भी नहीं रेंग रही है अभी फिलहाल. So this is the situation world over. Why I say. So what option left? Now Ecuador has become such a big challenge. So can we become efficient as Ecuador? आज अमेरिका 50% ड्यूटी की बात कर रहा है, तो क्या हम 50% एब्जॉर्ब करके उतने एफिशिएंट हो सकते हैं? So either we have to produce the world's cheapest shrimp in India, or the other we have to go out of the market. So there is also a very positive sign in India. What we see, our biggest strength is our population. 1.5 billion population. 77% of them are non-vegetarian, but mostly eating eggs, chicken, mutton, fish, not in shrimp. If you see shrimp, 8,200 kilometer coastline, Tarun sir, not even 20 kilometer you go inside, people have never seen shrimp. Never seen shrimp. I still remember a funny point when I was doing a demonstration at Haryana. I don't want to name, but top officers, ministers came there to see the demonstration. जब हमने shrimps निकाला, तो उन्होंने मुझे पूछी मच्छी कहाँ है? मैं बोला सर यही तो है. अरे ये तो cockroach है. So that is the position. I am not saying that is the real knowledge and awareness of non-veg versus when it comes to shrimp. That is the biggest challenge. लेकिन immense potential है. We have 806 districts है, 6.5 लाख टाउन विलेजेस है, और कितना बड़ा मैसिव पॉपुलेशन है. अगर से हमारे 77% नॉन वेजिटेरियंस कभी सैटरडे संडे कोई त्योहार पे खाली 100 ग्राम भी झींगा खाएंगे तो 10 लाख टन तो यहीं खत्म हो जाएगा. इतना बड़ा पोटेंशियल है. लेकिन सबसे बड़ी चीज है कि उसको हम कैसे स्टार्ट करें, कैसे विश्वास दिलाए. लेकिन एक चीज दिव्य भाई मेरे को समझती नहीं है. पिछले 5 साल से मैं कहीं पर भी जाता हूं, तरुण सर, तो सर खो जाता हूं बड़े बड़े गवर्नमेंट मीटिंग में. सी फूड एक्सपोर्ट एसोसिएशन में जाओ, फीड मिलर्स के सामने बैठो, ये हैचरी के बड़े बड़े ये लोग यहाँ बैठे हुए, किसी को भी पूछो श्रिम्प के बारे में, लुक्स डिफिकल्ट. तो मैं सोचता हूं कि एनएफडीपी बोल रही है. तरुण सर जब सेक्रेटरी थे तब आपने बताया, सब शायद 12 मिलियन टन का आपने फ्रेश वाटर फिशेस के ऊपर बताया. बट लेटेस्ट डाटा बता रहा है 160 लाख टन हम मच्छी पकाते हैं आंध्र प्रदेश से लेके सब जगह, और सब खा जाते हैं. जब 2-3 लाख टन झींगा की बात थी, मुश्किल. आई थिंक इनके खुद के अपनी जो इंटरेस्ट है कि भाई इनके प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट का क्या होगा, इनके दूसरे धंधों का क्या होगा, ये, लेकिन ये 40,000 करोड़ की इंडस्ट्री पे इनको फिक्र ही नहीं है. अब ये भाई साहब बीच में आ गए. सर मुझे अभी भी याद है, ये गुजरात आए थे, मैं गुजरात से हूं. इन्होंने एक गलती करी, स्वामी विवेकानंद कुछ ऐसा बोल दिया, उसकी इतनी मजाक उड़ाई हमने, उनकी इतने जोक्स बनाए कि भाई साहब आप सही में हमारी मुंडन करने के पीछे पड़ा हुआ है. I don't know, this has really become, yesterday Ravi told me, Manoj, don't talk only about Trump and tariff. He's also Donald. Because of this, he's also brought a lot of diseases in shrimp farming because of the delayed in harvesting. So you could see what is actually happening. 33% तो compulsory है ही है. अब penalty की बात चल रही है. If अगर से penalty is included, sir, it will go somewhere about 60% tariff. And right now, everybody is clueless what's going to happen. even you should really appreciate my effort. मैं आपके सामने आके यहाँ बड़ी खुशी से बात कर रहा हूँ, जबकि मेरे फार्म के ऊपर 35 करोड़ का श्रिम्प ऐसे ही पड़ा है, and there is not a single buyer is ready to send the truck because they are clueless. What will happen? What rate we will give or not? और ऐसा नहीं है कि हम बहुत लोग सोच रहे थे कि अमेरिका सामने स्ट्रांग खड़ा हो जाएगा तो चाइना सपोर्ट में आ जाएगा. चाइना बोल रहा है अच्छा 50 लगा रहा है ना, हमको 25% कम दो. Everybody is trying to take advantage of situation. And I'll tell you the cost breakup. And I know there are very few people sitting in aqua, but if you see majority of Indian shrimp, आप जो बोलते हो कि मुर्गी आप शायद 1 किलो 1.5 किलो 2 किलो की, सोदी साहब हमारे देश में पूरे वर्ल्ड में 60, 70, 80 सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है ये 40, 50. ये 40, 50 काउंट पूरी दुनिया में पर पीसेस खाया जाता है. और सोदी साहब मैंने वहां पर ग्रॉस प्रॉफिट और फार्म गेट प्राइसेस रखा है. आपने देखना पहले तीनों में डेंजर है. यानी फार्मर अगर से खुशी खुशी पहुंच भी गया हार्वेस्टेबल साइज पे, तो ये सिचुएशन में श्रिम्प फार्मर ऑफ इंडिया इज नॉट अर्निंग ए सिंगल पेनी, whereas it's a highly risk business. So this is the actually ground reality. And coming back to this, why I say that, Jingalala or domestic market, because I have seen why earlier people and previous attempts have been severely failed in domestic market. कोशिश ये थी कि हम एक्सपोर्ट्स का बचा हुआ माल फार्मर्स अपने मार्केट में डालने की कोशिश करें, पीडीटीओ फ्रोजन, लेकिन लोग खाना ही नहीं जानते. हमारे देश में दिव्या भाई किसी को आप 1 किलो झींगा दे दो वो खराब कर देगा, उसने कभी खाया ही नहीं है. तो इसीलिए इंडिया में अगर से किसी चीज को सबसे पहले बढ़ावा देना चाहिए तो क्यूलिनरी एक्सपीरियंस को. आप में से कई लोग हैं जो जिंगालाला आ चुके हैं या देखे हैं. डॉक्टर गिरीश कोलवनकर साहब भी लास्ट टाइम आए थे and he appreciated that. So this is actually a wonderful, it's a marvel. आप उसके अगर से न्यूट्रिशनल एस्पेक्ट देखो तो it has all the essential amino acids, it has all fat soluble vitamins, it has water soluble vitamin, it has कोलेस्ट्रॉल का जो मिथ है, दिव्या भाई ने मुझे खास बोला, इसमें अच्छा कोलेस्ट्रॉल है, लेकिन बड़े से बड़े डॉक्टर अपने एमडी फिजिशियंस सामने आते उसको पूछते श्रिम्प मत खाना ज्यादा कोलेस्ट्रॉल है. I don't know it is what's happening, but if you really see, it is high density lipoprotein, one of the best. And why I'm saying Jingalala, why I always say, because it is for the chef also, it is one of the most loved product. आप सोदी साहब बॉइल्ड से लेके बिरयानी तक किसी में भी इसको फ्लेवर स्पॉन्ज है, जिसको मैं बोलता हूं ना कि इट इज लाइक इट कैन एक्सेप्ट एनी फ्लेवर इनसाइड. Easy to cook, easy to clean, easy to maintain in the fridge. आप 50-60 पीसेस का पैकेट IQ रखो, आपको 10 चाहिए तो 10 निकाल के बना दो, आपको 20 चाहिए तो 20 निकाल के बना दो. And cooking time compared to any non-veg meat, it is just 1/4, 5 से 6 मिनट में. मैंने जब सोदी साहब ये झिंगालाला के लिए जब पूरी दुनिया से सब शेफ मंगाए, 5-25 शेफों के साथ काम किया, कई लोग थे जिनको एक्सपीरियंस नहीं था, वो प्रॉन करी की तरह उसको उबाल के एकदम रबर की तरह कर देते. लेकिन एक शेफ आया था जो कि नहीं था ज्यादा ट्रेंड, लेकिन मालवन एरिया से था. उसने तरुण सर करी बना दिया पहले, और करी को जैसे ही बॉयल आया उसके ऊपर स्टोव बंद करके ढक्कन रख दिया, फिर मैरिनेटेड श्रिम्प छोड़ दिया. 3 मिनट में जो टेस्ट आया वो करी का, I think it is लाजवाब. So it is one of the very easiest for even chef and for even your kitchen to cook it. Prawn convenience available in many sizes, right from 10 gram to 100 gram. आप उसको पीडी करो, डीवेन करो, हेडलेस करो, हेड ऑन करो, आप किसी भी चीज में उसको पोर्शन वाइज करो. इट इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट कन्वीनियंट फूड अवेलेबल. देन यू सी डाइवर्स culinary experiences. When you'll come to Jingalala, the main theme of Jingalala is to have dishes from west, east, west, north, south, all dishes. And that's where I have seen you give an Indian people something westernized concept of shrimp over pizza, burgers, pastas and pizzas. They'll not love it. आप पंजाब चले जाओ, अगर उसको बोलो यार छोले विद झींगा, I will be super happy. सोदी साहब तो कल ट्राई करेंगे. आप आंध्रा चले जाओ, उनके करीज में, उनके इसमें आप देखना कि ये जो सब डिशेस जो आपको पिक्चर दिख रही है, दे आर रियल पिक्चर्स फ्रॉम माय रेस्टोरेंट. एंड जेंजीज जो यंग बच्चे हैं, उनको इतना पसंद आ रहा है कि ये टम्पुराज है या ये रामेन है, वो टोस्ट है, एवरीथिंग दे आर लविंग इट, इवन जेंजी पीपल. सो स्टडी शोज दैट जैसे कोलवनकर साहब ने हैज रेज्ड एन इशू दैट इंडिया इज protein deficient. Yes, sir. Up to today's when I'm talking also, we are 45-50% protein deficiency. And this is one of the most wholesome protein. 20 to 22% of protein, which is all with full essential amino acids, with all minerals, all fat and water soluble vitamins. It's a wonder food for sure. And then I'll say, why Jingalala? Because I am working on Jingalala on 5 principles: awareness, affordability, availability, attractability, then only acceptability will come. मैं हरदम ये सोचता हूँ कि चिकन आज कम से कम 250 रुपए के किलो के आसपास बिक रही है, मटन 700, 800, 900, 1000 जैसा टाइम आ रहा है. तो ये श्रिम्प जो है, जब किसान को 250 से 300 रुपए किलो प्रोडक्शन पक रहा है, तो 400, 450 किलो के ब्रैकेट में तो आराम से जाएगा. लेकिन क्या हो रहा है सोदी साहब, ये जो ट्रेंड्स है मार्केटिंग के, कि आपने लिया, उसको प्रोसेसिंग किया, आपने वेंडर का 40% मार्जिन रखा, आपने किसी डीलर डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर को 10% दिया, ये ऐसा कर करके ये एक रुपए का ग्राम का, जो 1000 रुपए किलो के आसपास भी नहीं, 500 रुपए का, 50 पैसे के ग्राम का है, इसको सब 4-4 रुपए ग्राम तक लेके जाके बेचने की कोशिश कर रहा है. और उसके ऊपर से भी जो सबसे बड़ी तकलीफ है, मुझे पता नहीं, सॉरी वेदर आई शुड से इट और नॉट, बट काइंड ऑफ ग्लेज, 20% ग्लेज, 30% ग्लेज, 40% ग्लेज. भाई साहब, तुम इतना कॉस्टली पानी बेच रहे हो झींगा के ऊपर. आप अगर से एक हाउस होल्ड वाइफ अगर से एक प्रॉन का पैकेट मार्केट से लेके घर जा रही है 500 ग्राम समझ के, सर उसको 30% तो खाली पानी मिल रहा है ऊपर से, एंड शी फील्स चीटेड. So this is what we need to be, very honest in spreading health awareness. We have to make it affordable, attractable, then only acceptable will come. And I'll tell you a very great story. Kalwankar साहब बोले कि भाई स्टोरी सुनाता हूँ. सर, this is a wonderful story. आज भी शायद मैं यहाँ खड़ा हूँ के बोल रहा हूँ तो कुछ ट्रम्प के टेरिफ के बाद पूरी दुनिया बात कर रही है कि डोमेस्टिक मार्केट होना चाहिए. लेकिन सर 3 महीने पहले तक तो मुझे लोग आधे से ज्यादा पागल ही समझते थे. अरे क्या पागल की तरह बात कर रहा है, पूरा एक्सपोर्ट है. सरकार के पास जाओ तो सरकार बोल रही है कि भाई $8 बिलियन का अर्निंग है, ये कहाँ बंद करवाने की कोशिश कर रहा है. फीड मिलर्स की तकलीफ ये है कि भाई क्या होगा, एक्सपोर्टर्स की तकलीफ है क्या होगा. लेकिन सर इंडस्ट्री की तकलीफ सोचो कि वो 150 लाख हेक्टर का क्या होगा, उसके अंदर वो 60,000 फार्मर का क्या होगा, वो उसके ऊपर 10 एक लेबर काम कर रहा है, उसके घर का क्या होगा. तो सर आपने दिव्या भाई ने बोला कि यस, आई टुक अ बिग चैलेंज where Gujarat has a stamp of being a vegetarian, and that too in Surat with 92% vegetarian population. Sorry to say, I dare to start it here. मैंने सोचा अगर से यहाँ दुकान चल गई तो पूरी दुनिया में चल जानी है. सर मैंने 9 जून को चालू किया और 4 महीने के बाद दिव्या भाई कोविड आ गया. 2,500 करोड़ रुपए में डाल चुका था उसमें. अब मेरे पास डिसीजन था कि इनको रिटेन करूं या इनको बाय बाय करूं. भगवान का आशीर्वाद था, कहीं सुन लिया, मैंने उसको रिटेन किया, चालू किया. सर लोग रेस्टोरेंट में नहीं आते थे. मैं 4-4, 5-5 मैं अपने दोस्तों को लिखा के बिठा के, बोलते ना वो शाहरुख खान के पिक्चर में, वाह वाह क्या एक्टिंग कर रहा है, क्या एक्टिंग कर रहा है. तो कोई भी अंदर आने लगा तो ये 4 लाख बोलते थे, क्या टेस्टी है, थैंक यू डॉक्टर शर्मा, वेरी गुड फूड. बट टुडे आई एम वेरी वेरी प्राउड सर. In 7 years I have given a culinary experience to more than 50,000 people. 25,000 people have repeated come back, and 7,000 are coming every week and every alternate. And today I'll tell you, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I receive calls for the table. There's 2-hour, 3-hour waiting just to visit Jingalala. And the biggest achievement I can see in Surat. Surat had, before COVID, there were more than 1,600 restaurants serving non-veg. लेकिन सर किसी के भी मेनू में श्रिम्प नहीं था. आज गुजरात के अंदर हर 500 मीटर में एक ऑमलेट का लॉरी या बॉइल्ड एग की चीज है. सर वो लोग आज तवा फ्राई झींगा बना रहे हैं. And you can see every non-veg hotel in Surat now at least having 1 or 2 shrimp dishes, which I feel is the biggest thing what I have done for in the form of Mission Jingalala. You could see a small modest restaurant. Now my wife is taking care of that. And you could see, if you come to my restaurant, you will see all the walls are painted with health, social impact, awareness benefits, and how we run it. You could see a lot of aerators, nets, and all the elements of farms. You could see this wonderful mouth-watering dish. मैं सिर्फ आपको बता नहीं रहा हूँ, invite भी कर रहा हूँ कि आप आइए जिंगालाला. You could see these are shrimp celebrities all over the world, right from Avanti chairman to Ecuador's directors to Ridley chairman, scrating team. You could see Gabriel, he's running now World Global Shrimp Council for promotion of shrimps. You could see my good friend Ravi, Even Dr. Saurav Shekhar is there. He is the most visited skating team head. And Sodhi साहब, this is also given. आपने मुझे शायद आपको भूल गए सोधी साहब, 2-4 साल पहले मैं आपसे मिला था, आपने मुझे इतना मोटिवेट किया था, अरे मनोज तुम तो भी 400 टन बेच रहे हो, मैं तो खाली 2-3 पैकेट के दूध के लेके गया था, दही के लेके गया, तो हम डांस कर रहे थे कि 2 पैकेट बिके. And that, believe me, sir, that your word, your on VC has motivated me along. Now today I am telling you proudly, Saji Sab is also sitting here. Sir, COVID ke pehle, shrimp means only Andhra Pradesh. For our distress harvest of 80 count or 100 count, we used to get only 150 to 200 rupees in Gujarat. But today, because I have forced people to keep shrimps in their fish shops, today, I think, Saji, we are getting happily 80-100 count, near about 280 to 300 rupees. Now, I am today earning much more selling small shrimp to domestic market than the exports. What is my vision? So my vision is not only for myself. I have given you a map. Imagine there are 806 top districts. In Surat and Mumbai area only, in domestic market, like 5 years, Tarun sir, you will be surprised, only Kolaba and Crawford market is receiving more than 150 tons of small size shrimps and going into the market. Surat, 10 years before, not even few hundred kilo used to go Saturday, Sunday. And by today, I will very proudly say that 5 to 10 ton is going like this in this market. So this is something what I want to motivate my fellow farmer, and through this CLFMA, I am say, if Manoj can do it for his single Surat district within 100 kilometer, specially catering to the demand of local market and selling shrimp. If imagine all over maritime states, if 100, 200 farmers like me get into this mode of doing business, I think we will be a very, very, very self-reliant country. Domestic market package for farmers. Now I'll tell you why I always think about Sodhi sahab. जैसा कि गिरी साहब ने बोला कि बर्ड फ्लू आया, लेकिन ये साल का सबसे खतरनाक था. Now, slowly, sir, in our shrimp farming industry also, whether you call white spot disease or white feces disease is very common. So that has given a failure rate of 25 to 35% farmer. So what is failure rate? Means early harvest of 10 gram, 20 gram. So if that 10 gram, 15 gram shrimp really goes to the local market, where farmer not lose money. Anyway, on his crop, his net profit margin has come down from 12 to 8%, sir. If imagine in the worst case scenario, even the deadly disease occurs, if farmer doesn't lose, in fact, it will support the exports, because he will have money to add value to his farm and add new farms. So it will really help. But this is what I think, that domestic market is a big package for farmers. And what industry and government should do. I know, I'm very proud that the government has pumped in more than 40,000 crore rupees for Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. लेकिन मुझे ऐसा कहीं ना कहीं लगता है कि उनको समझाने वाले या उनको दिमाग देने वाले कहीं ना कहीं कम पड़ रहे हैं. मैं माफी चाहता हूं तरुण सर, आपके जैसे लोग अभी बनना बंद हो गए शायद. वो शायद आपने वो क्लियरली वो ढांचा ही तोड़ दिया आपके जन्म के बाद. बिकॉज सर आप सोचिए, 40,000 करोड़ की योजना बनी और खत्म हो गई, लेकिन उसमें से 400 करोड़ भी डोमेस्टिक मार्केट के ऊपर या अपने लोगों को खिलाने के लिए किसी के मन में कल्पना भी नहीं आई. उस बात का मुझे दुख है कि कम से कम हमारी सरकार प्रोएक्टिव होनी चाहिए रादर देन रिएक्टिव. अब जैसे ही ट्रंप साहब ने झंडा बता दिया, सब भाग रहे, डिफेंस को खिलाओ, नेशनल मिशन बना दो, इसको खिलाओ, उसको. अरे मेरा भाई, जब ट्रंप 100 दिन पहले उसने घंटी बजाई थी, लगाऊंगा टैरिफ लगाऊंगा, सीधे रहो सदर, तब हम क्या बोले, अरे नहीं लगाएगा. और दूसरी तरफ हमारे 25 साल से मैं मोदी साहब को देख रहा हूं, वो तो अलग ही साहब है, वो तो सबसे बड़े पुष्पा है पूरे वर्ल्ड में, झुकेगा नहीं साला. तो अब झुकेगा कौन फिर? इंडस्ट्री की हालत ऐसी खराब है सर कि झुकेगा कौन? अभी मैं बोलता हूं सर प्रोएक्टिव का रीजन. मैं IFT जून में था, IFT मुंबई में बात कर रहा था दिव्या भाई. मैं सोचा नहीं था, मेरा टेक्निकल सेशन है, शायद 5वां 6वां स्पीकर है, तो कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर राणे साहब बहुत यंग है, 43-44 के शायद, वो आए, गड़बड़ में थे, तो ऑर्गेनाइजर ने बोला कि सर आप कुछ 5 मिनट बात करके जाए. अब क्या सरस्वती वहां बैठी थी, वो बोले मैं क्या बात करूं, मुझे मालूम नहीं है, जो कोई इंडस्ट्री का जानता है पहले उसको चांस दे दो. अब वो ऑर्गेनाइजर ने इधर देखा, मनोज शर्मा आप आके कुछ बात करिए. अब मैं खड़ा हो गया स्टेज के ऊपर, 5-10 मिनट में बात किया. सर कैसी चीजें बदल जाती. वो भाई साहब वहां से उठे, पहले तो मुझे बोले कि तेरा नंबर दे. मैंने सर को नंबर दिया, 15 दिन में कांटेक्ट किया कि इसका क्या हो सकता है, उसका क्या नहीं हो सकता, आप मुझे कब आके मेरे मंत्रालय में मिल रहे हो, आप ऑफिस में आओ। मैं गया वहां पर, बोलो गुजरात में आपने इतना अच्छा काम किया, मैंने आपकी स्टडी करी, इसका 10% भी अपन महाराष्ट्र में कर सकते कि नहीं? मतलब बिल्कुल कर सकते सर। बिफोर आई एम टॉकिंग ईयर, कल उन्होंने मेरे को ऑर्डर भेज दिया उनका एडवाइजर बोल के। तो ऐसे ऐसे प्रोएक्टिव लोग और लीडर्स की इस दुनिया में भी जरूरत है कि जो समझे कि खाली वोट बट पॉलिटिक्स के लिए स्कीमें नहीं बनाए। जैसा आपने बताया कि 40,000 करोड़ लोग का इन्फ्लुएंस है, आप ये 8 लाख करोड़ की इंडस्ट्री में सर 1.5-2 करोड़ लोगों का इन्फ्लुएंस है, उसमें कोई बहुत ज्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ता। और जितने भी टैरिफ की तो आप लिस्ट देखो, सबसे ज्यादा 60% श्रिम्प के ऊपर है। बाकी आप टेक्सटाइल विक्सटाइल देखो, जिनका यूनिट $1 $1.5 बेचने का है, उनके लिए कोई बहुत बड़ा फर्क नहीं है दिव्या भाई उसमें। तो ये सबसे बड़ा यही चीज है कि अभी नेक्स्ट स्कीम क्या बनेगी। इवन मेरा ये मानना है तरुण सर कि 40,000 करोड़ की इंडस्ट्री है 8 बिलियन की, अगर से उसको बचाना है उसके लिए खाली 2-3 हजार करोड़ का भी स्कीम अगर से, अमूल कहां से बनी? अमूल अपने विचारों पे आप शुरुआत किया, जैसा डॉक्टर कुरियन जैसे लोगों ने शुरुआत किया। संडे हो या मंडे हो का नारा किसने दिया? सरकार ने दिया क्या? एनईसीसी ने दिया। तो मेरा ये अपील है यहां से कि भाई हमारे सबसे देश की विडंबना ये है दिव्या भाई, मैं किसान हूं इसलिए हक से बोल सकता हूं, सबसे भगवान भरोसे किसान कोई होते तो अपने देश करेगी सरकार, होगा ये होगा, लेकिन जब तक किसान उठेगा नहीं, इंडिया के अंदर श्रिम्प के लिए कोई भी नेशनल मिशन नहीं बनेगा। अगर से हम उठ के कुछ बहुत बड़ा प्रोग्राम करके बैठेंगे तो फिर पीठ थपथपाने सब आ जाएंगे। So this is the time where farmer listening to me, any shrimp farmer, we need to stand united to do something great for domestic market in India, and then many things will follow. Key points consider, मैं ज्यादा इसमें टाइम नहीं लूंगा सर। सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट यही है कि डोमेस्टिक मार्केट अगर से इंडिया में करना है तो क्यूलिनरी एक्सपीरियंस बहुत जरूरी है। 90% लोगों ने इंडिया में श्रिम्प का नाम सुना है, 50% लोगों ने उसको टेस्ट भी नहीं किया है। तो सिर्फ उनको 1 किलो पैकेट देना, जस्ट हैंड ओवरिंग देम अ 1 kg पैकेट ऑफ फ्रोजन इज नॉट गोइंग टू सॉल्व द पर्पस, वी विल अगेन फॉल ऑन द फेस। सो those people, those who have hotels, non-veg restaurants, I appeal to them, start converting 1 or 2 dishes for the sake of the farmers for this country. I am on definitely a mission. I think this is 93, 94 picture for my end meat. मैं खुद को survive करने के लिए रस्तों पे रोड साइड पे प्रॉन बेचता था, but I am very proud today. I am on mission mode. I am doing Jingalala, a domestic market mission for the success and survival and sustainability of our country. पहले खुद के लिए बेचता था, अब देश के लिए बेचने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। And I am very proud. नेक्स्ट डे संडे, परसों के दिन 25 तारीख को आई एम रोलिंग आउट मुंबई अहमदाबाद हाईवे एट डुंगरी, अ न्यू श्रिम्प आउटलेट। ज्वाइन मी, जितने बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ मुंबई के एरिया में काम करते हैं, आप आइए और इसका लुत्फ उठाइए, देखिए कि मैं क्या कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। सो थैंक यू सो मच। लॉन्ग लिव श्रिम्प फार्मिंग। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
May I request our chairman, Mr. Divya Gulati, to come on the stage and honor Dr. Manoj. क्या दिल से बोले हैं डॉक्टर मनोज, इनके लिए जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए। और हम दुआ करते हैं, एक नहीं दो नहीं, सभी 800 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में एक झिंगालाला हो डॉक्टर साहब आपके। इसके साथ ही हम ये वाला सेशन जो है यही खत्म करेंगे और विल कम टू द नेक्स्ट सेशन व्हिच इज गोइंग टू बी पैनल डिस्कशन, वेरी एक्साइटिंग panel discussion is going to come. Before we start that, I'll request the team to put the chairs on the stage. And जब तक chairs डाली जा रही हैं, कुछ हमारे sponsors और मीडिया के लोग हैं जिनको हम मोमेंटो दे के सम्मानित करना चाहेंगे। May I request from Poultry Times of India, from the press side, if they can come on the stage, please. गुलाटी साहब, दिव्या गुलाटी साहब, आइए स्टेज पे, थोड़ा सा प्रेस के लिए मोमेंटोस हैं। जनतंत्र का चौथा स्तंभ मीडिया, एनीबडी फ्रॉम पोल्ट्री टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया, एनीवन फ्रॉम पोल्ट्री एक्सप्रेस, पोल्ट्री एक्सप्रेस, पोल्ट्री क्रिएशंस, एनीवन फ्रॉम पोल्ट्री लाइन, एनआरएस पब्लिकेशन, एनीवन फ्रॉम एक्वास्टार। I think most of the people have gone for the tea break. We'll go to the next session and after that we will have the mementos. Now I'll hand over the mic to my friend and my colleague in the MC, Dr. Saket Shah. Dr. Saket Shah, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Huda, for handing over the next session to me. However, I get to see the most of the chairs are now empty. And I would like to tell you that we just now had 3 very nice, exciting sessions. We heard about poultry, we heard about dairy, we heard about aqua challenges, way forward. But let me tell you, that is not the end of the show. Even now, in our next session, we are going to talk about a very important aspect, which is feed raw materials, which is feed other components. And I'm sure, so this have maintained that like farmer क्या चाहता है कि कब आप दूध के प्राइस बढ़ाओगे और कब दाना का दाम कम करोगे. Kulwankar साहब ने बोला कि feed is 70% of the cost. So I'm sure everybody would be excited to listen how this feed challenges is being mitigated at Clafma next session. Yeah. So our next session is feed raw materials and other inputs, balancing the balance sheet. And it gives me immense pleasure to invite our moderator for the session, who is none other than Dr. O.P. Chaudhary. I mean, मैं क्या बताऊं डॉक्टर ओपी चौधरी के बारे में. आप सब जानते हो, he is the retired senior IFS officer in the Madhya Pradesh cadre. Dr. Chaudhary, if you can come to the stage, please. He has begun his career in the district level. He has subsequently promoted to various positions in the division and state levels in Madhya Pradesh. I think he has an outstanding academic track record, having achieved excellence from top institutes. He holds a BSc Gold Medalist, MSc Physics from Agra University, MTech in Environmental Engineering from IIT Roorkee. He did an Executive MBA from IIM Lucknow, a PhD in the Finance Management from Symbiosis. I think I can just talk about the lot of academic excellence that he has done. As a Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India, Dr. Chaudhary was responsible for overseeing the livestock sector, including feed and fodder in India. He was not only conceptualized, but also implemented the National Livestock Mission and the Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund as a national mission leader across the country during his tenure of 8.5 years. I can keep on going on about all his credentials, but sir, thank you very much for being here. And I think a big round of applause for Dr. O.P. Chaudhary, please. With this moderator introduction, I would now like to invite the panel members, and it gives me once again a very interesting person to bring on the dais, none other than Dr. Mahesh. Everybody knows Dr. Mahesh, the most smiling ever face of our industry. Dr. Mahesh, if you can come and join the dais, please. Dr. Mahesh is a veterinarian from Bengaluru, has a postgraduate diploma degree in virology, management graduate from the IIMB, presently serving as a Joint Commissioner and Director of Center of Excellence for Animal Husbandry, CR. I think he has traveled all across the world, I mean, many countries, many lectures. I will not read all those things basically, But I think the most important thing about Dr. Mahesh, I think everybody knows that he is famous for his podcast, So far, I think 22 podcasts he has already covered, many more to come, and I think this is one of the most exciting things that is happening in our industry with the help of Dr. Mahesh. Dr. Mahesh, welcome to the stage. Audience, I still see many chairs are empty, but I would request to come back please with your tea, because our next panel member is also a very, very exciting person. None other than our very own Rajni sir. You know Rajnikant? So he is none other than Mr. Ramkutti, the Managing Director of Nishun Enterprises and the Treasurer of Clafma of India. Ramkutti sir, please be on the dais. He is currently managing as a managing director of Nishwin Enterprise at Coimbatore.
Only 2 minutes, the glass is removed.
Okay.
Just to, for them to recognize me.
He has remembered me that, or he has told me that he will always wear this glass for at least 2 minutes.
2 minutes. You don't know who I am, but now you know who I am.
He is none other than Mr. Ramkutti. I think he doesn't need any more introductory words from my side. Welcome, Ramkutti, sir. After Ramkutti, I think I have another exciting person, a very young, dashing person on the dais, and he is none other than Dr. R.S. Masali. Dr. Masali, please be on the stage, please. It gives me an immense pleasure to introduce you. Yeah, a big round of applause, please. Yeah. Dr. Masali, currently is a seasoned expert in animal nutrition, serving as an Associate Vice President, Nutrition for India and Bangladesh at Godrej Agrovet Limited. He has a role in various positions with distinctions for more than 22 years, yeah, across all species, reflecting all his deep expertise and commitment towards advancing the nutritional challenges, basically. Prior to joining to Godrej, he has worked in many other organizations like CNM, Eagle Agro, Kemin. Yeah. He has a bachelor's degree in veterinary science in 1993 from Mumbai Veterinary College, yeah, and a master's in animal nutrition in 1995. Okay. I think his career is marked by innovation, integrity, and a relentless pursuit of excellence in animal health and nutrition. Once again, welcome, Dr. Masli. Thank you very much. Hold on, the panel is not yet over. I still have another young, dashing personality. I cannot see where he is, but the moment I take his name, he's none other than Mr. Jason John. Jason, where are you? Yes, please. Big round of applause for Jason, who is currently MC member of Clafma of India, holding a management graduate from DAVV Indore, agribusiness management from XLRI Jamshedpur. Yeah. With an active presence in the agri-commodity domain for over 3 decades, he is an expert in agri-commodity trading, especially for feed raw materials. A strong network in domain and successfully mentoring large teams and motivated them to achieve targeted goals. Jason, welcome on the dais, and we'll be happy to get your experience in the panel discussion, basically. A big round of applause once again. After Jason, I think I have one more very exciting personality on the dais, and once again, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce Dr. N.C. Manju. Dr. Manju, please be on the dais. A big round of applause for Dr. Manju, please. Yeah. Dr. Manju has completed his post-graduation in animal nutrition in 1999 from Bangalore. I think after 24 years of experience in animal nutritionist at the Jaffa Group, he has now started pursuing his own freelancing animal nutrition career, yeah, associated with key corporate integrators across India for animal nutrition and allied activities, yeah, which involve optimizing broiler breeder, layer, nutrition, setting up quality control labs, feed mill process optimization. Currently handling more than 60 feed mills in various geographies, including India, Bangladesh, Myanmar, handling more than 150,000 metric ton of feed, yeah. His passion involves setting up SOP of animal nutrition operations, quality control, and feed plans. Welcome, Dr. Manju, on the dais. Yeah. Thank you for the audience. I still see the chairs are missing. Please come back, because now we are going to have a very exciting session. And it also gives me immense pleasure to invite my most important panel member, Dr. Gagan Garg. Gagan Garg, sir, please come to the dais. A big round of applause. Yeah. Dr. Gagan Garg, he is currently serving as a Deputy Commissioner Trade in the Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India. He holds a master's degree in veterinary science, a bachelor also in veterinary science, and a postgraduate diploma in agriculture extension management. Yeah. Dr. Garg plays a key role in shaping and regulating India's livestock trade policies and framework. With over 11 years of experience as a clinical veterinarian Yeah. He's also actively involved in policy drafting, planning, implementation of livestock-related schemes at the national level, contributing to the advancement and sustainability of the India's livestock sector. And with that, please give the whole panel members once again a big round of applause, please. Yeah. This looks amazing. Look at the panel members. I think we are talking about feed. We have the representation from the government, from the industry, from the academicians. I think everything is here on this dais. And now the time is, I should now invite our colleagues to felicitate all our moderator as well as panel members. Yeah. So first, I would like to invite Mr. Suresh Deora. Deora Sahab, please आप Dr. O.P. Chaudhary को felicitate करिए. A big round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you very much, Deora Sahab. I would now invite Mr. Vijay Vandare, MC member Clafma. Sir, please come up to the dais and please felicitate Mr. Ram Kutti. Thank you very much, Vandare Sahab. Mr. Abhay Shah, Deputy Chairman, now I ask or request him to felicitate Dr. Masali. Abhay, please come. Thank you very much. Yeah. I then request Mr. Nisar to come to the stage to felicitate Mr. Jason John. Jason. Thank you very much. Yeah. I still see now Anushrab is back. So Anushrab, if you can come to the stage to felicitate Dr. N.C. Manju. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. If you can see, Ashwin is there. Ashwin. Ashwin, if you can come forward. Okay. Okay, Nisar, you please come forward to felicitate Dr. Gagan Garg. Thank you very much. I think with this, we complete welcoming all our distinguished guests and speakers. And now I would like to hand over the session to our moderator, Dr. O.P. Chaudhary, sir. Mahesh is pending. Extremely sorry. Nisar, once again, please come forward for Mahesh. Thank you very much. And now actually I have completed the entire felicitation and welcoming all our distinguished guests and delegates. The time is now to talk about feed challenges, balancing the balance sheet. And I have none other than Dr. O.P. Chaudhary to take it over from here. Chaudhary sir, please take it forward. Or I can give you a handheld microphone.
मैं इधर से थोड़ा बैकग्राउंड
Perfect, sir.
वैसे ही लोग 3 घंटे में थक गए ना, आधा हॉल रह गया है, तो इंटरेस्टिंग बनाना पड़ेगा. Namaskar. I really appreciate your patience because full 3 hours, more than 3 hours, I think all of you took the heavy hit of presentations and still you are there. So we'll try to make it very interesting. And I'll request panelists, because there is a huge number, there are 6 people. तो ये आज का जो टॉपिक है वो है फीड, रॉ मटेरियल एंड अदर इनपुट्स, बैलेंसिंग द बैलेंस शीट. अब कोई आम आदमी इसको सुनेगा तो कुछ समझ में नहीं आएगा, क्योंकि बैलेंस शीट तो बैलेंस ही रहती है. I'll request panelists that we will discuss this topic in terms of balancing is equivalent to sustainability. Let us put it this way, balancing is sustainability, और sustainability 2 तरह की हो. एक है एनर्जी सस्टेनेबिलिटी और मटेरियल सस्टेनेबिलिटी, और दूसरी है फाइनेंशियल सस्टेनेबिलिटी. मटेरियल एनर्जी सस्टेनेबिलिटी का मतलब हुआ कि जो हमारा इकोसिस्टम है, क्योंकि इनपुट जो आएगा, रॉ मटेरियल आएगा, वो नेचर से ही आएगा, और नेचर से वो आएगा तो नेचर प्रोटेक्टेड रहनी चाहिए, उसमें सस्टेनेबिलिटी रहनी चाहिए. तो इकोसिस्टम की एबिलिटी रॉ मटेरियल को लगातार देने की खत्म नहीं होनी चाहिए. पहली बात तो ये है. दूसरी है फाइनेंशियल सस्टेनेबिलिटी. फाइनेंशियल सस्टेनेबिलिटी का मतलब हुआ कि जो बिजनेस हम कर रहे हैं उसमें 2 रुपए हमको लगातार मिलते रहने चाहिए. तो मैं पैनलिस्ट हैं उनसे रिक्वेस्ट यह करूंगा कि अपनी बात को थ्योरेटिकल न रख के, जो हमारे एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं, इंडस्ट्री के एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं, पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं, पॉलिसी के एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं, उसके परिप्रेक्ष्य में लोगों के सामने रखेंगे. क्योंकि ये जो हमारी क्राउड है सुनने वाली, ये सब लोग एक तरह से एक्सपीरियंस लोग हैं, और यहां हम कोई थ्योरी की बात करेंगे तो फिर वो चाय पीने चले जाएंगे. तो इंट्रोडक्शन ऑलरेडी हो चुका है. मैं हल्का सा फ्रेमवर्क दूंगा पैनलिस्ट को बिफोर आई जॉइन देम देयर, कि ये जो टॉपिक है, चाहे आप पोल्ट्री की बात करें, एक्वा की बात करें, चाहे ओवरऑल फीड की बात करेंगे, रॉ मटेरियल की करेंगे, एडिटिव्स की बात करेंगे, तो डिमांड एंड सप्लाई जो है उसके जो मैनेजमेंट है, बैकवर्ड फॉरवर्ड लिंकेजेस हैं, लॉजिस्टिक्स हैं, उसको जो रियल सिचुएशन है ग्राउंड पे, उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए बात करेंगे. दूसरी बात है कि जो पर्टिकुलरली आपके जो 2 रॉ मटेरियल हैं, एक है मक्का, मेज, और दूसरा है सोयाबीन, जो प्राइमरी रॉ मटेरियल हैं,
उस पर थोड़ा सा फोकस करेंगे। तीसरा पॉइंट है कि जो क्रिटिकल एनालिसिस है, जैसे हम लोग गवर्नमेंट में करते थे, आप लोग भी करते हो, कि मक्का को हमने डाइवर्ट कर दिया इथेनॉल के लिए, मान लो। अब इंडस्ट्री के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से जो मक्का का फीड के लिए यूज करती है, उसके लिए बहुत खराब काम है, अच्छा काम नहीं है। लेकिन गवर्नमेंट के एंगल से उसकी क्रिटिकल एनालिसिस पे यह सवाल आता है कि क्या हम मक्का को इथेनॉल में डाइवर्ट करके इसको फीड इंडस्ट्री को भी सस्टेन कर सकते हैं किसी ऑल्टरनेटिव फीड से, या हम इतनी मक्का पैदा करते हैं कि हम दोनों का काम हो सकता है। दूसरा सवाल यह होता है कि इथेनॉल से क्या हम ज्यादा पैसे कमा सकते हैं जो यहां कमा रहे थे उससे। तो एक क्रिटिकल एनालिसिस होती है, उसके पीछे एक डाटा होता है। इस बात को भी आप ध्यान में रखेंगे व्हेन यू विल स्पीक आउट कि व्हाट इज द critical status on the basis of facts, whether this government should divert it to the ethanol or not. और DDGS जो इसमें से निकलेगा उसके कॉन्टेक्स्ट में भी बात करेंगे। अगला है ऑल्टरनेटिव फीड, क्योंकि जब कोई चीज एक्सपेंड करती है, लगातार उसका रिक्वायरमेंट एक्सपेंड करती है, तो जो रॉ मटेरियल जिस पे आप डिपेंडेंट थे, वो लंबे समय तक अगर आप उस पर डिपेंडेंट रहोगे, प्लानिंग नहीं करोगे, अल्टरनेटिव फीड की बात नहीं करोगे, तो जैसे अभी हमारा मनोज भाई ने बोला था, तो फिर वो अचानक पता लगा 15 दिन बाद कि सब सिस्टम कोलैप्स कर गया। तो अल्टरनेटिव फीड की भी बात हमको ध्यान में रखनी चाहिए। अगली बात है कि जिस तरह ग्लोबल सिनेरियो है आज की तारीख में, टैक्स स्ट्रक्चर्स हैं, इवन कंट्री के भी हैं, यू नेवर नो कि कब किस पे क्या टैक्स लग जाएगा। टैरिफ का तो आप देख ही रहे हो, वॉर चल रहा है। तो इंटरनेशनल जो नेशनल इंटरनेशनल मार्केट हैं, उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए हमको ऑल्टरनेटिव मार्केट्स को ढूंढना और इसकी भी बैकवर्ड फॉरवर्ड लिंकेज कंट्रीज के साथ बनाना, दैट इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। अब जैसे कि कई स्पीकर्स थे पहले भी, आपने देखा कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं कि FTA करोगे आपको फायदा होगा फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट से, और कुछ लोग इसके विरोधी हैं कि उल्टा आपको चोट लगेगी। तो इसका जो क्रिटिकल एनालिसिस है वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। ये नी-जर्क रिएक्शंस तो बिल्कुल नहीं होने चाहिए। और ऑल्टरनेटिव मार्केट सर्टेनली, जब टैरिफ इतना ज्यादा 50%, 25%, 30% है, तो आपको ऑल्टरनेटिव मार्केट पे काम करना चाहिए। और मेरा सोचना यह है कि ये ब्यूरोक्रेट्स को अगर आप अकेले इसकी जिम्मेदारी दे दोगे ना, तो वो गड़बड़ा जाएगा। इंडस्ट्री को इसमें मदद करनी चाहिए पॉलिसी मेकर्स की, नहीं तो आप देखते रहते हो कि कुछ ऐसे डिसीजंस हो जाते हैं जो इंडस्ट्री को बहुत नुकसान कर देते हैं। तो मेरा है कि पैनलिस्ट इस बात का ध्यान रखेंगे। और अगला पॉइंट है कि क्रिटिकल एनालिसिस ऑफ कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ फीड इंग्रेडिएंट्स, कि जो ह्यूमन कंजम्पशन है और लाइव स्टॉक का कंजम्पशन है, उसमें भी कंपटीशन चल रहा है। तो उसका भी हमें थोड़ा सा क्रिटिकल एनालिसिस करना चाहिए और फैक्ट्स के आधार पर। फैक्ट्स की जब मैं बात करता हूं तो इसलिए करता हूं कि इंडस्ट्री को पैरेलली अपना डाटा जनरेट करना चाहिए। हम जब मिनिस्ट्री में थे तो हमने देखा कि एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट हो, कोई दूसरा डिपार्टमेंट हो, तो सोयाबीन कितना पैदा हो रहा है देश में, राइस कितना, वीट कितना हो रहा है। तो यह कई बार देखने में आता है कि जो वाकई में पैदा हो रहा है और मौके पे जो है और सरकार जो फिगर दे रही है वो मैच नहीं करते। तो इंडस्ट्री को भी, क्योंकि एक्चुअल फिगर्स आपके पास नजदीक, ऐसे रियल फिगर्स आपके पास नहीं होंगे ना। अब हम तो कुछ भी डाटा यहां बोल के चले जाते हैं। अब स्पीकर्स ने भी बोला, आपने देखा, कुछ लोगों को रिजर्वेशन भी थे, किसी ने कुछ बोला नहीं फिगर्स को लेके। कौन कहां से फिगर ला रहा है, क्या हो रहा है, यू नेवर नो। तो इंडस्ट्री को क्लिफमा जैसे एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, बाकी भी हैं, आपको अपने पैरेलल ऑथेंटिक फिगर्स भी डेवलप करने चाहिए, जिससे कि आप प्लानिंग अच्छी कर सको और गवर्नमेंट को भी मदद कर सको। अगली बात ये होती है कि साइंस एंड ये जो क्रिटिकल पॉइंट आता है ना कि हमें दो चीजें ऐसे हैं, अब उन दो चीजों में से हमें जो बिल्कुल बराबर सी दिख रही हैं, इसको करना है कि इसको करना है, उसको हम क्रिटिकल डिसीजंस बोलते हैं। अब वो क्रिटिकल डिसीजंस करेक्ट डाटा के बगैर नहीं हो सकते। गवर्नमेंट में वहां धोखा हो जाता है, बिकॉज यू नो फॉर 9 years आई वॉज इन द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया में हूँ, और बहुत दिन से, तो 36 साल से तो सरकार में काम कर रहा हूं। वहां इतना दिमाग कोई लगाता नहीं है, तो वो धोखा हो जाता है। तो उससे आपके साथ धोखा न हो, इसलिए सरकार को आपको मदद कर दो, कुछ डाटा ले जाके दे दो, ऑलरेडी कुक्ड डिसीजन ले जाके दे दो, तो आपका काम ठीक से हो सकता है। क्योंकि क्रिटिकल डिसीजंस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज होती है। हम जो लोग थे, मैं भी था, श्रीधर साहब भी थे, हम लोग यही कोशिश करते थे कि हमें वो जो बिल्कुल दो चीज बराबर सी हैं और उसमें से कौन सी को चूज करना है, चाकू को कि तलवार को, तो पता लगा कि आपने चाकू चूज कर लिया, वो किसी काम का नहीं है। तो इसके लिए साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसर्च लगातार होती रहनी चाहिए। और मैं, आप देख रहे हो कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर, दूसरे हिस्से जो हैं वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड के, वो प्राइवेट सेक्टर अपनी खुद रिसर्च करता है। अब मुझे नहीं पता है कितने पैसे हमारे प्राइवेट सेक्टर के पास हैं कि नहीं है, क्योंकि बेसिकली तो हम तो ट्रेडर इकोनॉमी वाले लोग थे, खरीद लिया और थोड़ा सा महंगा बेच दिया। अब धीरे धीरे हमें आदत पड़ रही है और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की आदत पड़ रही है, सामान को बनाने की, ओरिजिनलिटी, इनोवेशन की आदत पड़ रही है। तो ये जो साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी का मसला है, रिसर्च का मसला है, ये प्राइवेट सेक्टर को अपने हाथ में लेना चाहिए। भले ही इसमें खर्चा आएगा, वो आपके, भले ही जो आपको लाभ मिलता है उससे वो डाइवर्ट करें, पर आपको इससे आगे चल के बहुत फायदा होगा। सरकार के बलबूते पे, आईसीआर और उनके बलबूते पे अगर आप छोड़ दोगे, तो वो वही बातें होती रहेंगी जो पिछले 50-60 साल में होती रही हैं। क्योंकि इनफैक्ट साइंस भी यही कहती है कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर आगे इसलिए बढ़ता है कि वो जो काम करता है उसकी जेब में उसका फायदा जाता है। सरकारी आदमी इसलिए फायदा, ज्यादा मेहनत नहीं करता या ज्यादा दिमाग नहीं, एक तो उसका सिस्टम अलाउ नहीं करता, इनर्शिया है, रेजिस्टेंस है, अप्रूवल की लेयर्स हैं, एक के ऊपर दूसरा आदमी बैठा हुआ है, डिसीजन मेकिंग पुअर हो जाती है। दूसरी बात क्या है कि जो फायदा होगा उस डिसीजन से उसकी जेब में नहीं जा रहा हो। बिजनेस करने वाले की जेब में जाएगा तो वो दिनों रात एक कर देता है, सरकारी ये काम नहीं करता। तो आपको ये साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, रिसर्च वाला जो काम है उस पर लगातार काम करते रहना चाहिए। पैनलिस्ट भी इसको ध्यान में रखते हुए बात करेंगे। अगला है पॉलिसी इंटरवेंशन एंड रेगुलेशन। अब जैसे हमारे गगन गर्ग साहब हैं, हम और ये साथ साथ काम वहां मिनिस्ट्री में कर रहे थे, तो रेगुलेशन से आपके हाथ बांधे भी जा सकते हैं और उसी रेगुलेशन से रैशनलाइजेशन भी लाया जा सकता है। तो इसमें भी इंडस्ट्री को मदद करनी चाहिए कि ये रेगुलेशन सफोकेटिंग है और ये रेगुलेशन फेयरनेस लाएगा, इक्वलिटी लाएगा। ये बातें इंडस्ट्री को अपनी तरफ से भी कोशिश करनी चाहिए। और एक जो इसका हिस्सा है, अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ गुड क्वालिटी फीड टू ऑल क्लासेस विद वेरिंग परचेजिंग कैपेसिटी। बैलेंसिंग द बैलेंस शीट का मतलब यह भी है कि जो 5 रुपए की फीड खरीद सकता है उसके लिए भी फीड आपको बनानी चाहिए। और एनर्जी को आप ऐसे बैलेंस करें कि इधर रॉ मटेरियल है, वाटर है और इलेक्ट्रिसिटी है जिसको आप एनर्जी कह रहे हो, और दूसरी साइड में बैलेंस शीट के में आपके आउटपुट आ रहा है जिसको प्रोडक्शन कह रहे हो, एनर्जी है, वाटर है, वहां भी दुनिया भर की चीजें हैं। तो इसको कैसे बैलेंस करें कि न्यूट्रिएंट भी ट्रैक होते रहें और गरीब आदमी के लिए भी जो लोअर स्टेटा का है उसको भी फीड अवेलेबल हो और हायर स्टेटा को भी फीड अवेलेबल हो, तो एक्सटेंट मार्केट की बहुत बड़ी हो जाएगी। तो मैं दिस इज विद दिस आई विल रिक्वेस्ट panelists that one by one we will take it up, and all these things while speaking out, please take care. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Upi Chaudhary sir, for this nice introduction. And as you have already started, so the stage and the group is now yours. Please take it forward, the discussion. Yeah.
Thank you. Now I'll request Mr. Ram Kutti, MD of Niswin Enterprises. Niswin Enterprises representing BCC. And now question for you is, please narrate your experience of volatility in macro and micro feed ingredients from your experience at BCC. Please go ahead. If you want to speak from there, I think you should go that better.
I think we'll save time if everybody sits on the
as per their comfort. छोड़ दो कर देंगे खाने तक निपटा देंगे, चिंता मत।
गो जल्दी आप रजनीकांत
कितना 2 बजे 1 बजे?
1 hour.
Thank you, Dr. Saikat. Is the mic okay? Thank you for a nice introduction of us, Rajanikanth. Okay. And thank you, Dr. Saab. I am very honored and privileged and excited. Somebody was telling it's going to be very exciting, more exciting than the other sessions. It is going to be exciting and interesting. Sir, you were just talking about the experience, my experience. I've been in this industry for almost 3 decades. I'm one of the oldest members of Clafma. Dealt with a lot of kind of raw materials for the feed, and I've been seeing the growth. And all of you, every one of us is aware here. Our country, the GDP growth, we are going to be soon going to be the 3rd largest economy in the world. And then number 1 in the population, number 1 in milk production, number 2 in eggs, broiler, everybody knows, and how we have been growing the last 25 years. But then now, today, we are talking about the balancing the raw materials in balance sheet. Profit is a lifeblood of any business. Revenue is a vanity, profit is a sanity. So you are also talking about the profitability. We are talking about the balance sheet. So to make a profit, you'll have to and sustain the profit. And they say you plant a seed, the benefit will come only for 1 year. If you plant a tree, it will come for 10 years. It makes 25 years to make an overnight success. So now with the raw material, when you come, it is a critical, the crucial, is now I've been seeing the evolution of the last 25 years or whatever it is. And Mr. Lukat is not here. Earlier it was fish meal and groundnut, cotton seed, those kind of raw materials we used. Then slowly shifted to soya meal and then the corn. These 2 are the choices for a protein as well as energy source. But then, the availability, the cost, and the nutritionists, all they came out with a lot of different alternatives and substitutes. So we could find the dependence on soybean meal and as well as the corn slowly started changing. And then today, like a corn going to ethanol, we got a DDGS. And DDGS has come as a blessing in disguise. And we see that today, DDGS has become one of the main raw materials, but for few drawbacks and the disadvantages we have with the DDGS. And then with the alternatives and substitutes, today we are earlier we just talk about just protein, sir. Then we say digestible quality protein, then they get into amino acids. So the amino acids are coming to the picture today. And the amino acids earlier it was like additive, if you take. But today it's become main raw material. Without it become indispensable amino acids. And we are only methionine and 1 or 2 essential amino acids. But today we see all the amino acids are produced today synthetically. You say methionine, lysine, threonine, valine, tryptophan, isoleucine, all kinds of amino acids, more cysteine, all the amino acids. So today, we don't depend on any kind of a soya or a corn. Just you can even produce just with individual amino acid, your feed can be produced. And it is only thing, sir, here in India, these all the amino acids, we don't produce indigenously. So we'll have to import these amino acids. So these come as a thing to make us a cost saving kind of thing for all the amino acids. So which we should look at probably produce in India itself, that the cost saving will come. The other factors affecting the cost, the balance sheet, the profitability, the logistics. Most of the raw materials, so now we see the market as well as the crop comes in different state. If you take soya, it's north. You know, we have to get from MP or a kind of thing. So we need to have a look at the cost of the logistics infrastructure. And that kind of thing, 20 to 25% the cost goes into the logistics and inventory management. So this kind of thing which we'll have to plan in kind of thing, and the seasonal, you know, highly volatile. As I see that sometimes soya, 40 rupees, 30 rupees, 50 rupees, 30 to 40% kind of thing it goes, seasonal fluctuations. This happened for a corn also. Then other thing which we have a thing in the critical is the price of the high, it becomes kind of volatile is the government. Government now earlier they were not with the corn and the soybean meal and MSP. Now the government has
only 5 minutes.
yeah.
Finish.
So they have a thing MSP which keep on increasing, that will affect the cost of the production. So this we cannot compare with 20%, 25% we are less in India compared to things. The import has been happening also. Now corn or soya also coming from different sources with some quantity we import. These things and the quality, sir. Quality, yesterday also somebody was talking about DDGS. You know, today many times we compromise on the quality, but many of the integrators today, now they've got a good equipment to test the quality of the material. So the quality affects a thing, aflatoxin or inconsistent protein or high moisture, this kind of thing, and bulk handling we should go about it, that will save the cost. So this kind of thing, eventually one more thing I say, we need to go to control the balance sheet to make a profit. It is a profit loss is inevitable. It is going to happen. 70 rupees the broiler will sell, 100 rupees it will sell. 30, 40 rupees, 30 to 40% will be highly volatile in the end products. But we should more concentrate on having the price stability on the end products. That's what we should do. And then many times I've seen my past experience, the broiler coordination committee, they sit together and if the price and the supply is more than the demand, they sit together and then they do something about it, do some corrections and make the end product stable and good thing, the above cost of production, and they make profit. But now today, it is out of control. I was discussing with BCC chairman. He says it's going out of control. The future is going to be uncertain. To predict the future is to create it. So future is going to be uncertain. It is, we'll have to make, kind of profit to make losses. This is going to be, inevitable. That's what my feeling. That finally I could conclude. If you want to walk fast, you go alone. If you want to walk far, walk with others. So there has to be a normal growth.
Yeah.
Done. Okay. So this is what it is. You will have to sustain and then bear losses to make profit. Thank you very much.
Good, good. Thank you. Now I'll request Masal ji, आप कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर के आदमी हैं और आपके एक्सपीरियंस से आप करंट ट्रेंड्स इन लाइव स्टॉक फीड के बारे में बताइए.
Thank you, Moderator Sir, Dr. Sir. It is my privilege and I thank Clafma. And the topic what they give to me is excellent. Every day in, day out, I am working for that only. Working as a nutritionist and that too as a commercial nutritionist. It is really a balancing job, not only for company, but also for the customers with whom we are dealing every day in, day out. And it is really challenging. I do stand over here and I comment. I am not blaming anybody, but I do acknowledge and I do thank to the policies. And it is the area, because of the challenges, the job of the nutritionist is valuable. Every now and then, this year, if I can talk about the feed price, thanks to DDGS. because it has controlled the protein source. But on the other side, the energy sources like corn and the oil prices have gone like anything. But we are not blaming. Since I am working in corporate, and that too in the prestigious Godrej organization, we are having ample.
Human consumption requires 2 million metric tons, seed is 1 million metric ton. Come to maize. Maize is a science. 72% is starch. I read other day Famson's presentation in IVP. I wish that everybody watch it. How this pelleting, how the steam converts the maize into a food by steam and energy with the starch. 1 to 3% is sucrose. Coming into ethanol production, please remember science. What is the science here? Fermentation of maize will produce 15% pure alcohol. First step. Second step, distillation will produce 94% spirit. Second step. Third step, once you go dehydration, you get 99.9% ethanol. This is the science written by Harish Damodaran. It is a fact. Come to analysis. क्या हो रहा है सर ethanol में लेके जा रहा है वो इसमें क्या हो रहा है देखिए. Do you know that 31.51 crore liters from 0.8 million metric tons of maize was produced in 22-23. Please underline. Only I think I will round it off. 32 crore liters of ethanol was produced in 22-23. Do you know what is the production of ethanol in 23-24? 287 crore liters. 24-25, 485 crore liters. कितना मक्का चाहिए? 13 million metric tons मक्का चाहिए. Think about it. What is happening? This is how we have to learn about balancing the balance act. What is happening is 9 times the requirement of maize has grown. Almost, you see that ethanol has doubled into 9 times. Let me come to price. So what is happening? From 14 rupees, we are touching 25 rupees in maize. What is the damage? Collateral damage is soybean. सोयाबीन ग्रो करने वाला कम हो गया, मेज करने वाला ज्यादा हो रहा है. लास्ट नहीं है, बट यू एनालाइज व्हाट इज हैपनिंग. DDGS सर ने बताया. DDGS also is a very good point which you are coming. What is the DDGS story as per this document? Maize 28 to 30% protein आता है if you do the distillation and take this solid. In the rice 45% protein. But interesting fact here is in the maize DDGS the requirement देख लीजिए. Maize कितना चाहिए मालूम है? Almost 33% of the grain weight of maize is DDGS. 33% of the maize grain weight is DDGS, and then 25% of the rice grain weight is DDGS. Why I am telling all this dynamics is, this is the dynamics will play in your factors. Coming lastly with the requirement of DDGS, it is almost like 5 million metric tons. So ultimately what we want to look at is, Gagan Gar, my colleague, is sitting here. We have put 0.5 million metric tons of maize annually. We can import at 50%, 15%. Beyond that 50% duty. So what is my message for all of you before I wrap up is, gear up for the mission. I'll come to the title of the mission. Before that, I want to give you another simple analysis. So the analysis of soya, supply is 13.50 million metric ton, demand is 9 million metric ton. That means we are safe. Coming into the corn area, if you see, very, very scary. 47.18 million metric tons is the demand. The supply is only 44 million metric tons. Start thinking about future, what is going to happen. There is a surprise element in rice. What is that? 2 years rice is allowed for ethanol production. Think about if rice is not allowed for ethanol production, the stress will come onto the maize again. Giving you the numbers of rice production, we are very, very good. We are a begging bowl when we are getting independence. Now, do you know what is the strategy we are having? We are almost like, supply of rice is 150 million metric tons. We are so good. We are exporting almost like 25 million metric tons. We are very super exporters. So giving you maths, 40 to 50% stocks we keep every year, 40 to 50 million metric tons of stocks. What is the consumption? Around 100 to 125 million metric tons of rice is the consumption. Finally, DORB, poor chap sitting in the room. So DORB, what is the help? Gagan Garg and Madam Alka Upadhyay and entire team of DHD, they stopped that from exports. This is valid till September 2025. So please bear in mind. The last one is additives. What is happening in additives? We don't have a manufacturing unit. Get up. Start thinking like China. Can you produce a good quality standard volume? Final statement I make is volume by large players, value by small players is a mantra for India. Mantra for India. We cannot say that suddenly cage hata do. अंडा का प्राइस चले जाएगा 50 रुपीस. Suddenly organic milk produce करो. जो हम प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं 15 करोड़ लीटर वो प्रोड्यूस नहीं कर पाएंगे हम लोग. All this. Finally, I want you all. Thank you, sir, for your time. I want to conclude giving a challenge to Clafma, my good friend Gulati ji. इधर नहीं दिख रहे लग रहा है. But anyway, all are listening. Can we run a campaign? I was doing my maths in the morning walk. I went to Tank Bund. I was calculating कितना पैसा खर्चा कर रहे होंगे for this conference. Any idea? My assessment is 10 crores. 10 crores. If 500 people multiply by 1 lakh, your travel, your stay, your logistics, and all that put together is 10 crores we are spending. Can we not spend on image building? Can we not spend on image building? One simple fellow what? Pista. Pista के लिए advertisement डालता है. Full page advertisement pista के लिए Times of India में आता है. Can we not come with advertisement? Sir, one final statement.
2 minutes.
One statement, sir. Can we run a mission? Mission protein for life. Mission protein for life. Can we declare here in this conference? Can we run a mission for protein for life? Can we simply put no meat, no egg, no milk? Mission protein for life with some advertisements consistently spend 5 lakh rupees every week. 5 lakh only. One Times of India in Bangalore or anything or 10 lakhs. I'm not discouraging that don't run this campaign or don't run Clafma. नहीं तो इतना अच्छे से networking नहीं होगा. So with this, I want to conclude my one small snippet which I give, Mission Protein for Life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mahesh, for passionately involved in what you said. Now I'll request Dr. Gagan Garg. You are leading a trade division with the monitoring policy on export-import of livestock products, including raw materials. Please narrate various interventions government has done to help livestock sector. What are your expectations from Clafma in order to have a win-win situation? ऐसे भी बोल सकते हो.
Today we are discussing on to balance the balance sheet. At apex level, government has to also balance the balance sheet for the farmers. Whether to benefiting the one group of farmer, the loss may not pass to another group of farmer. From last many years, Clafma is always talking about import of maize, sorghum, soybean. But think we all are aware that these commodities are under the minimum support price scheme of the government. So these issues can't be settled easily and we have to search the alternative. Just like the ethanol industry, which has searched the alternative as a maize. Recently, I come to know that biofuel industry is also getting engaged for importing mutton offal to produce biofuel. And India, though we are a big consumer of sheep and goat meat, due to disorganized slaughtering, our biofuel is going waste, which may be manufactured locally. So industry has to also work parallelly for the searching alternative. We are talking about the DRB. See how sensitive we are on the DRB. In 2023, we were only exporting 8% of total produce of DRB, 6 lakh metric ton. And it affected the total price for the cattle feed, though the industry is having the 14 million metric ton. The small amount affected the industry. On the similar way, we also make ban on export of wheat bran. which was affecting the industry. Continuously, these two industries are also making repetitive pressure on the government to allow the export. Last month, Inter-Minister Committee decided to allow export of wheat bran, and only for the application we received between April to August. Last week we received application from DGFT, though the estimated production of wheat bran in India is 14 million ton. The applications are for export of 2.7 million tons. So we also require input from Clafma. How much quantity should be considered for allowing the export? Because on the other hand, the Rural Milk Association is claiming that due to heavy rain, the wheat bran is getting affected with the aflatoxin. In all FTA, we are noticing that most of the country, they are focusing towards Indian feed industry. And they are requesting to give concession on the compound annual feed also. In consultation with the different stakeholders, we are always supporting to reduce duty on concentrate for animal feed. But there is always pressure for the compound annual feed. Though in 2024-25, we imported compound annual feed for a value of rupees 6 crore and exported for 400 crore. There is no such imported export in high value. But ultimately in UK FTA, the concession has also been forwarded for compound annual feed. Till date, though government is also in the process of multiple FTA with other countries, Europe, New Zealand, Chile, and a number of FTA on the pipeline. But till date, no industry association has given reputation that which they were opposing for concession in compound annual feed, and it has been agreed in the UK. Now they have to give the data whether it should be considered in other FTA or not. Sometimes a concession forwarded in the one FTA may replicate in another FTA, because another government also make pressure that do you have given concession in this FTA, please forward in our FTA also. So we need the strong data whether it should be considered or not. And another thing, on the concentrate, we are regularly promoting and supporting. But when we talk about the compound annual feed, at top level, there is always an impression the compound animal feed which is produced in the country is not of good quality. The top companies which are engaged in exporting the dairy product, there is always an issue of aflatoxin in the milk, though it is being collected from the top milk producer and processor. Few years back, when industry were talking about import of the diseases, irrespective of whether it is GMO or non-GMO, but when it is produced locally in India, there is issue of aflatoxin in the DDGS.
Gagan, please finish in 1 or 2 minutes.
This means our industry, which is engaged in a particular product, is not focusing on the byproduct which may be used in the another industry. So with the ethanol industry, we have to interact and regulate how the disease quality may be improved locally. Though not directly concerned in the today's group, on Thursday itself, a very leading importer and exporter of pet food came to meet me, and though the pet food industry is growing at the rate of 20% annually, he told that pet food industry is still dependent on the imported pet food. Then I requested him why you are not manufacturing in India. He immediately told that good quality ingredients are not available in the country. Then I said, you are industry, the consumer, they have defined that this X number of countries having a good quality pet food. This by countries of group is having a B category pet food. And this C group of countries have lower quality pet food. And they are all are being imported. Let's produce a B class and C class pet food in the country with the available ingredient. Why you are importing the ingredient pet food which are B and C class? So, on
acid, as Dr. Mahesh was telling, we are highly dependent on Chinese market. But rest all major commodities we are self-sufficient. But are we self-sufficient with quality, consistency in this raw material? Especially DDGS, even soy is highly adulterated. That might be the reason why integrator is going for their own production in soy. DDGS, of course, it's a very good alternative source for protein, but we are highly adulterated or inbuilt toxin is torturing our daily life. So that is one major threat as on date, and how we are going to find out the solution. So we have to find out, because that's the only way out. But I think only problems will make you to find out an alternative solution. Comfort zone will never give you. For example, 2016, we were short in wheat. We have imported wheat from France, Russia, Australia, and even from Pakistan. In 18, again, the same thing happened. But today, we are very much good in that. We are not importing any wheat from last 10 years. So I think these challenges only makes you to bring or give you an opportunity to find out better alternatives, like Jingalala Manoj was telling about his story, because you have to look into the domestic market. Of course, it is also good that government is not much interfered in animal husbandry. That is why it is doing well rather than agriculture, which is more subsidized. Hope that these things will give a better direction or a good direction for giving a sustainable food. At the same time, yesterday, our chairman was very wonderfully saying that we are not in a position to try for export market because our products are not good enough or our qualities are not better, because the cargo from Brazil is fielding, giving solutions to Middle East, where 3 days voyage from India to Middle East and 40 days voyage from Brazil to Middle East, and we are still not in a position to feed those markets. But I think, again, coming to the last point, how we create data, it is a detailed study and investment, and it requires lots of time, patience, analyzation. Earlier, it was more on human driven. Now it's more artificial driven. Data are working on, it is available. And coming to the last thing which you have said about the campaign, of course, I think working with USY, we do have a right to protein campaign which is working across the country. And it is, of course, it's a, it's working, and of course I will be giving that more into my presentation next time. I think I have explained everything. Thank you for that. Thank you, sir.
Good, you are well within the time, Dr. John. Now I'll request Dr. Manju. You are an international expert. Please narrate your experience and issues of quality of raw materials and how to standardize. Yeah.
I would like to say a diet, typical broiler diet can have soybean percentage of average 18%, and it can also have 30%. and the 18% can give equally good performance as that of a 30%. And how? There is a lot of control which is happening when we are using alternate ingredients and the checks. So for the basic thing which is required for using alternate ingredients is to define purchase standards. Basically, I will give you one example. How many of us, we only see the toxin reports from many companies, pharma companies, but we don't see purchase orders being having aflatoxin as a standard for purchase. Why I am telling standardizing purchase specifications for using any ingredients for that matter is to align suppliers to our need. So this is what is lacking. And example, I'll tell you DDGS, rice DDGS, you can see significant improvement in quality from years. When it was produced, it was having a lot of issues, and nowadays we have almost come out of rice DDGS issues. And same track is followed by corn DDGS also. So defining purchase standards is basic thing which is required by any company to control the quality of ingredients. So once we align our suppliers, we need to have checks at our feed mills. So most of us, majority of the feed millers don't have laboratories. Even if they have laboratories, they don't know how to use for application purpose. Application purpose means vehicles come and they don't test it and use it as it is. Particularly in this situation like the volatility of ingredients and other things. So most of the times we have hand-to-mouth situation for most of the raw materials. So, and what happens is the people without laboratories and even people with laboratories don't check and use. So particularly whenever we are talking about a lot of alternate ingredients, you need to check and then only use. So that is one more thing. And we need to adjust to the ingredient variabilities. So now it is given that rice DDGs can have protein percentage of 38% also, and it can have 55% also. But for me, 40% is not bad, but I need to know at what price and how I am going to absorb that 40% exactly into the formulation. So it is adjusting to variabilities. And another factor which is influencing raw material consumption is price differentiation, right? Relative pricing. I always say relative pricing. So we blindly follow few things like when my mind is blocked that when I use rapeseed meal or when I use DDGS, my formulation is going wrong. So there is a relative pricing which is existing between all ingredients. So when soya is costing that much, DDGS should cost this much, then only I can use DDGS into formulation. So particularly when you see last 15 days trend, soya prices have shot up significantly and alternate ingredients are still at the same base level, which were as before. So the relative pricing, which is technically called the shadow pricing, which is most important to achieve economical performance. So 80%, 75% feed cost being, production cost is being from feed. So we need to have a lot of cost optimization things and adopting technologies, particularly technologies like NIR. Nowadays NIR application is there, but most of the times people use NIR as a printing machine. They don't relate data of arrivals to application. So application of NIR data is most important. I'll tell you corn DDGs and rice DDGs experience. So the moment corn DDGs is getting adulterated or rice DDGs is getting adulterated, so NIR gives it as an outlier. So you need not have to wait for lab to, we need not wait for lab to do analysis. So once you have NIR, so you can do it quickly. I think having control on quality of raw materials and reducing the soybean meal consumption over a period of time, particularly when when we talk about corn and soya crisis, so it will have a good impact on production cost of feed. That's it.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Manju. Now we have 5 minutes to go for question answers, if any. Yeah, please.
Since we are saying maize and rice even is suffering from the crush of the ethanol production, can we also not include the small excess like 10 million tons that India produces wheat in the production of ethanol as well? Because wheat DDGS can also be considered for feed usage because it has a higher starch and fiber percentage than maize DDGS, and it will take off the pressure from wheat and rice, maize and rice. So there's a alternative that we should also consider. The government should also consider. Obviously, it's more for human consumption, so it's a very difficult task to manage it. But I think the government should at least take some consideration of this factor. I don't know how viable it is, but I wanted to suggest this.
Yeah, it is a very good source of energy. But the problem is that in India, the price of the wheat is costlier than corn. If it is affordable, definitely. I think in 2018-19 we used a huge quantity of the wheat when the maize prices have gone up. And yeah, now it is 33. But I think 2018-19 when the corn prices have gone up, at that time Government of India made it available, affordable, and at that time industry used ample quantity of the wheat. Definitely. Yeah, in feed only.
No, sir. I meant use the wheat to produce ethanol. That's what I was suggesting.
It is, I think, it is not economical for ethanol production. They are preferring corn and rice only.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon to all panelists. It's been very nice hearing you all, gentlemen. The topic for the discussion was around profitability. And I was expecting to, kind of have certain perspective on how much does power cost play a role as far as the profitability in terms of the entire value chain comes in. Any of the panelists could help me understand this?
Yeah, very important question because going forward, production of the feed in the pellet form, the major cost is the power, and along with the power, it is the fuel cost, and the industry people, they are struggling to get. We are working on that, the efficiency. Companies like feed manufacturing companies like Famson, Bueller, they are working on that, and we are asking to the dye manufacturers, the equipment manufacturers, wherein by using alternate raw materials, it should not affect the throughput of the product. If it is affecting the throughput, then the cost of the feed will increase like anything. So the equipment manufacturers are also working on that without affecting the throughput. Okay. So use of the alternate raw material is going to help it out. So many companies, they are doing their R&D to make sure that the efficiency of the wear and tear, the spare cost, and also the throughput, which is helping to reduce the power cost. In case of the pellet feed mill, it is going to help. So it is a very important question, and we are also working very hard rather than, we have seen in some cases wherein the throughput has come down as low as up to 50%. If the throughput is coming down, the cost of the feed is going to go up. So on the other hand, okay, so we are also making the alignment to all the indigenous equipment manufacturers, especially the dye and the hammer mill beaters, sieves, wherein the wear and tear should not happen, and also the throughput should be more than the rated capacity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Last question. Hi. We are manufacturers for additives, and I think one of the panelists did mention that the alternative sources should be the additives, which are for poultry, for aqua, and all those. So where we are struggling right now is that the pricing. Will the government do anything in sense of giving some sort of a subsidy to the farmers or the end users for the additives? It's more like you want to purchase a Tata Nano, but you want it to perform like a Range Rover. Say something like that. What are your views about government helping us or helping the end users in this?
Please repeat the question.
We are manufacturers for additives, the butyrates and the propionates, which goes into the aqua, the poultry, and the cattle. Right now, where we are struggling is in India, people don't want to spend so much. So would the government be doing something to help those guys? Because the additives are there in the market.
Yeah, got your point. Got your point.
Yeah.
Government is running a couple of schemes where there is a provision for subsidy.
And again, the government is open if new areas are open for giving subsidy to give the boost to the sector. But industry has to approach to the government, and the government will take care. Government is open to all these things.
So the central,
And
central the state wise.
Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund is already there. It is covering what you are saying.
Thank you, sir.
Okay? Thank you.
So with the permission of the chair, I just want to give you last tips for money making. Tips for money making is, I don't want to name the people in Bangalore and Hyderabad. They have used TMR, total milk ration or total balance ration. The startups have transformed 300 crore, 400 crore turnovers, working with a cluster model for 25 cows and training them. And in India, we have now 3,500 cows being managed by one veterinarian and classically doing in Maharashtra. There is a startup in Nasik, 50 crore turnover, just fodder production. Fodder production, 50 crore turnover. So these are the things we should capture. And finally, I told you the business model of sheep to get 1.5 lakh salary. In Karnataka, people get 50, 50, 50. January 50, February 50, March 50 sheep into the herd. Their total rearing time will be something like 3.5 months because they buy at 3 months. And when they rear it, it will be cost is 3,000. Selling cost is 6,000 rupees. April, they start selling the 50 which is coming in. That means every time 50 into 30, 3,000 is 1,50,000 as a salary. So these are the stories we should capture from micro to macro. India is in the cusp now. Let us have an image building for that. Mission for life. Mission for life is, mission protein for life. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, O.P. Chaudhary, sir. Thank you very much, all our distinguished panel members, for such lively, nice discussion. Thank you, audience, for putting up your questions. I know there might be more questions, but all our panel members, they will be there with you for the lunch. So if you have any questions, you can also go and talk to them during lunch. I now invite Chairman Clafma, Divya Kumar Gulati, to come to the stage for a photograph with all our panel members and O.P. Chaudhary, sir. Thank you very much, Chairman Clafma. Thank you very much, O.P. Chaudhary, sir. Thank you very much, all the panel members. With this session, right side. Yeah. With this, I conclude this session on balancing the feed. Yeah. And I now open for the lunch. So you can join for the lunch, which is there on the right-hand side of my right-hand side. So lunch will be there, and please come back sharply at 2 for our next session. So thank you very much.
US Soybean Exports Council powered program, which is trying to educate people about the importance of adequate protein consumption for better nutrition, health, and well-being. The campaign aspires to build public knowledge at different type of protein sources to meet larger nutrition security goals. And it's made from several like-minded organizations, people, and academicians, professionals, and individuals supported. Since its launch in India from 2019, Right to Protein campaign has transcended borders, expanding the footprints of several other countries, spreading the message of protein sufficiency and nutrition security. We have launched Right to Protein in 2019. Over the years, several institutions, professionals joined the initiative to support this larger cause. CLFMA is also one part of the supporting organization. There are organizations like Suguna, IB, Srinivasa, and Sneha, Shalimar,
Soya Bean Operator Association, C, all those organizations is a part of this campaign. So what exactly we do, existing content and IP media properties, what we have already having for this. We conduct Protein Day on 27th February. It's highlighting the importance of achieving protein sufficient future. Protein mein kya hai? It was a YouTube channel which we have. You can search for it. So one class teacher is telling the students how it is, because I do not want to play that video here. So you can search for it. It was started in 2020, where we started with the YouTube presentation on Protein May campaign, and it had a very wonderful responses. So another one is Soya Month. We celebrate Soya Month in April. So it's promoting soya, protein-rich soya foods that helps meet daily protein requirement for every human being. Then Indian protein paradox, analyzing protein consumption, challenges and busting myths data through statistics. So we conduct surveys, we conduct interaction with the people to understand how they think. So we conducted surveys in 19 cities in India to understand how people understand is protein and their role. Soya Summit is another kind of things which we have conducted last year, 2023. It's a summit aimed to spreading awareness of advantage of soy, especially soy, and highly accessible plant-based protein sources. Of course, you know that soy is one of the most digestible amino acid rich plant-based protein sources. So India Food to Feed, it's a study which brings key insights to our understanding of animal-based protein foods and knowledge, but animals that are all found out food. So another one is India Protein Score. This is teamed up with the Label Blind, India's food rating system, to rate India's top high protein food and beverage products. A proteinometer is something very useful to every common man, which helps you to understand how much you are consuming and how much you are excess, or how much you are low in consumption of protein. So you can find out your protein gap based on some basic data, so which will helps you to understand whether you are sufficient or insufficient in your protein consumption. So coming to some more IPs and media properties. So soya fed label is the label which we recommend to the people who make sure that this particular feed contains soy, and they can use this soya fed label. Soya fed menu is another thing which we requested some families, some mothers, to create a menu that's only based on soy. Right to Protein Run is an event which we conducted in last 4 years in Nepal. It's a marathon, not full marathon, half marathon, where we make people to participate in that, and where we create the awareness of consumption, and there is more than 4,000 athletes participate. It's on a regular basis. Maa ka haath mein protein, so another awareness. It's curated dishes made high quality protein. So by the way, the Right to Protein is a website you can go and search to know more about righttoprotein.com, where you can find out more details about this. So last one, the Pitch to Fork. It's a platform to promote startups and entrepreneurs on the field of protein. So where we conduct competition among them. We have already conducted 2 events in Dubai, so where we encourage participants, startups to participate in that. We promote them to the next levels of competitions. So another kind of activities are some of our snapshots of work, because you might be, so you can see that the Right to Protein logo is there in the right side of Prime Minister when he was inaugurating Global Business Cycle. which is in 2023. And some other social media activities like Protein Day, we have conducted Protein Ki Dukan, and some influencers filling India's gap. That is a meal article, top states and their nutrition index. These are the things which we have already doing, and it is highly influenced, and we try to do on the narrative. And of course, in case you want to know more about, so there is a meal ID where you can contact on that, right2protein.com. So another kind of activity what US Soya is doing, Soya Excellence Center India chapter, which we started in 2024. It's all about training and helping people to understand what how professional of junior professional with 1 to 5 year. So, and it is focused on training, focused on grassroots levels to early mid-career professionals. We expect these professionals to become efficient managers tomorrow, helping the industry to grow further. Soya Excel Center offers a person of virtual courses in 4 regions: America, Egypt, Singapore, Thailand. Now we started in India. Renowned international experts, even Indian experts, create this curriculum. We conduct these courses on a hybrid. It will be online ones and some physical kind of training. So that's how it has been conducted. Now in India, we have almost conducted 7 courses for feed and poultry. Swine we do not have in here. And aqua we have conducted 1, and dairy we have conducted 2. Soya food also we have conducted 2. These are the 6 courses what we are having in India. So main 2 components of India program is, it is structured and focused on online SEC courses and SEC community activities. SEC community activities are this is an eligibility for any candidate. Once he complete the course, he is getting in permission for logging into a community where experts, academians, business people are there to answer or to guide on any particular solution. They also conduct events, and we welcome them to Indian or international events to participate, by which a young manager get very much updated with the current scenarios, and they can get updated with the system. So this is a kind of certificate what we give to any candidate who completes the course. So this is a physical program. After the basic course, we take them to the intermediate course. This intermediate course we conduct 1 or twice in a year. So we can see Dr. Darur is taking the course. This is a course which happened in last month in Cochin. So this is feed milling track again in the intermediate course, which has been conducted by Mr. Meenakshi Sundaram Kanagaraj. Kind of certificate giving, and this is the last month we have conducted with the support of Soybean Processors Association. We have awarded the top performers based on their marks and their community activity. So that was all about US, but I asked somebody, requested, can you please tell me more about soy? I said I can give small summary what exactly happening in soya, because that's one of the major raw material in your feed production. You all know that India 0.5 million, 50 lakhs Indian farmers are dependent on this one. Not 50 lakhs, 5 lakhs, and 200 crushers and refiners are there. And it might be minimum 1,000 to 1,500 feed mills are dependent. And the whole consumer of protein, soybean meal has distributed forex, but nowadays it is not happening in that much way. We might be exporting something around 15 lakhs, 1.5. So what is the another relevance in soya is soya plant. It's a plant protein which assures nutritious security for humans, of course humans as well as animals. A primary protein source for feed. One legume which helps in nitrogen fixation to the oil, and all nowadays is sustained aviation fuel. Sustained fuel is also created from soybean oil. So you can see on a average good soybean consists of 19% oil, 35% protein, 21 insoluble carbohydrate, 9% soluble carbohydrate, 4% ash, and 13% moisture. In US, it is 80% for meal and 20% for oil. So out of meal, 97% animal feed and 3% food. And oil, it is 61% food, and rest all biodiesel and bioheat products. And some aspects around 8% is industrial products. So what makes soybean so important, especially in feed? It's our availability, its affordability, consistent quality, sustainable process, high protein, high digestibility, better amino acid profile, and a good source of lipids. So this is a global soybean production and its growth. In last 12 years, we can see the kind of growth. It's something around 426 million metric tons. For comparing in year 2012 to 2014, it was something around 250. This growth is driven by, one is feed, another one is a demand for edible oil, third is the fuel. Now, as per India's per capita consumption availability, I have given a chart. One is India's consumption, global, best, and the neighboring country, Sri Lanka. India, we have, so these are setting and telling about the India's per capita availability. I won't say it's per capita consumption, 471. Globally, it is 322. Best, of course, India, but in Sri Lanka, it is only 160. But the fish, same time, fish, we are having 12.33, but globally it is 20.7. Iceland might be the, because that is the only one source of protein available there. 87, Maldives 70, Sri Lanka, the neighboring country, which having a better consumption of fish, egg, we have a 103, and globally it is 180. Mexico having the highest with the 400. And Sri Lanka, the neighboring, they are also at par with us. Broiler meat, 4 to 5 kgs. Globally, it might be 16. Best is 70 kg with Israel. The Sri Lanka, the neighboring country, is better than us with 11 kgs. Soya, of course, it's not relevant because it's based on availability, but on a food, very few countries are consuming as well. But here the wonderful thing, India is the 4th largest feed manufacturer. After China, US, Brazil, and now we are the 4th largest. This is not my report, this is a Alltech report, which came in the last year. Now, here is the grids. You can see this is Government of India's 2024-25 CSCP, Commission for Agriculture Cost and Prices. It is a Nirmala Sitharaman presentation on economic survey. She very clearly says that all grains, their growth is 2.1, cereals 2, oilseed 1.9, where livestock, fisheries, milk, meat and nuts, and okay, that's crop and science. It's not our part. Rest all are growing with at least a 6% CAPI, and the raw material which required for all these products are growing with less than 2. So that is the one major threat we are going through. I do not have any solution, but of course it has to come. Done. So last 2 more slides, and this is Indian soybean meal supply. Of course, coming straight, we have 0.89 million metric tons carryover, production 12.58, imports 0.03, total supply of 13.504. 1.3 million is reserved for sowing, direct human consumption 0.8, exports of seed 0.3, marketable surplus 11.104. If you process 11.0104 with 82% meal, you will get 9.105, and domestic requirement of soybean meal is 6.6, exports 1.6, human food 0.8, demand total 9. The leftover is very small. It's quite alarming. Now, the last message, there is something. So it is very wonderfully mentioned in our One World data. This is the per average height of men by year of death, 60 to 90. India is very less. It's beyond 165, except few states like Haryana and Punjab. But this is average height growth. Another one is National Family and Health Survey, and their survey also telling the same thing. India's height growth is very less. How? It is not the hereditary which only controls your height and health. It is your food, nutrition, and your physical activities helps the growth of your children's height. So have better nutritious food, add more protein, and have a very wonderful life. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Wait. So, can I request Sujit to please hand over bouquet and memento to recognize Jason? Thank you. So, meanwhile, can we get help with arranging the chairs? Thanks, Sujit. Thanks, Jason. So, while we are arranging the chairs, let's utilize this time to really hand over mementos to associations, those had participated. So, I request Honorable Chairman Divyaji to come on stage. So, I'll announce the name of the associations. If the members can please come over and collect the mementos. So, Indian Federation of Animal Health Companies. Ho gaya. Second is All India Shrimp Hatchery Association. If anyone is there. Okay. Next, Broiler Breeder Association, North. Okay. Not. Let's move to Poultry Farmers and Breeders Association, Maharashtra, if anyone is there. Okay. Progressive Dairy Farmers Association, PDFA. So next, All India Poultry Breeders Association. So next we have our bronze sponsors, Zamira Life Sciences. And last we have ABV Star. Thanks, Chairman, sir. Thank you. Since we are set, since we are all set for our next panel discussion, which was going to be really exciting. So this is a unique opportunity wherein we have brought 8 associations on one stage. And the panel discussion would be on outlook of animal agriculture for Viksit Bharat. So for that, we have our very own moderator, Mr. Tarun Sridhar. So I'll introduce Sridhar sir. So Tarun Sridhar sir is a retired IAS officer, currently working as a Director General of the Indian Chamber of Food and Agriculture. He is IAS of 1984 batch of Himachal cadre, and he is superannuated in 2019 and having an illustrious career spanning agriculture, animal husbandry, fisheries, rural development, forestry, power and public administration. Post-retirement, he has also served as member administrative, Central Administrative Tribunal 2020 to 24, as a principal advisor to National Cooperative Dairy Development Corporation. His leadership is instrumental in shaping policies and programs in the livestock and fisheries sector at both national and state levels. So during his tenure as a Secretary, Ministry of Fisheries and Animal Husbandry and Dairying, he played a pivotal role, one in creating this ministry and also launching several landmark initiatives like control programs for FMD and brucellosis, introducing sex-sorted semen production, National Dairy Plan, the Fisheries and Dairy Infrastructure Development Funds. In addition to that, he has also helped revive shrimp industry by introducing high production species, established the National Fisheries Development Board, and set up the country's first aquatic quarantine facility. He has also represented India at WTO negotiations on fishery subsidies. So while recognized for his contributions, Sri Sridhar has also been conferred with various prestigious honors, including the Policy Leadership Award for the Dairy Sector in 2020, Animal Health Policy Leadership Award in 2022, Lifetime Achievement Award by Clafma and Agriculture Today Group. He has been awarded an honorary PhD by Gadwasu and the honorary fellowship of National Academy of Veterinary Sciences. He's a prolific writer, and I've been really a astute reader of your writings. Publishing 225 articles in leading newspapers, magazines, and journals, and he continues to contribute through his leadership on livestock, fisheries, poultry, and rural economy. Post-retirement, he has authored a review on aquaculture in Asia Pacific for FAO, participated as a subject matter expert in international conferences, and regularly engages in advisory and keynote roles across the agriculture and livestock sectors. So welcome Tarunji on stage. So we want you to be in the center of focus. So yeah, left one there. So our next panelist is also a dynamic industry leader, Suresh Chaturi, who is Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Srinivasa Farms. So Suresh sir leads Srinivasa Farms. He is a dominant force in the Indian poultry industry. Suresh is recognized as one of the businesses of poultry, Indian poultry industry, and he is in the poultry industry since last 50 years. Assuming leadership, Suresh stirred Srinivasa Farms to achieve sustainable high growth through expansion and diversification. Srinivasa is also involved in chicken breeding, chicken and egg processing, feed manufacturing, and also soya oil extraction and processing. His work has led to the company being recognized for always doing what is best for the individual farmer, industry, and the company. Adopting a farmer's first philosophy, he is passionate about ensuring that the poultry industry is healthy and sustainable through adoption of latest technologies, good rearing practices, and welfare of the livestock. Suresh is helping the industry in a more sustainable and responsible in its production and sourcing. Besides work, Suresh is also very actively involved in wildlife conservation through his work with WWF and other conservation-minded organizations. He is also a talented photographer and exhibited his photographs for raising awareness and funding for conservation. Suresh takes pride in the role he played in 2 Telugu states, Telangana and Andhra, becoming leader in ease of doing business through his work in CII in various capacities. Recently, he is also the co-chair for the Committee of Animal Agriculture. An avid reader, averaging reading 50 books a year. He also loves to travel and learn about different cultures and the history. So welcome, Suresh sir. So next, Divyaji, please stay on stage. So next, we have Chairman Clafma, Mr. Divya Kumar Gulati, who is having 30 years of extensive experience in the healthcare, nutrition, and food industry. Throughout his career, he has played a pivotal role in introducing and establishing innovative and sustainable solutions that have been instrumental in changing industry standards. As a managing director for Nurture Technology, Mr. Gulati has not only been a pioneer in bringing the probiotic culture for shrimp farming to India in 1990s and introducing modern dairy farming technologies, but also developed a host of innovative products through amalgamation of Ayurvedic herbal ingredients, modern technologies, and extensive clinical trials that have provided the poultry and dairy industry a fresh outlook and tremendous results. Mr. Gulati has also been a part of CLFMA for the past 12 years, currently a chairman of CLFMA of India, and he has been instrumental in making inroads into the government of fisheries, animal husbandry, and dairy ministry and department, which helped in creating a greater awareness and communication between the healthcare industry, government, ministry via the association. Through years of communication and relationship building with the ministry, Mr. Gulati announced the launch of students CLFMA program for students. That was the first time initiative taken by CLFMA. This is unique initiative, and many students across the country had participated in this initiative. He remained steadfast in championing the interest of livestock farmers and sector players by promoting sustainable practices, facilitating knowledge exchange, and supporting policies that strengthen India's livestock economy. Our efforts focus on enhancing productivity and animal health and welfare and food safety and the adoption of advanced technologies to meet evolving consumer and market demands through various seminars and farmer orientation programs. His deep understanding of industry needs and government policies, relationship building skills, and his forward-thinking approach has earned him respect and admiration of colleagues, peers, and competitors alike. So welcome, Divyaji. Our next panelist is also very dynamic, Mr. Ranpal Danda. So Mr. Ranpal has been associated with the poultry sector. He is a president of Poultry Federation of India. He's been in this sector over 3 decades. He began his career as a small poultry farmer and today is counted among the leading poultry entrepreneurs in the country. Presently, he operates several feed mills, breeding farms, poultry farms, and a state-of-art slaughterhouse. In addition to poultry, he is also successfully engaged in various other businesses across India. Mr. Danda has been actively involved with the Poultry Federation of India for many years and has been serving as its president since 2021. Under his leadership, the Federation has undertaken several significant initiatives for the welfare of poultry sector and has played a pivotal role in giving the industry a new direction. Notably, Mr. Danda has been consistently working towards the empowerment of small and medium poultry farmers. His vision, dedication, and leadership have strengthened the poultry industry and laid the foundation for the brighter future. So welcome, Mr. Danda. So next, again, we have a very dynamic and passionate leader, Mr. Daljit Singh Gill, President, Progressive Dairy Farmers Association. He is a renowned dairy farmer having a dairy farm of 500 plus animals, and I would say it would be having one of the best productivity in India. With over 2 decades of experiences, he has played a transformative role in modernizing and professionalizing the dairy farming practices. He assumed leadership as a president of PDFA in 2002. Under his guidance, PDFA has grown into a robust organization with the membership exceeding 10,000 progressive dairy farms, each maintaining an average herd size of 50 animals. So it would be 50,000 cows with PDFA. Mr. Gill has been instrumental in introducing and promoting innovative, sustainable, and profitable dairy farming practices. His efforts have led to a remarkable improvement in productivity and efficiency in the dairy farm sector in Punjab, which I've been really watching out closely. With exposure to leading dairy industries across the globe, he has replicated best global practices and adapted them to the local context of India. So PDFA organizes monthly seminars for member farmers, bringing in experts from different industry areas like breeding, feeding, and farm management. Moreover, he also sees the annual International Dairy Expo, one of the India's biggest and largest exhibitions for dairy, attracting over 100,000 dairy farmers from India and neighboring countries. Currently, Mr. Gill serves as the president of All India Progressive Dairy Farmers Association, where he is actively working to extend the success model of Punjab organized dairy farms across the country. So welcome, Pradhanji. So next panelist, we have Mr. Saji Chako. Mr. Saji is the president of Society of Aquaculture Professionals, SAP, an India-based network of aquaculture scientists, technocrats, and industry leaders with a mission to advance sustainable aquaculture. With over 30 years of experience in shrimp farming, Saji has played a pioneering role in introducing and scaling Litopinus venami in Gujarat, catalyzing a shift in India's aquaculture productivity landscape. He has previously managed commercial shrimp operations in East Africa, including high-value live fish handling systems, and worked with species such as monodon, grouper, tilapia, and sea bass. Saji has received several national accolades, including the MPDA Best Farmer Award and Innovation Farmer Award for his contributions to farming innovation and sustainability. He is an alumnus of Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute, CFMRI. He holds a master's in marine culture and a bachelor's in zoology. Under his leadership, SAP has worked closely with regulatory bodies such as MPEDA, National Fisheries Development Board, RGCA, CAA, and CIFE, and is affiliated with global organizations like WAS and GSA. Saji brings systems thinking approach to the intersection of aquaculture, food security, and climate resilience. His focus lies in building policy research at grassroots synergies for the Viksit Bharat that includes the Blue Revolution. So welcome, Saji sir. Next panelist, we have Mr. Ravi Kumar Yalanki, who is president of All India Shrimp Hatchery Association. Mr. Ravi is a leading figure in India's shrimp aquaculture industry with over 2 decades of dedicated experience. He is a MD for Vaishakhi Biomarine Private Limited and Vaishakhi Bioresearch Private Limited, to India's foremost shrimp hatchery operations, who also manage one of the largest shrimp farming operations in the country. Starting his career as an engineer in aquaculture, Mr. Yalanki has played a pivotal role in shaping the sector by establishing a robust network of hatcheries across India. His contributions extend beyond business leadership. He has authored numerous papers and articles on shrimp hatchery management, focusing on his critical role in adapting to changing environment and disease resistance. In addition to his corporate leadership, Mr. Yalanki is also active in industry bodies. He currently serves as the president of All India Shrimp Hatchery Association and is the past president of Society of Aquaculture Professionals. A relationship of his ongoing dedication to advancing the aquaculture ecosystem at national level. So, welcome, sir. Next, we have Madan Mohan Maiti, General Secretary of West Bengal Poultry Federation, constituted by the government of West Bengal in 2009. The Federation monitors and facilitates the development and reorganization of poultry production in the state since its inception in 2009. He is a zonal chairman for National Egg Coordination Committee for Kolkata West Bengal Zone since 1994. He is also the managing director for Maiti Animal and Avian Nutrition Private Limited, a leading poultry and cattle feed production company in West Bengal. He is also chairman and managing director for Maiti Poultry Group of Companies. The group is engaged in direct poultry farming, breeding, and a wide range of poultry-related activities. It has introduced modern international techniques and hygienic layer poultry farming practices in West Bengal and is the largest producer of table eggs, including value-added eggs in Eastern India since 1990. His additional roles include Executive Council member on the West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Science, Kolkata. In addition to that, he is also Rotarian since 1994, having held several key positions. He is a former member of State Agriculture Commission, Government of West Bengal, and he is Secretary of Kumarpur Arbindo Jana Kalyan Sanstha, which is a self-help group developed for underprivileged communities, established in the early 1990 and actively functioning in Paschim Medanpur district. So, welcome, sir. Next, we have Mr. Uday Singh Bias, who is president of Indian IPMA and Poultry India, and he is also managing director of Vijay Raj Poultry Equipment Private Limited. So, Mr. Uday is a visionary leader and a driving force in the global poultry industry, currently serving as the president of IPMA. He is also MD of Vijay Raj Poultry Equipment. With over 3 decades of experience, he has successfully combined strategic foresight, industry expertise, and an unwavering commitment to innovation to position Vijay Raj as the internationally recognized brand. As president of IPMA and Poultry India, Mr. Baz has been instrumental in shaping the poultry sector's growth trajectory, leadership of the 16th Poultry India Expo 2025, which turned into South Asia's largest poultry exhibition, drawing over 40,000 international visitors and 400 exhibitors from more than 50 countries. Known for his quite impactful leadership, Mr. Baez places an emphasis on decisive action, team development, and technology adoption. His vision for IPMA Poultry India involves around sustainability, inclusivity, and capacity building, ensuring the sector remains aligned with global best practices while contributing to national development. A former state-level athlete, he credits his early years as a 100-meter sprinter for instilling the discipline and perseverance that continued to define his leadership journey. So, welcome, Uday sir. So next we have Mr. Naveen Pashupati, who is chairman for Karnataka. Oh, welcome, Naveen. So, Naveen, you don't need an introduction. Okay, so we have the whole panel, and before I just have to do another formality. So first I would like to request Mr. Rakesh Swami, MC member, to please felicitate Tarun sir with a bouquet and memento. Thank you, Rakesh Swamiji. So next I request Dr. S.V. Bhave to facilitate Mr. Suresh Chitori. Bhave sir. Thank you, Bhave sir. Next, I request Dr. Hudda, MC member, to facilitate Mr. Ranpal Danda. Hudda ji. Thanks, Udaji. Next, I would request Mr. Divya Kumar Gulati, Chairman, CLFMA, to felicitate Mr. Daljit Singh, Pradhanji, PDFA. We have Sumit Suryaka ji. So I request Mr. Sumit Suryaka ji, Deputy Chairman, to facilitate Mr. Sajid Chako, President, Society for Aquaculture Professionals. Sumit ji. Balram. Balram. Next, I will request Mr. Ashwin, MC member, to felicitate Mr. Ravi Kumar Yelanki. Thanks, Ashwin. So next, I'll request Mr. Nisar Mohammed, Honorable Secretary, to felicitate Mr. Madan Mohan Maiti, General Secretary of West Bengal Poultry Federation Association. So next, I'll request Mr. Anil, MC member, to felicitate Mr. Uday Singh Vyas. And last, I request Mr. Divya Kumar Gulati, Chairman CLFMA, to felicitate Mr. Naveen, Chairman KPFBA. So finally, we are done, and thanks everyone for the long patience. So I'll hand over the stage to Mr. Sidarji. Over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. and thank you for this very elaborate introduction to the panel. And you would have all realized and recognized that it's a very heavyweight panel. And the panel, as also the topic for the panel discussion, animal agriculture for Viksit Bharat, both are very closely aligned with the theme of this symposium, which is animal agriculture way forward. This panel represents all the subsectors of animal agriculture. We have poultry, dairy, aqua, all the three here. And I hope that the discussion and deliberations which emerge over the next 1 hour or so would actually show the way forward as far as animal agriculture is concerned. With such stalwarts on the stage, I don't intend to speak much, except to just set the context of Viksit Bharat. The great Chinese philosopher Confucius has said, I quote Confucius, if you think in terms of a year, plant a seed. If in terms of 10 years, plant trees. If in terms of 100 years, teach the people. This is the wisdom of Confucius. And as India marches on to complete 100 years of its independence, the national aspiration of the people of India is reflected in this slogan of Viksit Bharat, to become a truly developed economy by the year 2047. Now, what is Viksit Bharat? Viksit Bharat is transforming the entire social and economic fabric of the nation so that it stands at the top of the world amongst the most developed of nations. The 4 pillars of Viksit Bharat, as outlined in the concept, are women, youth, farmer, and the poor. And I think that animal agriculture strongly stands on these 4 pillars: women, farmers, youth, and the poor people. How do we bring all of them into the fold of animal agriculture so that animal agriculture contributes truly to Viksit Bharat? Today, half of our workforce is engaged in agriculture. And when we say agriculture, it includes animal agriculture. However, half of this workforce contributes only 18% to the national GDP. Now, curiously, Viksit Bharat says that the contribution of agriculture to the GDP will be brought down to 12%. Now, apparently it appears to be a contradiction that we want to bring down its contribution to GDP, but at the same time, it has to be pillar of Viksit Bharat. You see, it is the hallmark of all advanced nations that the contribution of the primary sector gradually comes down and other secondary sector goes up. So as I was mentioning yesterday, we have to diversify agriculture into truly a food production system which produces food of high quality and high value to all the stakeholders across the value chain. And that is where the value added and the high value products of animal agriculture come into play. We have to move away from primary food grains to value added dairy products, poultry, aqua. That is where animal agriculture would very strongly support the dream of Viksit Bharat. Having said that, I will close my opening remarks now and request the panelists that when they give their presentations or share their thoughts and ideas about how animal agriculture can contribute to Viksit Bharat, we should keep in mind the entire concept, aim, and aspirations of Viksit Bharat. Thank you so much. Now I'll take my seat and try to perform my role of a moderator. Thank you so much. Now, before I touch upon directly the theme, indirectly, I would like the chairman, Clafma, Mr. Divya Kumar Gulati, to open the batting of this session. Mr. Gulati, yesterday during the thematic address, I had made a small mention that somehow there is still a perception in the industry that Clafma only represents a section of the livestock sector and not the entire livestock sector. And I was to great extent proven right by Mr. Sodhi's presentation in the morning, when first explaining the outline of his presentation, his last point was how the feed manufacturing sector can support dairy industry. And he said, all of you represent that. And in the concluding remarks of his presentation also that all of you are from the feed manufacturing sector. Now, you are clearly mentioning yourself as an association of livestock sector. And as I said earlier, the entire livestock sector stands represented in today's panel. So I would request you to share with us the thoughts and the ambition of CLFMA to first become an inclusive body of the livestock sector, and then how to realize this dream of Viksit Bharat, and what role can CLFMA play in that? Mr. Gulati, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving the opening batting. It's a real tough one. So, first of all, sir, I would like to thank all the panelists to come here and agree to be part of this all association representation. I have individually spoken to all, saying that if we want to achieve what we want to achieve, we all have to be together in it, which means one nation, one voice. To be able to do that, since feed is 70 to 80% of the component of all the sectors, we need to be together. And CLFMA, originally starting as Compound Livestock Feed Manufacturers Association, and feed being the main component, gives us the opportunity to represent all the three sectors, which is dairy, aqua, and poultry. We have up till now been concentrating mainly on poultry is because we've had issues with the soybean meal prices, and recently now we are facing issues of raw material availability like corn. We're trying to find alternative feed ingredients. But now we have another challenge with us, is the tariffs on the shrimps. Now as a national body, what we've been able to do, sir, is that we have hired a PR agency. Now the best way, it is good that we talk amongst each other over here with 450, 500 people, 600 people, and within ourselves discuss things. But it never gets out. People don't know about our sector. As Dr. Manoj said, 100 kilometers, 20 kilometers away from the shoreline, nobody knows about shrimps. How do we advocate our sector? We basically providing food. Right? We are the best protein source for the country. All the three sectors provide protein, whether it's milk, whether it's poultry, whether it's aqua, shrimp. And that's why what CLFMA did was hired a PR agency to take the voice out into the public. Which also means that once we are talked about, our sector is talked about, it also helps us get notice by the government. Which is where it all begins, is that we have to be noticed not only by the people, but the policymakers also. What CLFMA has been able to achieve since the past 6-7 years, starting from, I think, Mr. Bhave's time as chairman, is to connect very closely with the Animal Husbandry Ministry, which has been continued by Neeraj Srivastava and Suresh Devara, and I continue to follow the path. And I'm sure in the future also, the incoming chairmen will follow this path. So it's very important. I would not like to be repetitive that we talk in the same language, one nation, one voice. I would not like to take, sir, more of the time because we have a heavy panel and I would like to have the others also to speak and speak out their mind and what they think about it. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gulati, and thank you for being very succinct and brief, because I think we don't have much time. We've already consumed a lot of time. I'll go to Mr. Chako now. Mr. Chako, just elaborating on the presentation made by Manoj in the morning. No doubt it was a very impressive presentation, but what it highlighted was also the stress which the shrimp industry was undergoing right now. You see, ladies and gentlemen, shrimp has been the biggest success story of this country in the animal agriculture sector for the last decade and a half. It has registered nearly 1,000% growth, both in production as in exports. And in a very short time, we emerged as the biggest shrimp exporter in the world. What happened that suddenly this fairy tale took a slightly different turn and a small country like Ecuador overtook us? And now with this disruption on account of prohibitive tariffs which the United States proposes to impose, that has already imposed, how is it that we are going to react and tackle this situation? And secondly, I've read your post on LinkedIn wherein you have made a call for a national mission on shrimp. So could you explain your idea and your dream of a national mission of shrimp and how this national mission of shrimp would ensure sustainable growth and development of shrimp? Because the way shrimp has developed, and it has actually ushered in economic prosperity to the shrimp farmers, the processors, hatchery operators, etc. How to take it forward, how to sustain it, so that by 2047, we again emerge as the undisputed champion of the global shrimp markets. Over to you, Mr. Chako.
Thank you, sir. Basically, here, the theme of Clafma, when we talk about the vision for animal agriculture for Viksit Bharat. Now, animal agriculture is a term where, I mean, we all can connect with. I mean, so, we, all this while, every sector, whether it's dairy, poultry, or aqua for the matter, we are all, when you look at, I mean, see, we are the same, the different chapters of the same story. So, and we are all talking about the protein consumption or protein security for people. So here, when we talk about the development of shrimp sector, say what we were producing something about 1 lakh of tons in the year prior to 2009 to 2010 when Vanamai was introduced. From 1 lakh of tons, I mean, today we have crossed 1 million tons. So this is like about a kind of 10 times growth. So now we are at the crossroads because of the, we have the production capacity, we are doing it. But then now a small country like Ecuador has overtaken us in the recent past due to various reasons, like, I mean, like how the dairy sector is based on, kind of, small sectors, a lot of, individual farmers and all that. And we have a wide variety of sources. The same way, Ecuador, they have, I mean, see, Vanamai is a native species of the country. Whereas we are working with the same Vanamai, which is imported and, it is, adapted to with the genetic modification and all that, we're doing it. And so that is a different story altogether. So we have our own species. We have monodon, we have indicus. So this is one direction I think we need to work to, develop our own species, which is resilient for our climatic factors. That is one. Second thing is that, I mean, I was talking about the National Shrimp Mission. It is basically now, see, we are producing about 1 lakh of, 1 million ton of shrimp. We consume hardly 10% of that. Almost 90% is being exported. Now, how long can we depend on the kind of unstable markets? Like, I mean, suddenly a world leader says that, I mean, we want to impose tariffs. And so we have to be self-reliant. That is one thing, we need to do. So for that, I mean, we need to increase the consumption. There is scope. We have the population, the demographic advantage, the population is there. So if it is being consumed now, we are talking about the protein, all of us are producing protein. So this becomes a national mission where, because a family does not consume milk alone or chicken alone or dairy products alone. We have to provide a comprehensive plate. So this becomes the same story where we can tell people that, okay, look, I mean, we have variety. Somebody wants to eat, I mean, go to a buffet, you have multiple choices. The same way it has to happen in for the shrimp sector too.
Thank you, Mr. Chako. Thank you so much. Besides shrimp, although shrimp has seen this impressive growth over the last decade and so, poultry has been consistently demonstrating over a long period of time impressive growth. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, amongst all the food production sectors, I think poultry is one of the fastest, has been the fastest growing. And poultry is also a very great lesson for the entire animal agriculture sector, how from a backyard farming activity, you can convert yourself into a very organized and integrated industry. How from mere farming, it can become a major enterprise. So I would come to you, Mr. Chituri. How do you visualize the consumption landscape to be in the year 2047 when we hope to claim that we are actually a Viksit nation? And how can the industry get together to influence consumption patterns in a positive direction?
Thank you, sir. So I think a few months back, I did a small write-up and shot it to a few people. So basically, I said, अगर विकसित भारत India, not अगर India होने वाला है 2047 को. So what does it mean? So quickly went on, did some basic research. What is a developed country eating today in terms of protein? Animal protein kitna kha raha hai? And then I said, I put a 20% discount on that because bola yaar hum Indians hai, we will never eat like, and also I believe it's an average, right? So there are different countries eating at different level. So I put a 20% discount on that. And then I came down and I said, if 10% of that protein is eggs and 20% is chicken, then what does it mean? So it is coming to an average of an egg a day and about 19 kilos of per capita. Mind you, Indian population is also going to go up by then. So then, of course, some of the industry people were angry. That all these countries are eating 40, 50 kgs of chicken, so 19 kilos. 19, let's worry how we will deal with 19. Right? We will worry about. See, because my thing came from, are we as a nation prepared for what is coming? Right? This means, see, today, again, first thing, department says we are producing 4.5 million chicken tons meat per year. I have no idea what that 4.5 means because in aqua, it is taken at farm, right? It is live weight. It is not processed weight. So when they put the number out in aqua, it is including the bones and the skin and everything, right? But in agar us hisab se gaye, to then we are almost 13-14 million already. ठीक है, I assume no, they're taking only meat, right? मतलब skin निकल गया, सब bones निकल गए, सब. Even then, मेरे हिसाब से it is not less than 10 million tons production. Yesterday, minister was saying all meats is 10 million. So then one day, luckily, Jain Saab on a stage was saying, this was about 5-6 years back, 500 crore chicks are being placed every year. So aaj to kam se kam 600 crores hai. It took me a long time to convince everybody to come to that number, come to one number, they have come. So that still means 8.5 million. So that means the issue I have with that is we are projecting numbers on what the poultry needs, but what is poultry, we also don't know. So this 3 kgs, हम लोग कब से बोल रहे, जब से मैं पैदा हूँ तब से बोल रहे 3 kgs. Actually, we are close to 6-7 kgs per capita consumption now. Anyway, the long and short is this means on eggs, we will at least go 4 times to 5 times in the next 22 years. Chicken will go 6 times. So today, egg layer market is 21 million tons feed. Broiler is about 24 million tons. Maybe it's a little bit more, but something like that. So my projection is 2047. Broiler will need close to 85 to 90 million tons of feed. And layer will need about 75 million tons of feed. Right? So just you can imagine the opportunities, right? Today, I was just asking Gulati ji, we are already, the feed sector is, again, I don't agree with that number because on on layers and our poultry side, I think our numbers are more or less, we know what it is. Maybe idhar udhar ho sakta hai, 5%. But dairy, they're only calculating what is being officially sold. They're not calculating every cow as a market. They're only calculating ki compound feed kaun bana raha hai. So dairy, is far bigger than what they're projecting. So 250 billion is an underestimation of an extreme underestimation of the feed business, sir. So that said, that is the opportunity for us. And this is happening. Now, how do we handle this, I think, is what we have to look at. And so, great times ahead. I don't know how many of us will be there to in 2047 as businessmen, right? Either us or our companies. But the industry has great future. So I think I'll end that, sir.
I just want you to just briefly touch upon this issue of extreme volatility and unpredictability of the poultry markets.
Yeah.
And how the industry proposes to handle this situation so that it doesn't derail our journey towards Viksit Bharat.
So I can tell you why it is happening. Answers are a little difficult because again, it's like this. Na, sir, somebody was once telling me, weight loss, na, what is it that I don't know about how to lose weight? But am I willing to do what is needed to do that? Right? Har sara samosa dekha, sandwich dekha, and you eat it. So the problem is right now is, as an industry, we are not working together. NECC was a brilliant this thing that was started. But I remember, because I grew up, my father running that, building it up and all that. Every morning, he knew each truck, when there was no WhatsApp, there was no internet, forget about 5G. He knew to the last truck, kidhar kya tha. Today, I'm telling you, nobody knows how many eggs are being produced in a street, forget about in the country. Right? And that is the main, we have lost that control, and that is where the problem is starting from. 1-2 trucks in Barwala sell for 10 paisa less, immediately Andhra reacts, then Tamil Nadu reacts. And so that is where the problem is happening. Same thing is happening with chicken also, to my this thing. Because one thing which was a good thing in chicken till the time back is, till a couple of years back, कि जो भी farm grade price था and sale price था, कुछ relationship था. Now that is not there. In the last few months, I'm noticing farm gate price कुछ भी हो, consumer price उतना नहीं बढ़ रहा है, उतना फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है. So that means somewhere we lost the game. So which is good news and bad news. The good news is problem is with us, not externally. The bad news is also that problem is with us. We don't want to talk to each other. अब कुछ है, certain things I say something, now suddenly half the room will गायब हो जाएगा यहाँ से. So anyway, so that is how we are, but that is the truth we have to confront. We have to come together, sir, and export. Actually, our thinking is wrong. Unlike shrimp, export is not an opportunity to make money. Export is an opportunity to stabilize India. 5% chicken आप free बेच दो, 95% chicken में आपको 30 रुपए ज़्यादा आएगा. But how do we do that? Who do we ask to do that? That is the problem. I think belling the cat is the problem there.
Thank you so much for explaining this issue with great clarity. You see, morning the presentation by Dr. Girish Kolwankar repeatedly highlighted the challenge of managing the feed cost in poultry. And then he also gave a comparative table on the GM versus non-GM feed which is available in the market and how it severely impairs the competitiveness of our poultry. तो रणपाल डांडा जी मैं आपकी तरफ आऊंगा क्योंकि आप धरातल से जुड़े हुए किसान भी हैं और पोल्ट्री के भी धरातल से जुड़े व्यक्ति हैं. तो ये जो फीड कॉस्ट जो हमारी निरंतर बढ़ती जा रही है या एक चुनौती बनकर आई है, इसको कैसे मैनेज करना है और क्या जीएम क्रॉप्स इसका सॉल्यूशन होंगी कि जीएम क्रॉप्स भी अपने साथ जो है कोई नई समस्या भी ला सकती हैं? एक पोल्ट्री का जो स्मॉल फार्मर है वो कैसे देखता है इसको?
सबको नमस्कार. बहुत ही ऐसा क्वेश्चन दरअसल आपने किया है, तो मैं इसका थोड़ा पहले इसके बारे में मैं अपने लाइव सेक्टर के और पूरे पोल्ट्री सेक्टर के जो हमारे दिग्गज हैं, बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां हैं, इंटीग्रेटर हैं और फीड मिलर हैं, उनको इस मंच के माध्यम से का आह्वान करना चाहूँगा कि आज जो हमारे पास वर्तमान संसाधन है, जो हमारा सोइंग एरिया है, उसका हम पूरी तरह से दोहन नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, उसका यूटिलाइजेशन नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. और मैं ये एक उदाहरण के माध्यम से बताऊंगा. जिस प्रकार से आज भी हमारे देश में मैं कहूँगा कि 50-60% लोग जिस प्रकार ये सोचते हैं ना कि भाई अंडे में चिक्स होता है, वेज नहीं है, आज भी सोचते हैं. सब लोगों को नहीं पता है कि लेयर के अंडे में चिक्स नहीं होता। इसी प्रकार हमारे यहाँ किसान को अभी तक ये नहीं पता है कि हमारे यहाँ अगर हम अच्छा सीड यूज करें, अच्छे तरीके से टेक्नोलॉजी यूज करें, तो एक हम अच्छी ईल्ड पर एकड़ ले सकते हैं। क्योंकि मैं, जैसे कि आपने बताया, मैं एक पोल्ट्री का किसान भी हूं और एक एग्रीकल्चर किसान भी हूं। तो मैंने अब की बार पोल्ट्री फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया के हमारे सारे पदाधिकारियों ने काफी मेहनत की और हरियाणा में हमने तकरीबन 1000 एकड़ के करीब मक्का की बिजाई करवाई अपने पोल्ट्री फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया के एफर्ट से। तो जैसे मैंने भी अपना 20 एकड़ मक्का लगाया तो मेरे को उसमें 39 क्विंटल 15 किलो पर एकड़ की मेरी एवरेज ईल्ड आई, जिसपे मेरे को भी विश्वास नहीं था। मैंने सिर्फ सीड दिया और मैं जिस दिन वो कटिंग हुई, सारा हार्वेस्टिंग हुई, तब मेरे पास डाटा आया। हमने कुछ ज्यादा एफर्ट्स नहीं किया, तो मैं उसको देख के हैरान था। क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ भी जैसे जो किसान हरियाणा की मैं बात करूंगा, क्योंकि मैं वहां देखता हूँ एग्रीकल्चर, तो वहां पे करते हैं, तो एक धारणा है कि मक्का 10, 15, 20 क्विंटल से ज्यादा निकलेगी ही नहीं। मतलब इसलिए लोग लगाते ही नहीं। जैसे अंडा नहीं खाते वेज और नॉन वेज के चक्कर में, ऐसे ही मक्का भी नहीं बिजाई करते। तो हम लोगों को ये सोचना पड़ेगा कि हम किस प्रकार से जीएम के बारे में जो एफर्ट्स कर रहे हैं वो करें, लेकिन जो हमारे पास संसाधन है पहले उसके लिए तो हम कुछ करें। हमारे फार्मर को समझाएं कि भाई नहीं, मक्का इतना निकल सकता है, अगर आप अच्छा सीड यूज करोगे, ये करोगे, तो उसके लिए हमें कुछ करना पड़ेगा। हमें उस सरकार की इंतजार नहीं करनी है। कुछ न कुछ हमारे इन सारे फीड मिलर, इंटीग्रेटर सारे मिलके हमने अपने अपने एरिया वाइज जैसा भी करके हमने फार्मर को वो करना पड़ेगा इसके लिए। तो मैं तो यही कहूंगा कि ये लड़ाई तो हम चलो जो भी है लड़ेंगे जीएम की आगे, क्योंकि देखिए हमारे सामने एक हमने बहुत बड़ी चुनौती दिख रही है फीड की, लेकिन वो लड़ाई हम लड़े तब जब वहां पे कुछ अभी अपॉर्चुनिटी दिख रही हो कि ये हो सकता है। एज ए पोल्ट्री फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया के प्रेसिडेंट मैंने भी 3-4 बार पूरे एफर्ट्स लगाए हैं इस पे। शिवराज चौहान जी से भी हमने सार्वजनिक तौर पे भी, चाहे वो जितने भी बड़े बड़े सेमिनारों में हुए हैं, वहां मैंने क्वेश्चन भी किए हैं कि हमें ये किया जाए, लेकिन सरकार की तरफ से अभी इस तरफ से कोई इस प्रकार का वो रुझान नहीं आ रहा कि आने वाले टाइम में अभी वो उस पर जाएंगे। तो हमने ये एफर्ट्स जारी रखते हुए अगर उसमें कुछ फायदा है तो देखिए, जहां तक मेरे को वो है, अभी तक जो डाटे दिखाए जा रहे हैं भाई पर हेक्टेयर यानी पर 2.5 एकड़ में 10, 11, 12 क्विंटल तक जीएम मक्का निकलती है, 10-12 टन तक। और जैसे मैं अपना अगर एक्सपीरियंस हो करूं तो मेरे को 4 टन के करीब पर एकड़ में मिला, तो वही तकरीबन 10 टन पर हेक्टेयर का हम जब यहाँ पे ये ले रहे हैं, और उसमें और भी कुछ हो सकता है अगर हम एक प्रॉपर तरीके से उस पर एफर्ट्स लगाएं, तो फार्मर को जागरूक करें, सब कुछ करें। तो हमें साथ साथ जो काम हम कर रहे हैं अगर उसमें बेनिफिट है तो वो तो हम करेंगे ही। ये मैं इंडस्ट्री पे छोड़ता हूं कि भाई ये करना है, मैं तो साथ में हूं। ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं कोई जीएम के विरोध में बात कर रहा हूं या करनी है या हमने कुछ ऐसा करना है। जैसा इंडस्ट्री चाहेगी, आज हम घर में बैठे हैं, सारे अपने मेंबर हैं, कोई यहाँ पे ऐसा तो है नहीं कि भाई हम कोई सार्वजनिक दूसरी जगह पे बात कर रहे हैं, यहाँ हम कर सकते हैं, घर हमारा ये। तो ये अपन अगर चाहेंगे और चाह रहे हैं, कर ही रहे हैं उस पर एफर्ट्स। अगर उस पर एक्चुअली में हम सही डाटे लें, अगर उसका एक्चुअली में बेनिफिट है तो हम उसकी तरफ जाना चाहिए। अगर एक आध क्विंटल का या एक आध टन का फर्क है तो हमने यहाँ पे अपने प्राइवेट सेक्टर हैं, बहुत बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां अभी हाइब्रिड सीड में रिसर्च कर रही हैं, तो हमने उनको पुशअप करना चाहिए कि आप इसको करो करके। आने वाले टाइम में देखिए हम अपने फार्म पे भी कोई चीज यूज करते हैं। मैं एक अपना छोटा, वैसे अभी तक वैसे हम जीएम के लिए बात कर ही रहे थे, लेकिन हम अपने फार्म पे भी कोई चीज यूज करते हैं तो उसका भी 3-4 बार डालते हैं उसको, 1 फ्लोक में, 2 फ्लोक में, 3 फ्लोक में, पूरे लाइफ साइकिल उसका यूज करते हैं कि भाई इसका क्या रिजल्ट आया है। यहाँ तो अभी जीएम सीड को आए हुए 20-30 साल हैं, अभी तक तो हमारी एक पीढ़ी भी नहीं गई है। तो कम से कम इसका हम ये भी देखें, और जब काम नहीं चलेगा तो एफर्ट्स तो कर ही रहे हैं, तो उसके लिए भी वो करेंगे। धन्यवाद
जी, धन्यवाद आपका, आपने बहुत ही व्यवहारिक बात की। और अब आप समझ गए होंगे सभी की ये प्रश्न मैंने इनसे क्यों पूछा, किसी और से क्यों नहीं poultry for some time because it's a heavily poultry dominated panel. Mr. Mehti, again coming from Dr. Girish Kalwankar's presentation, apart from the issue of feed, he repeatedly stressed upon the challenge of managing poultry diseases, primarily avian influenza. और he presented a data wherein he highlighted West Bengal in particular, that the mortality rate is as much as 60% high in West Bengal on account of HPAI. Now, I would like you to first confirm whether this data is high in integrity and could be relied upon, number one. And how would we meet this challenge of managing poultry diseases? Because poultry disease is another serious issue which could actually again derail our progress, which has been very impressive so far. Mr. Mehti.
Namaste, sir. Mortality and disease control and disease management and the development of industry is all the correlated. Mortality is there, but it is not conformity HPI. There are several causes of mortality is there. First time. There was no single conformity of the HPI, so there was the IV age and different diseases there. Every state, Giriji has the in presentation, sees many of the state having a mortality in this area. And there some state has definitely declared and positively HPI. It is correct. Poultry having a several issues. Some is the long term, some is the short term. Industry growers should be think on what way they solve the issue of the short term and long term. And when the disease outbreaks in the Bengal, we have a very much active in the federation. That area we have stopped the chicken placement because due to we saw many of the area is mixed problem is there. And after that it is reduced and it is controlled. All the integrator we jointly decide some of the plans how we control it. And only the placement of stop the placement that some of the areas and stop it. It is a normal phenomenon every time. In last 5 years we are doing it. Disease is a threat. It is correct. So disease is a threat. But if the rate of growth in poultry in West Bengal is more than 12%, 10 to 12% in broiler segment and nearly 16 to 18% in the layer segment. I think farmers should educate how they control it. And there is a big role of the organization of the farmers' body in every state. In this parameter, I can 2 to 3 suggestions from the August gatherings. Those is not within the related to the questions. Every state having a single body, single poultry association. And these associations should be comprised of all the poultry growers like breeders, broilers, layers, sellers, all, feed millers, everything is there. And they should apprise their government, state government for any development. And all of the national body definitely talk with the central government. They should they should help them, the industry for growth. It is clear 8% growth of the country in 2030. We are the production of the nearly production of the more than 1.5 times or more. And if the export is assist regularly in different way, so we should consume our product in our country. Though disease is a constant, it is correct. But production is growing, it is also correct.
Thank you, Mr. Mehti. You have anything to add?
And I know one question, sir. And give you one good example. We are thinking about the GM crop. It is the long-term solution. It is not in our hand. But one give a live example to all of the people in here. When we established the West Bengal Poultry Federation, our state having only 0.4 million metric ton maize production in our state. But very beginning, the federation request to the government, don't think about the poultry, please growing the maize in our state. And surprisingly, you are all widely aware, our state is producing nearly 4 million metric ton maize of a state. So I request to the all stakeholders and every state bodies, appraise to your government as per your capacity of land availability. Poultry related crops should be produced in higher range, in higher target base, and we should be saved to our industry on a low least cost food production. Because import, आप भूल जाइए import का. सोचिए हम कैसे ग्रो कर सकते हैं. हम ग्रो करेंगे तो वो जो हमको विकसित भारत है वो एक्चुअली प्रूव होगा. हम भी बचेगा, हमारा खेती चासी भी बचेगा. So this is the practical idea is the Dikshit Bharat. So my idea is that requested to the all people, please go ahead to every state level bodies and apply to their government. Whichever is crop, poultry related crop in your state is growing, that should be increased in higher level, because agriculture is 2 to 3%, 4%, we are in 8 to 10%. So we should be more giving emphasis to the development of the direct agriculture. This is my point.
Thank you, Mr. Mehti, and thank you for that passionate appeal to everyone here. In the morning, everyone must have sat through the presentation made by Dr. R.S. Sodhi, wherein he traced the journey of white revolution in the country with the onset of the program of Operation Flood. And dairy has been one of the greatest successes of this country as far as animal agriculture is concerned. And he explained how we have emerged over the last 3 decades as the biggest milk producing nation in the world. However, one thing struck us very starkly in that presentation, and we're discussing with Dr. O.P. Chaudhary and Dr. Shukla also. जो डॉक्टर सोडी की पहली स्लाइड थी, वो एक फोटोग्राफ थी, एक किसान का परिवार है, वो सब के सब फटे हाल में, फटे हुए कपड़े पहन के जमीन पर बैठे हुए थे, वहां से गरीबी झलक रही थी. और जो लास्ट स्लाइड थी, उसमें कई पशु जो हैं, गाय जो हैं, वो जा रही हैं, वो सभी बड़ी कमजोर और बीमार टाइप गाय लग रही थी. वो थोड़ा सा जो अटपटा लगा कि वी आर सेइंग वी आर द बिगेस्ट, बट दिस इज व्हाट द कंडीशन ऑफ आवर फार्मर इज. So, and data says that we may be very big in production, but we are the smallest as far as productivity is concerned. तो उस संदर्भ में सामने हमारे परिप्रेक्ष्य पे आता है Progressive Dairy Farmers Association. I would say they have brought in second milk revolution in this country, and I would call that was white revolution. This is gold revolution. वो श्वेत क्रांति थी, ये स्वर्ण क्रांति है. And interestingly, I would tell you that this Progressive Dairy Farmers Association has more than 40,000 members, and majority are small farmers. So there's a misconcept that progressive farmer will only be a big farmer. तो हमारे साथ दलजीत सिंह जी हैं, चेयरमैन ऑफ PDFA. तो दलजीत जी, आप समझाइए कि ये क्रांति किस ढंग से लाई, और विकसित भारत के संदर्भ में इस क्रांति को हम आगे कैसे ले जा सकते हैं ताकि ये पंजाब से बाहर निकलकर दूसरे जो दूध उत्पादन के राज्य हैं वहां तक भी पहुंचे. दलजीत जी.
सत श्री अकाल जी सभी को. जैसे पंजाब की डेयरी की बात करें, या पहले मैं खुद की शुरू करूंगा कि मैं 98 में मैंने डेयरी फार्म 100 काउ से शुरू किया था. तब पंजाब में 30-35 एनिमल वाले 10-15 फार्म थे और टोटल डेयरी फार्म 30-40 थे. तो लेकिन पहले ही मेरा जब मैंने शुरू किया तो मैंने अपना एक सोच लिया था कि मैंने प्योर गाय रखनी है, क्रॉस ब्रेड नहीं रखनी। तो अगर जब मैं किसी पास जाता था तो बोलते थे क्रॉस ब्रेड रखो, प्योर रख ही नहीं सकते इंडिया में, चाहे कोई डिपार्टमेंट है, चाहे यूनिवर्सिटीज है, कोई भी है। तो लेकिन मैंने कहा कि अगर इजराइल में रख सकते हैं तो हमारे में कमी है। लेकिन मैंने फर्स्ट डे से मैंने कभी भी इम्पोर्टेड सीमन के बगैर कोई सीमन नहीं लगाया और सारी इम्पोर्टेड गाय रखी, और एक दिन भी मन में ये नहीं लेके आया कि मैं कभी क्रॉस ब्रेड में जाऊंगा। तो हमने उसी पे काम किया। मैंने 98 में फार्म किया, तो 2002 में मेरे को जो मेरे सोच वाले फार्मर से, तो उन्होंने जो हमारे डेयरी एसोसिएशन का मेरे को प्रेसिडेंट बनाया। तब हम सारे 40-50 फार्म थे हमारे। तो आज 11,000 से प्लस हमारे कमर्शियल डेयरी फार्म हैं। उनके साथ 10-10 गाय वाले तो बहुत ज़्यादा हैं। तो लेकिन ये जो 50 की एवरेज है, और 50 की एवरेज से लेकर 700-800 एनिमल तक हम चले गए हैं। तो आइडियल हमारा जो डेयरी फार्म है वो 100, 200, 300 के फार्म हमारे ज़्यादा हैं। तो अभी सभी डबल होने जा रहे हैं। तो पहले जो आपने कहा जी कि कैसे गए, तो आपकी इनकम तभी आएगी जी अगर अगर आपके प्रोडक्शन, कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन कम होगी, मिल्क प्रोडक्शन ज़्यादा होगी। तो जब हमने पहले शुरू किया तो 4,000 लीटर वाले एनिमल थे क्रॉस ब्रेड हमारे पास। आज हमारे पास 10,000 से लेकर 12,305 दिन के दूध देते हैं एनिमल, और हम यूरोप के ज्यादातर एवरेज को क्रॉस कर गए हैं। पंजाब यूरोप को तो हम बीट कर गए हैं। हम तो अब सिर्फ हमारी टक्कर आने वाला, हमारी जो स्ट्रेस लेवल होता है उसमें जो हमारी यील्ड कम होती है। लेकिन आज भी मैं बता रहा था कि हम अभी डेटा रिकॉर्डिंग शुरू करने जा रहे हैं सारे देश में। हम बताया करेंगे कि हमारी ये 100 काऊ पंजाब की ये या टॉप 10 काऊ है। तो मेरे पास खुद मेरे फार्म पे 305 दिन का तरुण जी 12,000 लीटर दूध फर्स्ट लैक्टेशन में गाय ने दिया है। जो फर्स्ट लैक्टेशन 12,000 दे सकती है वो 14,000 पर जाएगी जी, और इस गर्मी में जाएगी सर। तो हमने ब्रीड पे काम किया, और हमारे सभी, और हम अकेले नहीं गए, हम सभी को साथ लेके गए। तो मैंने जिस दिन मेरे को प्रेसिडेंट बनाया था, मैंने कहा था कि मेरे फार्म का नाम लेना जब बंद हो जाएगा और मेरे 20 गाय वाले फार्मर के पास मेरे से अच्छी गाय होगी तो मैं समझूंगा कि मैं अच्छा प्रेसिडेंट हूं। तो आज मेरे से भी अच्छी गाय मेरे 20 गाय वाले फार्मर के पास हैं। तो ये हमारी सक्सेस है वहां जो हमने पंजाब में की। हमने जब ब्रीड को ऊपर ले गए, आज पंजाब में आपको कोई भी फार्म 9,000 के नीचे वाली किसी के पास, अच्छे फार्म के पास गाय कोई भी नहीं होगी। लेकिन 10,000 12,000 वाले बहुत ज्यादा हैं। लेकिन अगले आने वाले 5 साल में हम पूरा 10,000 से नीचे वाला कोई नहीं होगा, 10,000 से 13,000 14,000 के बीच हम जाएंगे। तो हमारा अभी जो ब्रीडिंग का स्पीड है और भी आगे ज्यादा, हम अच्छे बुल, अच्छा सीमन, जो टॉप रैंकिंग के, दुनिया के टॉप रैंकिंग के बुल है उनका सीमन मंगवाते हैं हम। ऐसे नहीं कि कोई पहले क्या होता था, जो इंडिया के लिए रख दिया 20 साल पुराना बुल, उसका सीमन इधर आ जाता था। हम तो बोलते हैं जो लेटेस्ट चलता है वो हमें मुकाबला करना है उनका, उनके साथ जाना है। तो हमने उसमें यील्ड में भी गए, लेकिन जब हमने गाय का दूध बढ़ाया तो उनके लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी जरूर चाहिए था कि ताकि हम उनको रख सकें। तो हमने उसके ऊपर शेड अच्छे बनाए, हवादार बनाए, उसमें काउ कूलिंग का पूरा सिस्टम लगाया, TMR, मिल्किंग पार्लर। जो आप कैलिफोर्निया का डेयरी फार्म देखेंगे वो पंजाब का डेयरी फार्म है, ठीक है जी, वो सेम है, कुछ भी उसमें कुछ भी नहीं कम। उसके बाद जरूरत आती है कि हम अगर उसके दूध एवरेज, आज हमारे बहुत सारे एनिमल हैं जो 40 लीटर से हम ड्राई करते हैं, 38 लीटर से ड्राई करते हैं। जो ड्राई पीरियड आता है 2 महीने के लिए, तो उसको ड्राई करते हैं। तो ऐसे एनिमल की हेल्थ के लिए हमने न्यूट्रिशन पे बहुत काम किया है। तो न्यूट्रिशन में हमने, आज आप काफी लोग इधर में फीड मिलर एसोसिएशन भी है और भी लोग हैं, सभी जो न्यूट्रिशन में भी काम करते हैं। तो आप कहीं जाएंगे तो आपको 20 रुपए 25 रुपए वाली फीड मिलेगी, लेकिन पंजाब के डेयरी फार्म पे आपको 40 रुपीज, 38 और 45 रुपीज तक वाली फीड मिलेगी, क्योंकि हमने उनको देनी, अब देंगे तो फिर ही लेंगे उनसे। तो हम तो इधर बाबे जी बैठे थे, हम तो बाईपास फैट 500 ग्राम एक गाय को देते हैं, ठीक है जी, एवरेज। तो हम देते हैं, वो हमें वापस देती हैं। तो हमने न्यूट्रिशन पे काम किया। उसके लिए हमने जो सैलेज मेकिंग के ऊपर काम किया। कॉर्न सैलेज आपकी रीढ़ की हड्डी है, डेयरी की। अगर आज भी कॉर्न सैलेज बनने लग जाएगा, जो नई फार्म भी चल रहा है वो भी चल जाएगा। तो कॉर्न सैलेज पे कोई काम नहीं होता था, हमने सबसे पहले पंजाब में कॉर्न सैलेज पे काम किया। उसके बाद कॉर्न सैलेज, क्योंकि आपको 1 एकड़ में 4 टन मक्का मिल जाता है मैच्योर हुआ, तो उसको अगर ग्राइंड करना है, उसकी चॉपिंग अच्छी होनी है फॉडर की, तो उसके लिए हमने जो हार्वेस्टर इंपोर्ट किए, पंजाब में बनाए। टीएमआर पहले इंपोर्ट किया, पंजाब में बनाए। जितने इक्विपमेंट है पहले इंपोर्ट किया, पंजाब में बनाए, और पंजाब से सारे देश में जा रहे हैं। तो हमने उसमें भी काम किया। तो ये तीनों चीजों पे काम किया, और एसोसिएशन में हमने अपने सारे पंजाब के जितने मेंबर फार्मर्स हैं, जैसे अब तो हम मंथली सेमिनार करते हैं जिसमें 700, 800, 1000 फार्मर आता है, फील्ड के सेमिनार करते हैं। वर्ल्ड डेयरी एक्सपो हमने 2006 में देखा था, तो 2007 में वो डेयरी शो वैसे ही किया, ब्रीडिंग कंपटीशन, मिल्किंग कंपटीशन, एग्जीबिशन। आज हम अभी भी नेक्स्ट मंथ हर साल जाते हैं वर्ल्ड डेयरी एक्सपो में। तो लेकिन उनके एक्सपो और हमारे एक्सपो में जमीन आसमान का फर्क है, सारा देश हमारे एक्सपो में आता है, तो ताकि हम देश में इसी को वहां से देख के देश में जाते हैं। और मैं लास्ट में, क्योंकि तरुण जी भी मेरे को वो इधर वो भी शुरू कर लेते हैं टाइम भी कि कितना हो गया देखते हैं, तो हमारी बातें ऐसी होती जी थोड़ी लंबी होती हैं, ठीक है जी। तो क्योंकि आप अधूरी छोड़ नहीं सकते, तो उतनी तो पूरी करनी पड़ती है। तो मैं लास्ट में एक बताता हूं जी को कि हमारे जब मैंने गाय लेनी शुरू की थी, आप उसकी कामयाबी इसी से लगा लेना जी। जब मैंने जी गाय लेनी शुरू की थी 98 में, तो जो मैं क्रॉस ब्रेड गाय थी वो 25,000 की थी तब 98 में जी। तो जो थोड़ी सी प्योर गाय थी, जो कभी सीमन कोई 15-20 साल पहले पंजाब गवर्नमेंट ने लिया था, उनके कुछ बुल की गाय थी, मैंने 12,000, 13,000, 14,000 आधे रेट में ली थी। तो वो कोई लेता ही नहीं था कि इसके टीट्स बहुत छोटे हैं, ये तो प्योर है, कौन रखेगा, मैंने तो वही ली, ठीक है जी। आज जो 25,000 वाली गाय है पंजाब में, वो 50,000 में आज भी मिल जाएगी, 60,000 में मिल जाएगी। लेकिन जो 12,000 वाली गाय है उसकी मिनिमम कीमत 2 लाख से लेकर 3-3.5 लाख है, ठीक है जी। ये हमारी कामयाबी है, क्योंकि सारा देश लेके आता है, पंजाब लेता है, सारा देश हमारे से गाय लेके आता है। और ताकि जाके, क्योंकि आप के जो खर्चे हैं ना जी, आप अगर देश को इधर लेके कामयाबी डेयरी, आप सोटी साहब ने बताया, तो हम जब उनको बताना ही ऐसे कि तुमने रहना ही गरीब है, तो आप फिर वो तो गरीब ही रहेंगे ना, जब उसके यील्ड आपकी कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन ही नहीं निकलेगी। तो हमारे फार्मों में आएंगे तो आपके हर एक फार्म में फॉर्च्यूनर खड़ी होगी, ठीक है जी। ये हमारी कामयाबी है। और छोटे फार्मर हैं हमारे, ठीक है जी, 2-2, 5 एकड़, 7 एकड़ वाले हैं, लेकिन गाड़ी भी अच्छी मिलेगी, घर भी अच्छा मिलेगा, सब कुछ अच्छा ही मिलेगा। और हम ये डेयरी सारे देश में जानी चाहिए अगर कामयाबी कर रही है। थैंक यू,
थैंक यू दलजीत जी। नहीं, actually you see, when we are talking in terms of contribution of animal agriculture to Viksit Bharat, so in absolute terms the maximum contribution will have to be by the dairy sector. Like in the forenoon session somebody gave this figure, and it's a very correct figure, that the value of our dairy is more than the combined value of wheat, paddy and sugarcane. डेयरी की वैल्यू 11 लाख करोड़ के करीब, 11-12 लाख करोड़ के करीब पहुंच गई है, जबकि इनकी तीनों के मिलाकर मैं 6-7 लाख करोड़ के करीब है। So this will have to be the biggest contribution, and it is very important that we learn lessons from these success stories and try that these models are expanded beyond the closed geographical confines. एक स्थान से दूसरे स्थान पर लेकर जाए, तीसरे स्थान पर लेकर जाए। आफ्टर ऑपरेशन फ्लड जब हुआ था, कोऑपरेटिव मॉडल था, वो ऐसे ही फैलता गया। तो आई थिंक क्लेफ्मा कैन टेक अ लीड, maybe bring some progressive farmers from other states to their dairies and show them. और अगले सेमिनार में दलजीत जी को मॉडरेटर बनाना है। So that time. Okay, now I'll come to you, Naveen, because besides others, you have also created a very successful retail poultry model. Now you see, there's a data. It was again thrown in the morning also. It keeps tricky that the contribution of processed and frozen poultry products is about 5 to 7% or so. More than 90, between 90 to 95% is wet markets. Now you see, while the gradual effort is being made, sincere efforts are being made, that we should move more towards processed and frozen products. However, considering the huge and overwhelming contribution of fresh products and wet markets, plus our cultural preference for something which is fresh and raw. We don't understand that frozen can also be fresher than the fresh, but there's a cultural preference also. Number one, you tell us how to move towards the journey of expanding the share of processed and frozen products? And secondly, how do we reinvent our wet markets and make them safe and hygienic? After all, at many places, they are heritage places. They are national treasures, these wet markets. So if you could throw some light on that with your experience of running a very successful retail chain.
I don't know if I can call it as a successful retail chain. I could say it's a journey of 7 years with a pit with no bottom.
We are not going tax free.
So, if I understand your question, one is the processing. Okay, let me step back a little bit. The rural India will continue. I would say my thought is about 5 years. I'm not able to see beyond 5 years, right? Rural India will continue wet markets, sir. Urban India will have lot of traction on processed meat. Governments, municipalities banning live animal butchery shops will probably not happen, because live animal butchery shops are creating a lot of jobs in that sector. And that's the social responsibility of the government. Now, we always talk about how we move the consumer from live animal butchery shops to a modern retail, more hygienic. And with 6 years of we being an online and offline retailer, we have not been able to find an answer. But the shift is extremely slow, but it is happening. It's happening. I think the younger generation, which is 38, 40 years and below, they will have a lot more inhibition to go to a live animal butchery shop, because it's very gruesome to see the entire environment. The younger crowd goes to a little more hygienic places. It's an investment the sector has to do. It's a long-term investment, sir. It is not like you put one flock of birds and you start getting hatching eggs and then you start selling baby chicks. You see cash rotation. Retail is a whole different animal. It's a long shot. But when you talk about Viksit Bharat, when you talk about the future of this country, you will not find any country in the world with so many consuming people. The world large companies are looking at an entry into this country. Right? You go to any country in the world, 10 million, 20 million, 30 million people, 100 million, 200 million. It is just, in half the city in rural India. So I think if you are going to build a brand, you should build a brand with passion, long-term investment. It's not, you don't look at it as, okay, what's my return? What's my profitability? But there's a lot of traction, sir. The quick commerce, which is happening now, which is your 15-minute delivery, which is happening across the state, those service providers are giving tremendous traction for processed food. Tremendous traction. We are seeing a lot of sales coming off of that. And it's a food tech enterprise. It's not a poultry enterprise. It's a food technology. You need to watch your stocks. You need to have, it's a whole animal, customer retention, CRM program. Why did Mr. Uday did not come back to my store last week? How can I hit him again? If you go to your booking.com and you don't book the hotel, they will haunt you, sir. They will haunt you. So that is the kind of technology that has to come into meat retailing. And they should haunt Uday to come back to the store if he doesn't show up. So this is a massive amount of technology and deployment. Very exciting space to be in.
Thank you, Naveen. A very important point has emerged that You mentioned poultry, but I would say the entire animal agriculture sector is no longer mere farming or agriculture. It is food production center. It is food technology and encompasses a whole lot of economic activities. So we hope that it actually emerges as a business, as an enterprise, as a vocation of choice rather than majburi. जिसको कहते हैं. I'll come to you, Ravi. You see, in my view, it's not merely the tariffs which pose some threat to the ever-growing and expanding shrimp industry. There are a few other factors also. One is the integrity of our product, which we sometimes is questioned and demonstrated also by rejection of our shrimp consignments by the importing nations, number one. And number two, our heavy dependence not only on exports, but also on imports. You see, we import, the entire broodstock comes from abroad, and that entire product also goes abroad. And this has also created a situation where we are dependent upon almost a single product, sourced from a single source, and then sent also to the single source. How do you circumvent this situation, and what kind of response and strategies is the shrimp industry looking at?
Yeah.
And another thing, how has Ecuador, small country like Ecuador, overtaken us, and what lessons can we learn from Ecuador? But briefly, within 5 minutes.
Yeah, very good question, sir. First, coming to the demand side of it, we sell about 45% to US, 40 to 45%. And now we are hit with the roadblock of tariffs. And before that also, we have anti-dumping duty, countervailing duty and all that. So we need to work on alternate markets. But, world markets itself is stagnant. So for sure, we need to work on the domestic market. We have huge potential. We need to tap into the potential. We have huge population and good demographic dividend. And if you look at one demographic cohort of India, Gen Z, which consists of 26%, they influence 46% of the consumption in this country. 46%. And what are their attributes? If you look at that particular cohort's attribute, what they want is convenience. And the second thing is they want to eat healthy. They look for eating protein. And shrimp has both the attributes. But we are not able to let the public at large of this country to know about the goodness of shrimp. So I think first we need to work on the awareness. As they say in management, awareness precedes the demand. First, the public should know what it is. Then the demand would start. That is the first point, sir. And the other thing is you were asking about the broodstock. I mean, we're importing a broodstock called SPF, specific pathogen free. It is free of diseases, but it is not tolerant to the diseases. Because we're doing the culture in small ponds with full biosecurity. If you look at Ecuador, what they do is they do the culture in big farms, no biosecurity, they don't treat the water, but the broodstock is tolerant. The mother prawn itself is is not free of diseases, but it is tolerant to the diseases. So the offspring also has the tolerance. When we started the culture like 15 years back or so, whole of Asia was using SPF, but those times the number of diseases were less. Today, new diseases have emerged. So probably we may have to move from SPF to tolerant. SPF along with tolerance. So we need to invest money on that. Apart from that, we need to work with other species. We need to domesticate the species what we have within the country. They can definitely, do well even in harsh weather. I mean, one of the reasons why Vaname is not doing well is because of the climate change. I mean, the temperatures have gone up in winter. Whereas the line what we are doing or the species what we are doing, it comes from a temperate climate. So it's not doing all that well in winter, all that well in summer months. So our species, if we domesticate, definitely it's a investment for the future. And as we move forward towards 2047, we should work on different species so that we'll have stability. I mean, we'll not get knocked off with the diseases like the way we're getting knocked off. The shrimps are falling like 9 pins. That is from the production viewpoint. And we also need to work on the domestic market. I mean, if you look at the world, every country that is affluent, it consumes more protein. Not just shrimp, I mean, whole protein. I mean, Mr. Suresh Chituri was saying that right at the beginning. I mean, the countries with good GDP, if you look at per capita GDP, they are the ones who are consuming the highest protein. And even China, if you look at, today they're consuming about 2.5 million tons of shrimp. The world produces about 5.5 million tons. China is consuming 2.5 million tons. And their consumption in 2003-4 was only 3 lakhs. It has gone up almost 8-fold. And if you look at their economy, that was the time they're growing as an economy. The middle class started burgeoning, and the protein consumption has gone up, and along with that, shrimp consumption also has gone up. So by the time we become 2047 and a developed country, our protein consumption is going to go up, and we need to be ready. And we need to let the public know about the goodness of the shrimp, then India itself can consume. I mean, it's a whole lot of time it will take. I mean, if we start the journey now, as we're pushed to the wall now, I mean, this is the time we should turn it around. And I will tell you another example, so Brazil. Brazil is also a country that produces and consumes all the shrimp what they're producing. 15 years back, they were exporting 100%. And they were exporting only to one country, USA. And they've been imposed 80% anti-dumping duty. So they didn't have any other go. They started working on the domestic market. Today, they produce about 1.5 lakhs. They consume whole of it, and they import also. So it's not that India is not going to consume. Definitely it can consume if we work on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. Thank you. In fact, in a different way, you have reiterated what I was mentioning yesterday, that we should wean ourselves away from an obsession with the export markets and tap the biggest consumer base of the world, that is India. Mr. Uday Singh Bias, you steer and guide the biggest poultry exhibition and knowledge seminar, which is held Poultry India. And I believe 17th edition of Poultry India is around the corner. How can you position Poultry India into actually catapulting poultry in the forefront of development of animal agriculture for Viksit Bharat? What would your vision for the 7th edition of Poultry India would be in the context of Viksit Bharat?
Well, thank you for giving this opportunity. I would like to thank Mr. Gulati to get all the people on the stage, especially the associations. It's a wonderful thing he did to get all the associations together. And I would appreciate from IPEMA on this regards, first of all. And taking it again, like as you said, voice of the nation, one voice. So it's same thing like that. One nation, one expo. What we had decided and we've been working on. We started in 2007 and this year would be 17th edition coming. And all these years we have been going through seeing a lot of changes and a lot of problems in the industry what have been coming up. So today we find ourselves that we can really give back to the industry, and this is the time when we all associations together join hands and represent the government of India. In regards to the problems what we have been facing, we can get that through one voice. And I'm sure the platform of Poultry India, where a lot of exhibitors, their exhibitors are from Clafma, they are Clafma from INFA, from vets, all the associations, they have all their exhibitors in our Poultry India. So I'm sure Poultry India can be a platform also to take this further, and I'm sure the expert guidance which we have here today would guide us in getting us a good solution. And the industry right now needs really a good voice where we can represent that this is what we are facing today. Because I've been seeing the programs from yesterday, and we really need to have one voice. I'm sure about it. So now, all the exhibitors who are participating in this show, they get to know what we have to move forward with. We get the best of the technology in Poultry India. We show the best of the products, whether it's from equipments, from pharma, from feed, from every part of the industry. So last year, we had formed an association called PI SIFA, wherein we have contributed around 2.5 CR for the industry problems. I'm sure this amount, what has been given to this is giving back to the industry again. So this is what we have done for our industry. And I'm sure this can be taken forward and approached to the governments what exactly we are looking for. And as far as our exhibition is concerned, we happen to get the best of the technology from all the exhibitors, which they are showing on this platform. And we have been able to get most of the associations from abroad this year. As per the Viksit Bharat, what we are talking about, people are looking forward for India as they feel that India produces the finest quality of products. So they are coming to India to have a check. I have around 15 to 17 associations from abroad this 17th edition who would be seeing what exactly we are doing, how are we doing, what kind of practices are we adopting to get the best product at a very sustainable prices. So on this grounds, I'm sure we can have a proper view and have a discussion on this in the future to get all on a common platform.
Thank you, Mr. Bias. And I think all of us will join me in wishing Poultry India great success and that let it also grow. Because if Poultry India grows, entire animal agriculture.
Yeah, I would thank you, and I would all invite you for the exhibition, which is on November 26, 27, and 28, which is the South Asia's biggest exhibition, and all of you are invited and to make this show a grand success.
Thank you. And I'm glad you acknowledged the role of CLFMA, especially the chairman CLFMA, in bringing all the stakeholders and diverse stakeholders together on one platform, as this group of panelists will indicate. My only request would be have more inclusivity of farmers, who are the primary producers. And I'm glad that you have put true farmers on my right and my left. Now, I think the word from our panelists is over. We are running woefully over time, but still, I think to be fair to the audience, and the audience has been very patient and very attentive, we'll take 2 or 3 questions. Yes, sir. Yeah, my mic is on its way.
So I'd like to keep in front of everyone here. So we have been talking about the low yield in India farms, but we are also not discussing the high cost of production per metric ton or per acre. So that's something that we really need to focus. We're talking about GM, but we are really discounting or ignoring the success story of maize in Bihar. Bihar maize is having one of the best yield globally. So that's something that we really need to make it an example, and we spread the word and adopt the good practices. Number 3, we talk about shortages. India produces close to 330 million tons of coarse grains. We consume plus wastage is 300 million. 30 million tons of coarse grains is being exported, mostly in the form of rice. I don't see shortages. It's just rebalancing or realigning. Number 4, we have also been talking about volatility of commodities. Just to give an example, the soybean meal prices of US jumped from 290 FOB to 340 FOB. It dropped back to 310 FOB in the past 2 months. That's volatility. And those guys are able to mitigate this because they have a good hedging mechanism. They have a futures exchange, which we don't have it here. So till the time we don't have such mechanism, such tools, we would be discussing this raw material issue in the next 5 to 10 years as well. So I think if poultry could make money or be profitable last year when the maize prices was in the high 20s and meal prices were in the mid 30s, and this year when the meal prices was in the low 20s and low 30s and maize prices were 20 to 23, we can't make money. It's a fallacy or it's an identity that I fail to understand. So it's high time that we start looking inward and we look at issues that's really, ailing us and try to find solution out of it. Thanks.
Thank you. I think you've made a very valid point. We also need to introspect. How true are we when we make certain claims and statements. I think one point which you made was very effectively made by Mr. Danda also. Anyone else? Okay, there being no hands raised, I think we conclude our panel discussion by giving a round of applause to all the panelists who have been very erudite. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tarun sir, for moderating this wonderful session. So I'll request everyone to please come forward for a photo opportunities. Thank you, Tarun sir. Thank you all the panelists. And now I'll hand it over to Dr. Vijay Makija.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for next session with the theme of animal agriculture, health challenges and potential solutions. I'll request everybody to please check your seats. Yeah. So why health is so important? We all say health is wealth. Animal health is very vital because it ensures farmers' profit. When the birds or any animal is healthy, they perform to their best of production, best of their genetic potential. And whenever the animal agriculture is healthy, there is a minimum emissions of greenhouse gases. So it's paramount important that animal agriculture's health needs to be ensured. To dwell on this topic, we have a wonderful panel today. And to moderate this panel, let me invite Professor Dr. P.K. Shukla on the stage. Dr. P.K. Shukla, sir, please come on the stage and take the center stage. So this program is getting live telecast. So many people present in the audience, in the hall, and also live are watching this panel discussion. So for benefit of everyone, let me read out a very brief biography of Dr. Shukla. Professor Shukla is a renowned poultry scientist with over 4 decades of contribution to teaching, research and policy making. A graduate of Veterinary College, Jabalpur, he earned his master's from IVRI Ajatnagar and PhD from Kanpur. He has held key positions including Dean, Duasu, Joint Commissioner Poultry at Government of India, Chairman at the Scientific Panel on Meat and Poultry at FSSI. He has been member of several national and international committees such as Central Poultry Development Advisory Council, Avian Influenza Joint Monitoring Group, and advisory bodies of ICR and state veterinary universities. Dr. Shukla is recipient of numerous awards, including the Clafma Lifetime Achievement Award, Agriculture Today Magazine Lifetime Achievement Award, Poultry Legend Award, and Rashtrapati Award in Scouting. Professor Shukla is a fellow of National Academy of Veterinary Sciences as well. Together with 316 publications, 4 books, 13 chapters, and 2 manuals, he has guided over 30 MVSc and PhD students. He is being widely recognized for his leadership in policy, research, and capacity building. He continues to play a pivotal role in shaping India's poultry sector. So, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for Dr. Shukla. And thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time and joining us. Moving next, let me invite the panelists, Dr. M.R. Reddy. Dr. M.R. Reddy, sir, please join on the stage towards my left. Dr. M.R. Reddy is the principal scientist at the Avian Research Laboratory, ICR Director of Poultry Research, Hyderabad. He has a veterinary degree from AP Agriculture University, Tirupati, master's degree in avian disease from IVRI Ajatnagar, and doctoral degree from avian health from University of Melbourne, Australia. He is a diplomate of Australian College of Veterinary Scientists in Poultry Health and Indian College of Veterinary Pathology. He has 32-year experience in poultry disease diagnosis, research and poultry health management. His research interests include surveillance of avian mycoplasma infections, infectious bronchitis, Newcastle disease, infectious laryngotracheitis, we also called as ILT, chicken anemia, Marex, eradication of ALV, avian leukosis virus, from pure line chicken and molecular characterization of poultry pathogen. He has been engaged in contract research, consultancy and consulting diagnostic services to the poultry industry. He has conducted training programs on poultry health management and disease control for the industry professionals. He and his co-author have published 75 scientific papers, 35 technical articles, and he is the author of 2 books. He was awarded Melbourne International Research Scholarship and Best Poultry Scientist Award. He is an external faculty of ICR IVRI and has guided 7 MVSc and 5 PhD students. He presented several lead and guest lectures in scientific and technical meetings. Dr. M.R. Reddy is the founder of General Secretary of Association of Avian Health Professional, AAHP we commonly call, and he has served as the chief editor of Indian Journal of Veterinary Pathology. He is acting as a member of expert committees at the state and the national level. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. M.R. Reddy for sparing his valuable time and joining us. Next on our panel is a dairy expert in terms of health. May I invite Dr. Mukesh Sharma to please come on the stage. Dr. Mukesh Sharma is a seasoned animal nutrition and dairy management expert with over 25 years of experience in dairy nutrition, large herd management, feed formulation and milk procurement. He specializes in precision nutrition, TMR balancing, silage and mineral premix management, fertility enhancement and rumen health strategies. He helped progressive farmers achieving higher milk yield, fat percentages, improve fertility and overall herd performance. Currently, he advises more than 10 commercial dairy farms and 6 feed mills across India, offering ration planning, farm SOP development and training of veterinarians, farmers and feed mill teams. He has also associated with PDFA Punjab, CG Kamdhenu University and state dairy initiatives in Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh states. Previously, Dr. Sharma served as general manager at Hybiz Dairy, also known as IB Group, where he managed India's largest buffalo dairy with 5,000 animals and pioneered the country's first automated buffalo milking system for 2,200 animals. He has developed innovative formulation for mastitis and repeat breeding prevention, published more than 40 scientific papers and trained hundreds of veterinarians, AI workers and farmers pan-India. He recognized with the Field Veterinary Award at ICAVM and nominated for the Leading Scientist Award IBC England. And Dr. Sharma has also gained global exposure through training and visit to leading dairy farm and institution in United States, Europe and Asia. So warm welcome to you, Dr. Mukesh, and thank you so much for being available with us. The next name, I will request Dr. Professor Ajit Ranade sir. I think everybody in the animal agriculture sector knows Dr. Ranade sir, but many people are watching this telecast live, so in the interest, I'll read out his biography. So Dr. Ranade has completed his graduation in the year 1984 and postgraduate in poultry science in 1987 from Mumbai Veterinary College. He completed his doctorate in poultry science in the year 2001 and 6 advanced courses in poultry science. He has worked as a professor of poultry science for 16 years and head of the department for 11 years. He has experience as associate dean of the college for 6.3 years, and he has more than 60 research articles, more than 80 papers presented during various conferences and more than 160 extension publications. He has guided 56 postgraduate students for masters and PhD. He has worked as president of Indian Poultry Science Association for 3 years. He is founder, vice president of World Veterinary Poultry Association as well. He is technical advisor to the Vets in Poultry Group, which I learned has got members of 1,500 veterinarians working in poultry. So Dr. Ranade is a technical advisor to that group, and he is also technical advisor to Clafma of India. He was instrumental in maintaining separate poultry science department in MAFSU, an international research collaboration in which 3 MVSC students visited USA for research. He has won several recognitions award, including Fellow Award for IFSA and Clafma Award. He is member of REC for DPR Hyderabad Research Advisory Council, Soy Excellence Center. He is member of BIS, Bureau of Indian Standard FAD 5 committee till date. He is expert on MSc, MPSc, ARS and many universities. He also lead veterinary stream of an NGO, Vidyadhan Sahayak Mandal, supporting and mentoring about 50 veterinary students from Maharashtra who need financial support. So ladies and gentlemen, it's our honor that Dr. Ranade sir is with us for this panel discussion. So let me invite our last panelist, my colleague Dr. Shirish Nigam. So Dr. Shirish is the current president of Indian Federation of Animal Health Company, And he's an accomplished leader having more than 30 years of rich experience in sales, marketing, and general management across multiple global animal health companies. His area of specialization include change management, strategic planning, and business development. He is a veterinary graduate from Mahu, Madhya Pradesh, postgraduate in management from IIM Kolkata, and advanced management program from IESC Barcelona, Spain. Dr. Shirish has worked in organizations like Pfizer, Alembic, Jubilant Life Sciences, and currently he is the managing director of South Asia at EW Nutrition, Indian subsidiary of EW Nutrition Germany, which was launched in South Asia in 2012. Dr. Shirish is very active in various industry groups and events. He is currently president of INFA, which stands for Indian Federation of Animal Health Companies. He is guided by a vision of fostering trust among veterinary professionals and stakeholders across livestock, poultry, aqua, and companion animal domain. INFA strive to elevate the animal health industry standing and societal contribution. And INFA today has emerged as a prominent force in animal health sector, boasting a strong membership of 57 companies representing diverse segment of animal health sector. Dr. Shirish is also General Secretary of WVPA India, that is World Veterinary Poultry Association. And the World Veterinary Poultry Association India is a national professional body for poultry veterinarians and poultry professionals for the benefit of Indian poultry sector. The objective of association to bring the academician, researchers, industry professionals to common platform for discussion and exchange of ideas among those engaged in veterinary aspect of health, welfare, disease, husbandry, and food safety. Dr. Shirish holds the position of National Co-Convener of Entrepreneur Wing of IVA, which stands for Indian Veterinary Association. All India Veterinary Association came into existence in the year 1922 and today has more than 60,000 veterinarians from across our country. Entrepreneur Wing aims to facilitate proactive policy making to support animal husbandry sector related business activity across value chain by connecting the dot between company, enterprise, and policy makers. So ladies and gentlemen, when I was reading all this information, you might be really thrilled to know that we have got such a wealth of experts in our panel session. And since morning, we have been learning that how it is important for poultry farming community or livestock farmers, aquaculture farmers to maintain an optimal health and well-being. So health is utmost important. And I'll request Dr. Shukla sir's expertise to drive this session and help our participant online and physical to learn more how the health challenges in our sector can be addressed through this panel discussion. Over to you, sir. Before we start, so let me have the honor of inviting CLFMA past chairman Shri Nandakumar ji to please honor Dr. Shukla sir with a welcome bouquet and a token of appreciation. Can we have a round of applause and welcome our past chairman Shri Jason, you are around? Jason? Yeah, okay. Next, I will request Jason, who is the chairman of CLFMA International Liaison Committee, to come close to stage and facilitate Dr. Mukesh Sharma with a bouquet and a token of appreciation. So, Jason, please facilitate Dr. Mukesh. Sir, thank you for this flexibility. And now, this floor is all yours and with the panel. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay. Good evening to all. I think after having a very heavy session with Dr. Tarun Sridhar, everybody feels to like just to have a cup of tea. So most of the persons are outside, but I shall try to bring them back to the audience. So distinguished panelists, the respected colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great privilege to welcome you all to this very distinguished discussion on animal agriculture, health challenges and potential solutions. We all know animal agriculture is the backbone for our food, for our nutritional security, and also for the rural livelihood. This adds to our national economy. It provides not only meat, milk to millions, but also to sustain the livelihood of so many poor farmers, marginal farmers. Recently, it has been felt that the sector faces new challenges regarding the health coverages and also having many more opportunities as against these challenges. The diseases not only causes the heavy economic losses, not only limit the productivity of the animals, but it also causes some serious threats so far zoonotic diseases are concerned. The new avenues opened due to these health risks, due to these health challenges, are the advances in vaccines, the diagnostics, the artificial intelligence, the precision livestock farming, so on and so forth. My dear panelists, before starting the panel discussion, let me set some goals for this panel discussion, so that everybody is aware on what issues we are going to churn and ultimately how we are going to reach. So I have set it 4 goals. 1, how can we strengthen the animal health system either at farm level or at regional level or at national level? Number 2, what innovative technologies and strategies can reduce the disease risk? Number 3, how to balance productivity, animal welfare, and public health. And lastly, the 4th one, what policy frameworks and partnerships are required to build a resilient future for animal agriculture. So I have set these 4 goals. We are going to talk around this. I know the eminent panelists are well qualified and sufficiently experienced to dwell upon these 4 goals, and I look forward for an insightful perspective out of this panel discussion. We'll have it in a different format. Firstly, I'll try to allot 2 minutes each to every panelist to talk about what they think on this topic, or if any specific comment they want to offer. Then I do have some set of questions for each of the panelists, which in fact I have taken it from our stakeholders while discussing these issues with them. So very first, I would like to invite Dr. M.R. Reddy to have his views on this particular topic, which has been given to us on these 3 or 4 goals we have set. We may take 2 or 3 minutes each, and then we'll have a sort of questionnaire posed to our. चलो नहीं, प्रोफेसर खड़े रहने में ज्यादा आनंद आता है. Yes, yes.
Working? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much for Clafma giving me this opportunity. And also I thank Suklaji and all the delegates. Yeah, the poultry industry, one of the major challenges are the diseases. So in poultry health, what are all the technologies, for example, the major important diseases and technologies available? Mostly, there are some emerging and re-emerging diseases, and for which most of the diseases we have got vaccines. If you see the CDSCO website, almost all the diseases we got vaccines except few, that is avian influenza, highly pathogenic and low pathogenic. And how best we can make use of these vaccines. And also another important thing is now a number of vaccinations increased. So the technology available to make use multiple vaccinations in the hatchery. So in the hatchery vaccination is one of the important technology we can make use. And another important thing is avian influenza. For avian influenza also, there are recently, of course, low pathogenic avian influenza is actually allowed to use vaccines. And of course, highly pathogenic avian influenza, still government has to take policy decision. So maybe once we start discussing particular diseases, I will tell more about that. And another important thing is the viral or pathogen load in the poultry in India especially is very high. That's why we are facing a lot of breakthrough infections like unexpected outbreaks. Even though we use vaccinations, medications are all preventive biosecurity, but still we are getting outbreaks. So what are the reasons why these breakthrough infections are happening in the industry? And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy, for setting the role. Now, Professor A.S. Ranade, please. You want to come here? You're also Professor.
Sorry. Very good afternoon. Yep. Good afternoon. First of all, 2-3 things I would like to share. I am a replacement to Dr. Ajay Deshpande. Dr. Ajay Deshpande, who is the president of VIP Vaccine Poultry, was supposed to be over here, but he couldn't come. So he requested me and Divya Gulati that either Dr. Santosh Ire or Dr. Ranade will do the job. Being a teacher, I can't say no. So I'm here to replace Ajay Deshpande, number one. Number two, as Pankaj Shukla is a teacher, I am also a teacher, so I can stand and speak better. Now, within 3 minutes, if I have to narrate the subject and the situation of the poultry health and the diseases as of now, since morning, we have been listening about the poultry diseases quite a lot, especially Dr. Korvankar mentioned about the HPAI and other problems, and everybody has been reiterating the same issues of HPAI, availability of vaccines. LPI vaccine is available, but HPI is not available. So that is one particular aspect. But besides that, there are many other problems and many other diseases which we must understand and we must address. The first is the immunosuppression. See, there are a lot of issues which are causing immunosuppression. That is leading to various problems. Bacterial diseases, viral diseases, toxicity problems are on the rise. Fungal toxins, we have been dealing with them for so many years now. But now the toxicity because of the pesticides and the insecticides that are used, they are also coming in the field, in the birds, and we are required to face those problems. Then there are issues about AMR, which we will talk a little later once we start discussing about it. And let's be very careful and let's not label or let's not allow people to label poultry sector as responsible for the AMR. That is one more important aspect. We need to have a good toxin binder for that as well. In addition to that, the old problems like Ranicate disease still persists, infectious bronchitis, nephrotic forms still persists, ILT still persists, and there are other problems like IPH caused because of adenovirus. All these issues are still pertinent and we need to address them individually in order to control the diseases and maintain the health of the birds. Toxin control, virus control, development of vaccines, surveillance and biosecurity should be considered together with the management, nutrition and good germplasm. Then only the poultry sector can lead in future for the Vikasit Bharat concept which we have for the year 2047. So I think this is the narration which I would like to share with you to begin with. Afterwards, when the question answers will start, let's see what kind of questions I am required to answer.
Thank you, Professor Ranade. Now I'll invite Dr. Mukesh Sharma.
प्रोफेसर खड़ा होकर अच्छा लगता है और प्रोफेसर के सामने स्टूडेंट बैठ के बात करे तो वो भी अच्छा नहीं लगता.
So first of all, thank you CLFMA to provide me the opportunity to discuss regarding the dairy health, which is most negligible subject, particularly while we talk about the industry, while we talk about either the feed industry or poultry industry. So the dairy health, this is really a neglected subject. So thank you very much. Sir, while we talk about the dairy health, the responsibility of veterinarian is too much. Because most of the time we work as a prescriber, not the advisor. So first of all, we have to just change our role from prescriber to advisor. हमने सर VVSC and AH पढ़ा हुआ है और हम वो AH को भूल जाते हैं बेसिकली. यदि उस AH को ध्यान रखेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि शायद डिजीज के बारे में, हेल्थ के बारे में बात करने की जरूरत भी कम पड़ेगी. हो सकता है लेकिन कम पड़े. तो दूसरा चीज जो है सर कि इमर्जिंग डिजीजेस जो आज के लिए सबसे बड़ा थ्रेट बना हुआ है. रिसेंटली वी हैड ए आउटब्रेक ऑफ LSD, recently we had a outbreak of this BRDC. So these emerging diseases, we have to focus on these diseases also. Third of the government, definitely the policy holder, they have very important role. Just like FMD control program the government of India has run recently. But unfortunately, the vaccination drive by the government of India has been carried out. But the storage of vaccine, there is no facility at the primary level. The vaccines are just keeping there in a box. So we have to think about the infrastructure development, and maybe the association like CLFMA or other association may come forward to solve this kind of issue. So later on, sir, we will talk about more in animal health. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Dr. Sirish, please.
Good evening to all. Thank you, Professor Shukla. Thank you, Chairman CLFMA and Team CLFMA to invite INFA. On behalf of all the INFA members, I would like to, as a panelist, would like to contribute the 4 points which you have given, how to strengthen. So I'm not an expert, I'm not a master's in any subject matter, I'm a business manager. So I would like to talk about the macro perspective. The macro perspective is that, as Dr. Sharma just now mentioned, for Viksit Bharat, Viksit Vyavastha chahiye. विकसित भारत के लिए विकसित मन दशा चाहिए. For this we have to have progressive thinking, and for that we need to improve the course curriculum. There is job in the industry, but we don't get employable talent. So employability will create effectiveness and it will lead to Viksit Bharat. Because healthy animals lead to healthy food and healthy food leads to healthy families and then healthy country. So are interrelated. So number one, there has to be better infrastructure. It should start with education at veterinary college. So we demand from IMFA also that Veterinary Council of India, along with the various universities, must redefine, relearn, unlearn, and put new fresh perspective in the course curriculum. We should create topic of One Health. We should create topic of the precision nutrition. We should create topic related to using AI in the animal health into animal nutrition. So creating the education. Second is extension. As many speakers in today's session earlier has said, we need good extension activity in simple language, effectively, how we reach out to the farmer. India is the largest consumer of mobile telephony. Number of the mobile phones are very huge in number globally in India. So how we utilize mobile penetration and do the extension education in the regional language with right pictures, with right points. This is important and it's a constant exercise where the association need to create a dedicated PR agency like IMFA, Clafma, Government of India. So this is the second point. Third point is surveillance. Whenever we go to government or we interact with any platform globally, data speaks than what you say louder. So if we would like to have better advocacy, better policy, we have to have the data management. So this is the important points related to strengthening. Last point which I would like to add, on the scalability or profitability of the business, because we are a very large population in a very small land mass. So always there will be scarcity. What is the contrarian to scarcity is abundance. How we create abundance, and for that we need innovation. And we need to do innovation. Today Mr. Dhanda said innovation in seed technology, innovation in feed technology. So how government create a system and the industry create a system to incentivize the innovator. And this is the important factors which will catalyze the growth and will create Viksit Bharat. So that is the echo thoughts of our IMFA members. Thank you for giving me opportunity, Professor Shukla.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shirish. Very well said, keeping in mind all the four goals. Now we'll start our discussion. The forum is well set, geared up to have many more discussions which have a relevance to this particular panel discussion. So first, Dr. M.R. Reddy, I'm coming to you. People are longly waiting for you to speak about what is the significance of threat of avian influenza in our country, what is its impact and how we can fight it out.
Thank you. Yeah, as you all know, the avian influenza is a very devastating disease, and it causes huge losses to the poultry industry in terms of mortality and also production losses. And secondly, this virus is highly mutating and it has got genetic potential. And nowadays, because of mutations, its transmissibility also has increased. Further, there is no any seasonal restrictions now. It is throughout the year we are experiencing outbreaks. If you see in India, I think 2025, so far we got outbreaks around 45 outbreaks. And I think this is the highest as compared to previous years. And for this, the main reason is migratory birds, which are actually flowing. We have at least 3 migratory flyways are covering the India. So from north part of the hemisphere to south, they migrate. And they also, the mixing of these migratory birds, and there is a emergence of new variants due to mutations and recombinations. So this is the major problem. And another important thing is the virus actually spreads, and its host range has been increased recently. You may be knowing several mammalian species, even the cattle also. Even it has been proved that, established that there is a now spread from cattle to cattle spread also. They have in America. And they have also come up with some vaccine. Still, they are not allowed in cattle, but still vaccine is there. So similarly, now if you're coming to the poultry farm, even the rodents, flies, and also the birds around the poultry farm, they're also carrying the infections. And another important thing is these migratory birds, they actually mingle with the rural poultry or any other. One important point is the poultry, all the poultry diseases, they also infect birds, wild birds or migratory birds or game poultry. So they always act as a carriers. So then how to tackle this problem? So mainly since it has got low pathogenic avian influenza, since the incidents and based on the data, government realized that vaccine is required and government has allowed vaccine. It is already in the market. And regarding highly pathogenic avian influenza, government still vaccine is not allowed because there are advantages and disadvantages. There are pros and cons for if you introduce avian influenza vaccine. So the farmer or industry will see only advantage of the vaccine. As a government, I think government will look both of the things. What are the advantages and what are the disadvantages if we introduce the vaccine? Second thing is, once this vaccine is, avian influenza vaccine is, of course, even World Organization of Animal Health, earlier it was OIE, now also recognized the, its importance of vaccine, and they're also actually recommending. So some European countries, they've already used, they're using, and example is France, they're using and they're able to control avian influenza with the help of vaccines. But the main problem they experienced was their trade was affected. Nobody was purchasing their products. So, but that was a temporary thing. What they have done was they had a very good surveillance system, and after giving vaccination, they due to surveillance, they proved that the field virus is not circulating in the population. So, with the technology called DIVA technology. But why in India, whether it is required or not, of course, government is holding some stakeholder meetings. Some of here also they have attended. I was one of the member. Or ultimately, they are not. It was inconclusive, not able. They taken policy decision because it is a policy decision. So, suppose if we allow in India, suppose we have 40 or 44, 45 outbreaks now in 2018. But farmers says there are so many mortalities, so many outbreaks. So whether that outbreaks are really reported, so that much problem is there. And if it is there, because it is a government has recognized and now the policy is stamping out. That means wherever there is a high mortality, they have to diagnose that we have only one laboratory in the Bhopal. And if they confirm, government declares. So are we really sending the samples or reporting the outbreaks? So that is actually one gap we have to understand, because most of the outbreaks, they are not reported. And second thing is, even there are, we have to openly accept, even in one meeting, the farmer from Haryana, he came with a HPV vaccine bottle and he was showing that we are using this vaccine. So what difference we will make? Suppose if government allows vaccine, and already now industry is using vaccine, if government officially allows, is there going to make any difference? So there are so many issues we have to consider. And now biosecurity is the only issue, I mean major, and surveillance. So we have to do the surveillance, and if any outbreak is there, because even if government considers, accepts vaccine, allows vaccine, it takes at least 2 years or 2.5 years or 3 years to come into the market because a lot of formalities and process. So what we can do present? So mainly the disease is spreading because it is the process is stamping out. If any disease there, we have to contain, we have to stop spread. But here farmers says there are so many outbreaks. That means the virus is freely spreading. Transmission is going on with the birds or maybe by migratory birds or products or the litter material. So we cannot treat avian influenza like other diseases because it is highly contagious and huge mortalities we'll get. So what I would say is, what are the tools we have at present? The biosecurity and disease prevention of disease spread if there is an outbreak. That we have to follow, and we have to help the government in the surveillance of disease. And if there is any outbreak, and then we have to contain. With that only we can prevent the spread and losses. This is what I wanted to tell.
Dr. Reddy, I know you are an eminent person in the avian diseases. Almost more than 3 decades you worked on the avian diseases. Can we pinpoint what are the key drivers of emergence of infectious diseases in poultry, and what all emerging diseases are there which we need to take into account to keep our productivity enhanced?
Yeah. Another important thing is, if you see, I am also in some committee. Now, most of
in short,
yeah.
just I want to have the overall picture so that people should have
most of the
understanding.
diseases in India we have vaccines, except few. That is a highly pathogenic avian influenza, then ORT, then maybe E. coli. So these 2-3 diseases we do not have vaccine, but for all others we have vaccines. Different strains and different multinational companies, local companies. But still we are getting outbreaks, like for example, infectious bronchitis, Newcastle disease, ILT. When vaccine was not there, vaccine they are requesting. Now vaccine is available, but still we are getting problems. So that means we are actually missing certain things. So we need to, infectious bronchitis, it is highly mutating virus. ILT, Newcastle disease, we have very good vaccines, but still we are getting outbreaks. So mycoplasma is one. For that we have both chemicals and vaccines. So there are CAV, we have, then IBH, we have vaccines. So then why we are still getting outbreaks? That is mainly because the pathogen load is very high, or the administration of vaccines, there are some gaps or some mistakes what we are doing. Whether we are giving complete dose to all the birds, so that is also makes importance. And what interval we are giving, whether we are giving the right strain which is available. So all these factors actually.
And Dr. Reddy, in this context, I would like to ask you how we can develop an early warning system. Is there any possibility of having some early warning system of outbreak of these diseases?
Yeah, early warning system is first we have to come into the surveillance, because we, from industry, I think better thing what I would suggest is public-private partnership. Then they can actually submit samples timely. If any outbreak is there, now from industry they are not sending samples to any laboratory for disease diagnosis and further, seeing that thing. So if you suppose continuously do the surveillance, so that data helps us to give the warning. Any seasonal variation is there, or any region, any specific disease is there. Now we do not have such system for poultry. But whereas large animal justice, we have Nivedi, the National Institute of Disease Surveillance and in Bioinformatics in Bangalore, but they don't have mandate of poultry.
But don't you think that we are having a passive system of surveillance? Some sort of active surveillance is also required to keep a early detection system in our country? Is it so?
Yeah, definitely we need, sir. I think, but only thing is, only with the government, I think, because I am working in the government and it is not possible. Definitely we need a partnership.
And also the data integration.
Yes.
Work done by the different institutions
Yeah.
in their area, in their region.
Yes.
Because ultimately we need to develop some center from where we can get all the informations.
Right.
Partly the informations are being generated on a regional basis. And since there is no integration, sometimes we'll come across outbreak is there in West Bengal and suddenly we'll come across outbreak is there at Karnataka.
Yeah, now it is there, sir. For other animals, if we have that system. Even now also in telephone or WhatsApp, we get, okay, this in coming months, some rains are there, so some disease, black water or HS is going to come. So there are certain warnings also. But in poultry, we do not have that. Definitely that is required.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Coming to Professor Ranade, taking you to a different domain. How climate change is affecting the animal health in our country? मैं बैठा हूँ, आप भी बैठ सकते हो.
Climate change is the biggest disaster which we are facing and which we are going to face in future. This year in particular, in Mumbai, I come from Mumbai, we never experienced a season of summer the way we used to experience, nor we have experienced rains this time the way we used to experience. Just few days back, there were torrential rains in Mumbai, which used to be a regular feature every year. Including human beings, all animals are getting affected because of the climate change. The first and foremost thing is the rise in temperature. The average temperature has gone up. We are not in the position to survive or stay in Mumbai without air conditioner any day of the year. Earlier, at least for 2-3 months, the ACs used to be off. Now it is not possible. It's very damp, it's very humid, and because of that, a lot of stresses, a lot of temperature increase, and that brings a lot of stress on the individuals as well as the animals and birds. Our birds, being extra sensitive for the heat stress, they are facing a lot of problems, and this stress brings in the immunosuppression, which I was talking about. And once there is immunosuppression that sets in, definitely the other diseases, the bacteria, the viruses, they will take the upper hand and the problems will start. So the climate change is a major problem. Every year the temperature is rising. At Namakkal, many people have worked out, they have recorded the temperatures. They have also kept the record of the rainfall, and they have been monitoring the consistent change in the weather conditions and its effect on the poultry belts in and around Namakkal. I don't remember, I forgot the name of that gentleman, Dr. Who was in charge of the laboratory. Just retired, recently retired. After Chandrasekhar. Natraj, his data is available with me, and he has recorded all the parameters with respect to the climate and the effect of that on the local Namakkal poultry belt. So there's a severe impact, and the way forward for that is one has to go for the environment control houses.
Next I'm going to ask you that only. What climate smart practices can mitigate this?
Yeah, see, if we are experiencing or if we start experiencing the temperature of 45 degrees and beyond, then as we all know, the birds cannot sustain. The body temperature is 42 degrees Celsius. No sooner the body temperature, the environmental temperature exceeds 42 degrees Celsius, the birds can't survive. The birds cannot remove their feathers. The birds, the mechanism of heat loss is very, very limited. The birds don't sweat, and whatever means through which they can, lose the heat from the body is through respiration. So they start panting. And after panting, there is exhaustion, there is depletion of the glucose in the blood, there is hypoglycemia, and the birds will die. So once the temperature starts going above 42, and which is happening in Maharashtra also, in northern part of Maharashtra, quite a good number of times this time also, we have no other option than to go for the environment controlled housing systems. Now, the environment controlled housing systems which were introduced earlier, we have worked on that also, we have worked out the economics also, we are pretty much expensive, but now, with the technological developments and everything coming handy, the affordability of the environment controlled houses has increased, and in days to come, maybe everybody will have to resort to those options, and reducing the stocking density, reducing the population density of a poultry farms or the poultry birds in a particular area is the solution which is going to be there in future. So I again come back to the basics. Again, you should not forget the basics. Good feed, good birds, good genetic potential, good management, and good disease control. This is something which we have to follow. For that, when we say good management, it includes providing conducive environment to the birds in the form of climatic
And
requirements.
how we can bring about the synergy in public-private partnership to improve the animal health status or animal health service system in our country?
Basically,
because nobody had thought of.
Yeah, so basically the companies which are producing birds and the companies which are producing housing systems, they need to join hands. There has to be a win-win kind of a relationship between these two bodies, and they should design the system which is friendly for both, for the producer as well as for the equipment manufacturer or the house design manufacturer, and jointly work with hand in hand so that the mortality will be less, the stress on the birds will be less, and the productivity will
And
be
how we can convince these two parties to share the data with each
We'll
other?
try at least. There are
Because
attempts.
that's the biggest
There are there are attempts. There are attempts in Pune region. Whosoever are the manufacturers, I'm a bit hesitant to take the names of the people, but they are coming forward and they are providing solutions to the entrepreneurs, the producers, by providing the facilities and giving the education also. Simple example I'll give you. Even okay, chalo, let's see now, Mr. Dumaya from Nasik. He is into a process of developing a school kind of a thing where he is going to train the people to do a job of rearing the birds as well as engineering. Because see, providing an environment controlled house, developing a technology and the house is fine, but how to maintain it? We need skilled people for that. So the people who are into this, they have already started, creating the places where the people will be trained, skilled manpower will be trained and will be available for the people who are going to use it. They will be given training. 50% of the training period will be for rearing the birds, 50% how to maintain the houses which are being designed. So this kind of agreement or this kind of concept is being developed by the manufacturers of the environment control houses to help the industry to use the houses and to maintain them as well. And people have started taking the advantage of that. I can name a few people in Maharashtra who have started taking the advantage of such facilities which are being provided. So the producer and the manufacturer of the environment control systems are ready, or they have started coming together and work together in future.
Thank you. Thank you so much for making it more clear to us. Thank you. Coming to Dr. Sharma, what are the hard-pressed disease concerns in dairy sector nowadays?
As we talk about the current scenario, definitely the mastitis,
What are the most pressing?
Mastitis is the most, we can say, the dangerous as well as the notorious kind of disease, we can say. This is means not a single farm in India which don't have the single case of mastitis. Means each and every farm have the cases of mastitis. And farmers, they start treating the mastitis from the initial stage by giving the antibiotics. So definitely by the unrational antibiotics. So again, the antimicrobial resistance, that is the issue. So that again create the problem to the mastitis. And second is the ketosis. Mastitis and ketosis. Ketosis is the productive disease related to the production
we are talking,
and feed.
It's a metabolic disease.
It's a metabolic. So it's the infectious is the mastitis, no doubt. But some emerging diseases, those are coming, that create a threat to the dairy industry, particularly the organized industry.
But often on we say that it's a managemental disease.
Definitely.
Mastitis.
Mastitis is management syndrome, not only the disease.
What are the key drivers and how we can avoid this?
The most important key driver is the nutrition, the immunity level, nutrition, and second is the hygiene. And the most important and most neglected part is the water. feed, the farmer started giving the pellet feed. They started using the milk machine, though the cleaning of milking machine is again another concern. He started tea dipping with different solutions. He started everything, but he has not yet started cleaning and washing of water trough. That is the problem.
So how we can inculcate that culture and how we can impart that knowledge to a farmer that we should go with this?
So this is the area I think where the pharmaceutical industry should think about it. Because in poultry, there are so many water disinfectants are available, but not instant, but they require the time. But here in dairy, we need a instant kind of sanitizer. So just one tablet, we drop into the water trap and immediately everything goes off. No doubt, the requirement is huge, but awareness, we have to create the awareness. Create awareness, the system, technology, we have to involve the technology for create the awareness, not such kind of platforms cannot be created every time and everywhere. So by use of technology, surveillance, data collection, and mass communication, Dr. Sri Nigam said, like WhatsApp, because now people are started to communicate through these kind of things like WhatsApp, YouTube. So we have to create the awareness program.
Then what do you feel? How the health challenges in dairy sectors are different from health challenges faced by the poultry sector?
Poultry is quite organized. So health challenges can be immediately handled, or the preventive measure has already been taken because of the so many vaccines are available, so many vaccines are being developed. But in dairy, there are only few, 2-3 vaccines are available. There is no vaccine for IVR, there is no vaccine for VBD, there is no vaccine for Clostridia. So many diseases where we are looking for the vaccine, though these vaccines are available in other countries, but still it is not in India. So the challenge is different. Second, this is the unorganized sector, the total scattered population.
I must say semi-organized.
Not semi-organized.
Because here the production is there by masses, not
Yes,
in mass.
by masses.
So I do agree with that. But to some extent now it is semi.
Yeah.
Because people are aware now.
People are aware, but still the people, those are keeping 3/4. If you talk about the GOSH, jo abhi government has created some kind of community farm system, the situation is worst over there. And the biosecurity, if we talk about the biosecurity.
Yeah, because to some extent I do agree with Dr. Tarun Sridhar when he said that our animals are less productive. But to me appears they are also more resistant. You won't find many more mastitis cases in our desi animals. But heavy yielders, yes.
सर फिर कहानी वहीं आ जाती है ना, नो इनपुट नो आउटपुट. जो उन्होंने श्रीधर साहब ने बताया कि सोडी साहब का पहला प्रेजेंटेशन में जो एक गरीब फैमिली थी.
But what is the reason?
Sir,
what is the reason? In fact, we are trying to analyze was the reason in that system and what's the reason in this intensive system.
We have developed the good breed. We have developed the good feed for poultry, not for the dairy. As Mr. Daljit Singh said, they have developed a good breed, and no doubt they also facing some challenges. But by the way of their management, they can control it. So we have to think about that. Controlling, prevention. That is the only way we can do this. Not by the genetics. I'm not agree that the genetics of the local animal, registered animal, we can.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about that this is the phenomena which is there in the Deshi cattle.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And this is not there in the heavy yielders.
Exactly.
So, can we practice to keep the heavy yielders in the backyard? If so, what all precautions are required and how it can reach to the farmers, those who are rearing it?
Just one precaution, biosecurity and prevention. That is required. And we can keep, no problem.
Management?
Yes.
Housing, sanitation?
Yes.
Biosecurity?
Biosecurity and prevention. That is the most important.
How about the clean milk production? Milk production.
Milk production with this breed? Yes, that is definitely more than the local breeds or more than the desi breeds.
How we can make them aware to have the clean milk production? Because this concept is not there with the farmers, those who are rearing the animals.
Again, the industry should come forward to create awareness regarding the breed, and government also should come forward. For the artificial insemination program, government has already taken the initiative since last 70, 80 years back. But still we are fighting with the lal or cows, those are producing a half or a liter of milk. So we have to think about not the crossbreeding of the pure breeding. We should think about the pure breeding, not crossbreeding even. So that change, and when the farmers get the income, farmers get the profit, definitely we will go further.
Any institutional infrastructure you can think can bring a change in this scene?
Sir, that is the bridge between the industry and the farmers, institution. So the role of institution is really very important. Particularly while we talk about the research, while we talk about the extension activity, while we talk about the new technology development, institutions play a very important role. And institutions should come forward to bridging the gap between the industry and the farmer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Shirish, in fact, now you are president to Indian Federation of Animal Health Companies. So let me come to you. How can vaccines, diagnostics, and digital technologies, they can transform the animal health management?
I think this is a wonderful question because, you know, INFA members or INFA per se, most of our members are investing a very high amount of their profitability or sales on the research and development. So to give a very specific answer to your question, first, in digitization or AI, you can have number one disease prediction models. So disease prediction model, and this can be customized also for a geography. For a geography or for a farm. So one is a disease prediction. Second is precision feeding. You know, nutritionists get a technology. There will be 4-eye principle, 2 eye of a nutritionist or a veterinarian, another 2 eyes will coming from a digital, you know, and you get a learning models which are more specific to the farms, to the geography. And third thing is that data for decisions we get. So like what outbreak happened last year in August and mostly 3 years back, this kind of data bank mostly farmers are not keeping. Fourth, I feel we are also as a company and as a platform also collecting data, like we collected data on AMU, antimicrobial usage. So myth busting, as Dr. Ranade sir said, that data collection helps you in decision making and advocacy emphatically, effectively. So this helps policymakers to make policy, and it will have better public-private partnership because we are talking about the goals which are specific in nature. So in this way, I think this can help the ecosystem.
Just add on to this, how can AI and big data can harness the animal health better?
I think, sir, this question, as I mentioned earlier, one is AI and data. So one is the disease prediction model or disease prediction, again I will say. So the cost will come down. Second thing is, like I heard experts like Dr. Reddy sir, as a journalist, I have one question. अगर प्रॉब्लम है तो उसका सॉल्यूशन कौन देगा? किसान तो नहीं देगा ना. Why ICR is there? Why IVRI is there? I have great respect to these institutes. I myself studied veterinary science from my college. But जब किसान के पास जाते हैं, उसकी मुर्गी मरती है या प्रॉब्लम होता है, तो ऐसे देखता है डॉक्टर साहब बताओ क्या करना है. तो the society has expectation from us.
Sensitivity is required.
So sensitivity is required. किसान इलिटरेट नहीं है, किसान बहुत इंटेलिजेंट है, उसको सहयोग की जरूरत है, तो वो सहयोग इकोसिस्टम से आएगा. तो AI and data, this can help. And another thing is specific data for policy making. Today we have no data, like Reddy sir said, surveillance, because farmers are fearful to send the samples to the government lab. Why? Because they think कि पकड़ ना ले, कुछ गड़बड़ ना कर दे, ये सब लफड़े है. So they are there has to be sensitivity. So this will also help in data
But
generation.
off and on, it is being told that data are not reliable.
Yeah.
Off and on,
Yeah.
it is being told that data are not reliable. So how to make policy out of it?
No, that's why 5 years back, INFA took this decision. I think at that time, Dr. Makhija was there in
Yeah,
that meeting.
it's a
We have-
good example of public-private
we have,
partnership. because
we
they
have,
shared
dear audience, open. We have a methodology which is displayed on the website of INFA. And who are the participants? What is the methodology? And we are collecting data, as most of our members are producers and suppliers, and then presenting this data authentically to the government. Even last time, the data presented by INFA was considered by the minister to answer in a parliament that particular question on AMU. This year also we will be releasing after maybe in September, under the leadership of our chairman subcommittee, Dr. Atre, we have made a complete which we will be releasing. So data we are generating, and we also want data. This is public-private partnership, sir. If the government comes out that let's create data together, but आते नहीं है सर, बात करते हैं, लेकिन हम एक स्टेप चलते हैं तो 2 स्टेप चलना चाहिए, वो नहीं होता है. तो ये मंच अपना परिवार है, जैसे बिट्टू जी ने बोला, इसलिए बोल रहा हूं. वी हैव मनी, वी हैव रिसोर्सेज. आओ बात करो, आगे बढ़ते हैं, लेकिन कब करोगे? जब किसान लुट जाएगा. This is the problem we are facing. So data is required, sir. Please don't take it otherwise, but I am telling you, दूसरों का दुख है.
We understand.
मैं बोलना चाहता हूं.
Yeah. Thank you. I think most of the points we have covered.
Thank you.
Couple of minutes we can take 2 or 3 questions. Yes, please. Mic can be given to him. If you do have a question, please point out to whom you want to ask.
The questions for Dr. Reddy. You've been talking about all the diseases that the birds are having, XYZ, and a lot of them have been destroyed. So what is a research the government or some body has done in reference to the outcome if they've not been reported and a human eats it, what happens to the humans? Is it going to be down the line after 10 years or 15 years will be an understanding that what will happen to the humans, or is there some research being done about that? A disease that a bird would have and we end up eating that. How does that go?
Can you repeat, please?
Okay, you've been talking about the vaccines for the birds, the diseases that are happening with the birds. Now, if those are not reported, like what doctor said over there, so if a human consumes it, what is the thing that a human might have? Is there some sort of a research being done for the humans?
Is talking about zoonotic diseases when crossing the species barrier.
For example, specifically for avian influenza, the whatever meat, the virus is very fragile. Actually, yeah, it won't survive beyond 70 degrees centigrade, even 2-3 minutes. And it has got enveloped and during the slaughter and processing, the process it goes through chlorination and all, chlorine treatment. All the virus, any virus, not only avian influenza, any virus can die, pathogens can die. And anyway, in India, our cooking is very high temperature. We cook, so no pathogen will survive, whether it is in the egg or whether in the meat. Is it answered your question?
Yeah, perfect.
My question to Dr. Reddy, M.R. Reddy Garu. This is regarding the kidney infections. Today morning we heard from our premium MD. He is generalizing, saying that he generally said it is a kidney infection. I want to know the exact reason for these kidney infections, what you are seeing in recent times, and what is the root cause, how we can correct it.
For kidney infections, sir, there are 3 reasons actually. Of course, infectious reasons. 3 reasons. One is infectious bronchitis, nephropathogenic strains. The other one is even nephritis virus. Then third one is astrovirus. These are the 3 diseases. Of course, in IBH and IBD also there will be some kidney involvement, but that other based on the other lesions and symptoms, we can differentiate those things. So these are the 3 main infectious diseases where we need, but we have very good vaccines for IB, and also we have vaccines for even astrovirus, chicken astrovirus. But I think we do not have, I think, any vaccines for infectious nephritis virus, even nephritis virus.
But in our situation, what is the exact reason for that? There are three disease possibilities are there, but what is the relevance to our context? Like Bengal, we have a problem. In South also, we have the same problem.
No,
Did you ever see those samples? Did you get the material collected?
Not now, sir. I think some few years back, we had some contract research project with Zoetis and also MSD.
Yeah.
Yes, particularly on even nephropathogenic IBV. So that time we got very good number of IB strains which cause even this gout and all symptoms.
Can you make a detailed study on this? Because as association, we are interested to work on this and get the remedy for this.
Yeah, because I think that has to be diagnosed, that has to be investigated. Okay. We have to do isolation of virus or bacteria, whatever pathogen. Then we have to characterize and we have to see. Sequencing, then only we can know that which strain it is. Okay. Whether for that, do we have any vaccine, whether this is different from the vaccine strains, whether vaccines are matching with the strains which are circulating in the field. So we have to investigate.
Thank you.
Just based on the post-mortem, it's difficult.
Yeah, thank you, doctor. One question to Mukesh Sharma, Dr. Mukesh Sharma. This is regarding the silage making. Can you recommend us some good silage machines? Because we're finding it hard to buy one. Good quality silage machines.
Jaguar have a very good, means the harvesting machine, not the silage machine, harvesting machine.
Okay.
So Jaguar have very good, Class has very good. Local Preet combined from Punjab, they have very good harvester for corn harvester particularly. So you can use any one of them.
How about the silage machines, silage making machines?
Silage making machines means you are talking about the bale making.
Bale making.
Okay, so there are imported baler also there, or the local made baler, local bale miller as well.
Okay.
As well company from the Punjab, they are making good baler.
Okay.
So you can buy means baler for different size, 100 kg and 200 kg. Both bale size available there.
And what is your opinion about the TMR? Have you been recommending even for the sheep farmers or only for the dairy farmers?
Yes, TMR is, I recommend each and every farmer TMR. TMR not by the machine, TMR even by the hand you can make the TMR. Okay. TMR means just like the dal, chawal, sabji, roti we are eating together.
Okay.
So this is everything what the cow will eat, it should be means mix it out.
Because today a lot of sheep farms and goat farms have come up in India. The main concern has been that they can't maintain a full stall feeding farm.
Right.
That is becoming expensive.
Right.
And I myself am maintaining about 550 sheep breeders today. So the labor requirement is really high when you are.
So this is the best way you can use the TMR machine for them.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
See, what happens whenever we are going to have some policy in place, or whenever the industry demands something and government gives a clean signal to it, even after that we don't have sufficient database what has happened to it. Say for an example, industry has gone to the government pressing them a lot that LPAI vaccination should be permitted because it is creating a huge loss to the industry. That has been permitted. Now what happened after that, nobody knows, because again industry is saying that nothing has happened. So actually, until unless you have a clean and clear impact visible, perhaps it will be difficult at this point of time to say how we should progress further. So to me it appears we need to have a very clear angle so far the health concerns of animal husbandry sectors are concerned. Number one, we need to have a biosecurity, and that information should go down the line to the farmers, those who are practicing it. Number two, we shall try to have all preventive strategies possible in place, including a very effective vaccination, so as to minimize the use of antibiotics in future, and also to avoid any sort of AMR issues which are cropping up nowadays. And when we say One Health mission, then we need to take a responsibility of making our sector clean on that regard, so that we can say that yes, significantly we have contributed in One Health. Yes, we are also afraid of when virus crosses the species barrier, because always it's a red alert. It's a biological atom bomb, I should say. At any point of time, anything may happen. But God is great because nature has made, nature has given the properties to virus to be very fragile. Otherwise, it could have been a problem, and problem which cannot be negotiated. So thank you very much, all my panelists. Well within the time we finished our task. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, Clafma, for giving us the opportunity to be amongst you and expressing our views. Thank you. Thanks, Vijay, for conducting this session nicely. Thank you.
And give a round of applause to all the panelists and moderator. I invite Divya to have a group picture together with all our panelists and moderator, please. So Divya, please be on the stage. We have one special guest, Mr. Valsan Parmeshwaran. He is the Secretary of All India Poultry Exporter Association. So ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for Mr. Valsan to be part of this event. And Divya, please felicitate Mr. Valsan. What is he? We have a special invitee, Mr. Murli. Please come on the stage and we'd like to acknowledge your support. So Divya, Divya, please recognize Mr. Murli. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, please. Thank you, Divya. Moving next, I wanted to invite Mr. Abhay Shah. Abhay Shah for the valedictory function. So just a few lines about Abhay. So Abhay is the Joint Managing Director at Spectrum Engineering Private Limited. So he is a BE in Chemical Engineering, MS in Food Science and Technology from University of Georgia, USA. And he is HACCP certified professional. And founded in 13th April 1974, the Spectrum Company is based in Vadodara, Gujarat, and specializes in manufacturing of machinery and equipment across sectors like feed, agro, food processing machinery, marine, defense, and many more. Abhay holds a significant position within Compound Feed Manufacturer Association of India. He served as many positions in Clafma, currently the Honorable Secretary and present the Deputy Chairman representing Spectrums for the period 2024-26. And with over a decade of expertise in feed plant machinery, Abhay has developed substantial technical and managerial acumen in feed processing sector. So Abhay, our Vice President, please come and address. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Makhija. So good evening, distinguished guests, respected speakers, members of Clafma, sponsors, media partners and friends. It gives me immense pride and joy to stand before you today as we conclude the 58th Annual General Meeting and the 66th National Symposium of Clafma of India. Over the past 2 days, we have come together here in Hyderabad to deliberate on the theme of great importance, animal agriculture in India, the way forward. We have been privileged to hear from eminent leaders across dairy, poultry, aquaculture, animal nutrition, and health. Their insights have shed light on challenges before us, from sustainability and cost pressures to health and disease management, from balancing the balance sheet of feed and raw materials to ensuring competitiveness in global and domestic markets. At the same time, the discussions have also highlighted the tremendous opportunities that lie ahead, whether it is the potential of India's dairy sector to continue feeding the nation, the growth of aquaculture into domestic markets, or the poultry sector's ability to scale with innovation. One message has been loud and clear: animal agriculture will play a pivotal role in India's journey towards Viksit Bharat. We were honored and privileged to have the presence of eminent Government of India personalities and industry stalwarts yesterday at the inaugural session. The inaugural session started with a crisp welcome address by the convener of the event, Mr. Vijay Bhandare. He instilled a food of thought in the minds of ministers to increase infusion of eggs in midday meals programs in Telangana, which is at 3 eggs a week currently, and compared to other states like Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, where there are 5 to 6 eggs per week. In the chairman's address, Mr. Divya Kumar Gulati not only welcomed dignitaries but also thanked and acknowledged the presence of 17 associations who have graced the event. This was followed by the thematic address by Shri Tarun Sridharji. Along with other things, he expressed how the industry should focus on creating healthy domestic market versus always pushing towards exports. This was followed by recognizing some stalwarts of the industry in academia. Mr. Praveen Lunkad was felicitated with Clafma Lifetime Achievement Award and Clafma Awards to Dr. Karthikeyan and Professor Jyoti Palod. For the first time, Clafma has started an industry academia association by conducting an essay writing competition for veterinary students on topics related to dairy, poultry, aqua, swine sectors, and we were happy to receive more than 130 entries. The winners were announced and they received gold, silver, and bronze medal along with 1,50,000 and 25,000 rupee prize money, and some received appreciation certificates. This was followed by Dr. Muthu Kumar Swamy, guest of honor, who shared the Government of India's initiative on National Livestock Mission, supporting farmers to rear other species other than the regular dairy, poultry, and aqua species. Special guest, Sri Sabyasachi Ghosh, shared his view about quality, productivity, and sustainability, and encouraged the industry to invest in R&D to become competitive and prevent outside countries from competing here. Telangana's beloved MP, Sri Atala Rajendra Ji, though being a government representative, he expressed his view as a poultry farmer and appealed to the government to find ways to mitigate the risk of livestock farmers. Our guest of honor, Sri Vakiti Srihari Ji, himself an aqua farmer, could understand the pains of the industry and ask for suggestions from the industry to help the overall cause. Our chief guest, Professor S.P. Singh Baghel, Honorable Minister of State for Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, and Minister of State in Ministry of Panchayat Raj, shared a very interesting phrase with us, "Ban kamra khuli baate." He encouraged the industry, members of Clafma, to come and discuss the pain points open-heartedly. This was followed by the souvenir launch, vote of thanks, networking dinner, memento distribution, and live performance yesterday. Day two today has been an action-packed day, as you all know. The day started with an immersive talk by Dr. R.S. Sodhi on dairy sector. It was interesting to learn that the farmers' share in the consumer price is a whooping 71%. Followed by that, Dr. Girish Kolwankar spoke about the poultry sector and shared his real-time painful story about high mortality rate. He emphasized on mass vaccinations like other countries and addressing raw material prices. He also put a thought in our mind, is GMO the way forward, which was later well debated. We had an entertaining presentation by Dr. Manoj Sharma, whose vision is a self-reliant Indian shrimp industry. His experience with Jingalala was interesting and motivating. The next session was chaired by Shri O.P. Chaudhary ji, Balancing the Balance Sheet, focused on maize and soya volatility, critical analysis, which focused on maize and soya volatility, critical analysis of supply and demand, alternative feed solutions, domestic and international tax and tariffs, R&D, policy introduction and regulation. The expert panelists deliberated on the subject and provided interesting insights. The next session post-lunch started with Mr. Jason John's talk about US SEC's initiative about the right to protein. Following this, there was a panel discussion with 8 national associations on stage, chaired by Shri Tarun Sridhar ji. He shared that the dream of Viksit Bharat stands on 4 pillars: women, youth, farmer and poor. The panel deliberated on what, how, when and where of various sectors within the livestock sector, and all the present association heads contributed to this. The final session of the day, moderated by Dr. P.K. Shukla, deliberated on health challenges and potential solutions in animal agriculture. Interesting discussions were held amongst the panelists. Friends, as we draw the curtain on this symposium, let us not treat these 2 days as an end, but rather as a beginning of renewed collaborations between policymakers, industry leaders, academia, veterinary universities, and other associations, a beginning of innovation in sustainability, animal health, and technology adaptation. And above all, a beginning of collective responsibility to strengthen animal agriculture as a pillar of food and nutritional security for our nation. With this, I declare this symposium to be a huge success. Thank you and Jai Hind.
We request our Clafma treasurer, Mr. Ram Kutti, to express vote of thanks. Thank you.
Very good evening, friends. I will not take much of time because Abhay as well as our secretary both have made my job very easy and simple because they already thanked and then summarized the whole activity this 2 days time. We do not follow standards, we set them. Yeah. That's all I say. 66th National Symposium is a grand success. And that all with your support. And I think yesterday you thanked most of the speakers and the who have helped us to see that through the whole event. And today I only like to mention few people, and many of them are not here. In their absence, I will thank them. Anyway, I extend on behalf of Clafma my sincere thanks to Sodhi is not here today, the Indian Dairy Association, growing towards globally competitive dairy. And Girish, Premium Chick Feeds, he spoke on managing emerging challenges and harnessing opportunities in poultry. And thanks to Dr. Manoj Sharma, Director of Mayank Aqua Products. And of course, all the panelists, Abhay already thanked everybody and then briefed all the panelists, and then very exciting. And it was very useful. A lot of take-home messages were there from all the panel discussions. And I will be failing in my duty to, if I don't extend our gratitude to all the industrial stakeholders, consultants, veterinary institutions, veterinarians, awardees for their active participation. A warm special thank to all our sponsors who helped us financially to make the symposium a grand success. The chairman, congratulations. We did a record sponsorship. We got this time. I think that's something which I am sure we are going to make it more next to the sponsors. Based on the record collection we got from the sponsorship, I think which you introduced new thing, bronze sponsors. But so, and then one more thing, I think I must thank all the association this time, We have invited almost 15 to 20, almost 20, 17 associations. So thanks to all of them, they have made it and they all were here. And I'd like to thank our chairman and congratulate Divya Gulati and all our office bearers and managing committee members, past chairman, for all the past chairmen for taking their time from their busy schedule to attend such a grand annual event. And this is the first time I'm seeing many of the past chairmen attending after a long time. Otherwise, past chairmen, normally they don't come. The past chairman is, then once the term is over, Suresh Jera, Neeraj, Praveen Lunkad, of course, is an awardee, and many of the past chairmen are present here. That's thanks to them. We would like to thank Hotel Taj, Deccan for their excellent hospitality. I thank the official staff at the, of Hotel Taj, Deccan for their excellent cooperation and service. Amazing. Everybody enjoyed great food, great cocktail dinner, great entertainment. So thanks to Taj Deccan staff. And all the activities, attainments of Clafma India would not have accomplished without the strong and consistent support of the Clafma Secretariat. I acknowledge the hard work and commitment. Executive Director Vinay, great job. And the team. Thanks to all of you. Keep it up. I thank once again and invite you to please join us for the cocktails dinner, networking dinner, and entertainment too is there. So please join us. Thank you so much. And media too. I'm sorry. The media, this is which we have taken up recently, kind of thing. Media is been helping and then going about it for our public image and then brand image, which we do. So thanks a lot for all the media, support of journalists and then the press. Thank you so much. Thank you once again. Will you all call the MC members to the stage, please, floor for the photograph? All the MC members. Of course, the office bearers.
Divya, we need one more thing. We want to recognize valedictory function coordinator Abhay for his work. So a memento for Abhay from your side.
I'm sorry, I forgot to. I'm sorry, I forgot to thank the convener, Vijay Bhandari. Thank you so much, Vijay Bhandari. Great job, Vijay. Thank you so much. Great job.
May I now request Mr. Shivshankar to come over to collect the memento, followed by Shahjahan of Rizwana Publication.